Welcome to the Microsoft Power BI course. In this course, I am going to cover all the details about the Power BI step by step with the theoretical concepts along with the practical hands-on examples. By end of this course, you can learn this tool and can implement this tool in your projects as well. So what we are going to cover? Let's try to see the workflow of this tool. You can see data preparation is one thing which we need to do. Then query editor is one thing where we do all these data preparation things like connecting to the database, then joining the tables and then their relationships. Then we have data modeling where we will see data view and relationship view. And finally, we will create a data visualization where we can create different dashboards or analytic applications. There are three concepts which we need to learn: Power BI Desktop, Power BI Pro, and Power BI Mobile. Now, what is Power BI Desktop? So, Power BI Desktop is nothing but it is a standalone applications which can be installed on our Windows computer, and it does help us to create powerful visualizations. We have Power BI Pro, which is nothing but a cloud applications where we can take our applications which are built in Power BI desktop that can be moved to cloud, and then that can be collaborated with other users. And finally, we will see Power BI Mobile, which is nothing but a mobile app which can be used to view the analysis applications or visualizations. We will see the advanced features about the custom visuals as well. This is very important to understand. Wherever we wanted to create advanced applications, we can use these custom visuals. Let's see one by one what I'm going to cover. In the very first unit, I'm going to cover about what is Power BI, how to install Power BI Desktop and how to set up a project, how to connect Power BI Desktop to source files, then understanding query editor and understanding data models and creating visuals. We will dive deep in unit 2 where we will see about the Power BI Desktop workflow, uh, interface of the data model, then understanding the query interface, then project files and recommended settings. Then we will see in detail about the query editor, how we can work in query editor, what is the use of the query editor, how we can connect Power BI desktop to source files, how we can perform some different operations on the rows or columns, how we can replace values, how we can empty rows, how we can format data and handle formatting errors. Then we will see how to split the columns. There are very processing of the columns can be done, how to create tables manually or dimension tables, merging queries, union queries, fact tables. That also we will see conditional columns, then performance optimization. Then we will see in the next unit about the data model where we will see about data relationship and view, how we can make a use of the data model, different cardinalities, joins. Then we will understand about the M language and the DAX. This is a difference between them. What are different supported DAX types, operators, DAX functions, understanding calendar functions, DAX basics, and then there are measures, columns, understanding data category. This all we are going to cover. Next is creating visuals in report view. Let's try to see how we can understand basic visual concepts, getting started with the visuals, creating first visual, then hierarchies, then drill mode, conditional formatting, visuals, working with the report themes. There are slicers, filter types, tree map tables, taking project to the cloud. Once we have created applications in the desktop, Power BI desktop, how we can take in the cloud, why we need a Power BI service, what is different between service, pro and premium, uh, how to understand the workspace, then how we can connect Power BI Pro with the Power BI desktop, then creating dashboards, and then there are some collaboration workspaces as well. How we can publish app, whether to use a workspace or app. Now there are some other data sources as well which we need to understand, is how we can connect like JSON data, then API, REST APIs, MySQL server, we will see how to set up it and how to import data from MySQL server side as well. And then lastly, some of the advanced things about the custom visuals, which is very important when we create some advanced dashboards or visualization, we need to understand custom visuals. What are the different tools required? How to set up and install the required tools? How to analyze the project and its code? There are different things about the JavaScript that we will see, and how to render the chart for dummy data as well. That is all we can see. And I'm sure by end of this course you should be able to understand this tool. Thank you. Let's dive into the Power BI course. In this video we will see about what is Power BI, what are the different core areas about the Power BI, and what are different tool sets which are needed to build a powerful visualizations or dashboards in Power BI. Let's see what is Power BI. This is the official definition from Microsoft about Power BI, which says Power BI is a business analytics solution which allows us to visualize data and to share information, and that can be connected to hundreds of data sources, and you can use it to create dashboards and reports. Now, at this point, I find this definition a bit complex because as a beginner, we can think of that Power BI is a reporting tool or a business intelligence tool where we can create some visualizations. However, there are three main core areas of the Power BI which we will see. The three core areas. The first one is data preparation and analysis. In the data preparation and analysis, what we do, we connect with the data sources, we take the tables and join them, we can apply different processing on the data. If required, means we can change the data type of the column, we can do some calculations if needed, and these are the things which we can do with the data preparation and analysis. The second core area of the Power BI is visualizations. Once we have the data ready, means connecting to the various sources, we can create different visualizations. So these visualizations can be a line chart, column chart, bar chart, pie chart, anything like that. And once we have these visualizations ready, the third core area is collaboration and sharing. Because whatever we are creating, we should be able to share it with other business users or any other users who are interested in that. So collaboration and sharing is important. So these are the three main core areas we must understand at this point about the Power BI, and this is very powerful tool to create different um, business intelligence reports or visualizations or dashboards. When we say this is a very powerful tool, how this can be achieved, means is this a single tool or is it multiple tools? Power BI is not a single tool. It is a set of tools. So what are these set of tools? We will see. The very first is Power BI Desktop. Second is Power BI Service or Pro, and the third is Power BI Mobile. We will see each and every tool in detail in this course. However, let's try to understand this briefly. What is Power BI Desktop? The Power BI Desktop is a standalone application which we can install on our system and connect to the different data sources, and then we can create visualizations and reports. Basically, first thing which is available in the Power BI Desktop is data sets. Data sets is nothing but connecting to the data sources and then joining those tables, creating relationships. Like it's kind of a data model where we prepare the data model. Then once we have the data sets ready, then we can create visuals. So visuals, as I said, it is charts, tables, column charts, bar chart, pie chart, and there are so many charts which are available that we can create. And then there is a reports as well, where reports is a kind of a multiple pages where we can have multiple pages of reports. uh, like maybe first page of the report will be showing some summary detail about some like let's say profit and loss. Other page can show like a balance sheet details. That kind of things can be done. As an example, I'm just telling, but these are the things which we can do with the Power BI Desktop. The only restriction about Power BI Desktop is this is a standalone application. That means it just can be used by a single developer or a single user for those who has installed this Power BI Desktop application on their system. Once we have this Power BI Desktop, this is a second tool which is a Power BI service. Now this is a cloud application which can be accessed anywhere, and this just need a browser. It doesn't need any others like operating system. It doesn't matter about operating systems, whether it is Windows system or whether it is a Mac system or any other system, but this just need a browser to log in, and anyone can access Power BI Service Pro in that browsers. Now in Power BI service, we don't have a data sets. We cannot connect to the data source directly, but we do have the other features, which is visuals and reports. We can create similar visuals and reports as we can create in a Power BI desktop. Data sets, we can take it from Power BI desktop, and then that can be done create visuals and reports. There are some other powerful features available with the Power BI service, and one of them is a dashboard. Now, dashboard is a kind of a high level structure or high level data, and in a single page we can have multiple charts like column chart, bar chart, pie chart, etc. on a single page, and on clicking on any single chart we can go through a detail level. A dashboard is a kind of visualization which can be shared with the like business managers who wanted to see different numbers on the data, and this is very powerful in terms of visualizing or displaying the data as a dashboard. There is another feature which is collaboration and sharing. Like whatever the dashboards which were created or visuals or reports has been created, we should be able to collaborate with other users, business users. So, and it should be able to share the results as well. So this is very powerful. As it is a cloud application, anyone can access through a browser. It is very easy to share the data, and that can be given means to any business users, any team members, or any project members or project managers. Anyone who wanted to see the data, they can access this through a website. Now the third tool is Power BI Mobile. Now this is a very simple application which can be downloaded from a store in the mobiles, and that can be installed in our mobile apps, and we can view our visualization or dashboards there, and it can be accessed anywhere. Means it doesn't need any like physical location or anywhere. Just we need a smartphone where we can install this application. So these are the three main Power BI tool sets: Power BI Desktop, Power BI Service, and Power BI Mobile. And in collaboration with all these tools, we can create very powerful dashboard or visualizations that can be helpful for any businesses. This is what all this tool can do. That's why this tool is very powerful in creating visualizations and dashboards. Let's get started with the Microsoft Power BI desktop installation. In this video, I'm going to show you how to download the Microsoft Power BI desktop, and then how to install it and do some settings on that, so that this will be helpful to get started with the Power BI. First of all, we need to go to the powerbi.microsoft.com website, where we will this type of website where you will see the details about the Power BI. In this, go to products and click on Power BI desktop. Now from here you can download it for free. Here you can just click it here. This is a free tool. You can click it here, but just click on this C download or in language option. This is an advanced option where we get an option to select the language in which we wanted to have. These are the languages which are there available. I'm selecting English. You can see some of the requirements as well. System requirements, you can see all the Windows systems which is available here. Then Microsoft Power BI, this requires Internet Explorer 10 or greater, and it is available for 32-bit and 64-bit. Based on your system, we need to select. If you are not sure about which is your system, is it 32-bit or 64-bit, then just go to start menu, and then just type the system information and just click on this. You can see there is an option system type, which is you can see my system is 64 uh, bit. So if it is your 32-bit, then you will see this 32 bit option here. So I'm just selecting English language. You can also do this same, choose English language and download it. When you click on this download option, you will get two options. Select this one because this is 64-bit. My system is 64-bit. This the below one is 32-bit. So click on next, and once you click on next, then you will see an option to download it, and it will download it in your system. Once the download is finished, you can see a exe file is available here. You just to install this, just click on double click on this, and you will get a new screen to install this Power BI desktop. Select English language here, or whatever language which you prefer, but I would prefer English language. Just click on next. So this is the setup wizard which will guide us to install it, and it will take some time to install it now. Click on next here, accept the terms in the license agreement, and you can see this is one of the folder which you can, if you want, you can change it to some other folder if you want. I will keep the same. Click on next. If you want, create a desktop shortcut. If you don't want, don't create it. I will create a desktop shortcut and click on install. Now this will take few minutes to install. Once the installation is finished, you will get this screen which says the installation is completed successfully. You will get an option of launch Microsoft Power BI desktop as well. As soon as it finish, I will select uncheck this as of now because I wanted to show you something else. Just click on finish. Now once you finish this, now you will get on a shortcut icon here for this Power BI desktop on your system as well. And now just click on this. Once you double click on this, then your Power BI desktop will get open. Now this is what the screen looks like at the first place, which can see many options available here, which gives some tutorials ready to learn more about Power BI as well. Some of the forums, there are some blogs as well. Uh, Sign in to publish, but this is as of now is not required. This is required for Power BI Service Pro application, not for Power BI desktop, so we should not worry about that. No need to sign in anywhere for this. Just close this. Now you can see there are various options: import data from Excel, from SQL Server, and there are many other things, but we will see this in detail in another videos. But for now, I just wanted to show you. Go to files and in options and settings, click on options. In this, there are some settings which is current file. You can see this current file regional settings. We will see English India, or maybe you can select English United States as well. No, I'm selecting English in India. This is basically to get the regional formats correctly. You can see this local determines the regional settings used to interpret numbers, dates, and times. So basically, the date formats basically are different in India than in United States or maybe in UK as well. So that for date formats, what they are using are different. So if you are using English India, then the date formats and other numbers will be taken in the Indian format. If you are taking English United States, then we can have that United States formats. I'm selecting English India and clicking on OK. This is how the Power BI, we will see how to create project and how to get the data and all other things in detail in next videos. I just wanted to show in this video about how to install Power BI and how to get started. Let's try to understand how we can connect Power BI desktop to source files. And this is the Power BI desktop which we installed in last video, and we will see how to connect this to a data source, and then how we can load the data in our Power BI desktop. You can see this is just a blank screen which doesn't have anything, but we need to get the data to create any report or visualization. So there are some options available here: import data from Excel, import data from SQL Server, and other options available here. On the menu side as well, you can see here there are options. If you click here bottom, you can see there are options available as Excel, Power BI data sets, and then there are so many. And if you can click on here directly on the upper icon here, you can see there are so many options available here. Now you can see all these data sources. There are IBM databases, SAP databases, Azure, There are so many databases, and as per requirement, this can be connected, and that's why this tool is very powerful. Now, what we will do, we will get some data from the web. There is an option available here as web. You can see. Let's try to select this option web and click on connect. Now we can give any URL or website here where there is a database, and we can connect to that, and then that data can be taken here. Let's try to get that first. Now we will try to use this. You can see this is the one IMF World Economic Outlook database, April 2020. I am trying to search it, and this is nothing but all the GDP data for all the countries available, and April 2020 has a good data that we can work out. Google it, and you can see the first page which is coming here. The IMF website opens, and here the database will be there. So basically just click on this by countries. There are options available in, if where you can see different options available here. However, just click on all countries, and then you can see we can take country wise data as well, one by one. However, we just wanted to have all countries, so just click on this continue option here, and you can see there are options available here. National accounts, you can see gross domestic product, constant prices, current prices. So for now, for our report, we will take this the second one, which is gross domestic product, current prices, and just click on continue. Now year is available. We can select the year which we want, but let's keep that as default, and we will not change anything. Here just prepare report. Click on prepare report. You can see there are data available with this all the years and all those things. You can see you can scroll right where the GDP data is available year wise, and we can either download this report and then connect Excel source as a Excel source. However, we can give this URL directly, and we can copy this URL and go to the Power BI, and it just paste this URL. Just click on OK here. It will say select which level to apply these settings to. So basically we wanted to have all the website. So just click on connect. It will take some time to connect. Basically, once the data is connected to the web, you can see that there are two views, table view and web view. In web view, is just basically a particular website directly will show up here. We can do this as well, but let's see means to view the data. Let's try to see table 1 and table 2, which is showing here. So you can see there are countries, then there are descriptions, and there are year-wise. You can see different year-wise data as well as GDP. In table 2 as well, you can see it's a kind of similar data, but I think it is an additional column here. It is not here. So we don't, I think both are same, just an additional column. We don't need the second column. So just select first column, and then we can either load this directly in this, or we can transform data. The transform data is nothing but processing of the columns. We will see whether the data is currently in a correct format or not. All the column names are improperly. We can change the column name so that it will be helpful to build our visualizations. So click on this transform data. Now you can see has been changed. The a new screen shows which has different structures of column and chart. Now there are different options. This is how the data can be loaded, and here we can see that this is the database columns which are available, countries, then there are descriptions, and then it does have the years. You can see year has been on row wise, and its data here, and there are so many things which are available, and that's how we are loading the data, or we are connecting to the data source and then loading the data to Power BI desktop. Now in next video we will see how to change this data, means processing of the data or transformation of the data, that so that this table looks somewhat good, and that can be helpful to build our report. In this video we will see how we can do a data preparation in our data model, or this is the query editor where we have, in the last video we have connected to the data source, one of the web source, and then taken the country's GDP data, and that has been loaded here. Now we wanted to do some transformation so that this data looks good. First of all, means when we see at this data at the first place, we will see this first row, which is nothing but this country. You can see country, then subject descriptor, unit scale, and then 2014. I think this must be a column headers and not should be the row one. To do this, we need to do one thing, which is the option which is available here, which will make our this first row as a column header. We need to select one of the feature which is available here in home menu. You can see use first row as headers. Just click on that and it will automatically do all these kind of things, where you can see the country has been there, subject description, units, and scale. We don't need all these columns. I think means we will just remove the columns which are, first of all we need country, subject descriptor is fine, units I don't think we need a unit, so you can remove it, this column from here, or there is an option to remove column from here as well from the menu. So any option we can select, remove this column. Scale we can keep, and then this country specific, I think this is just a blank, and we don't need this column, so we can remove this column as well. You can see for each year, this is the data which is available for all the years, column wise. However, for better preparation of data analysis, or for better visualization, we need to have these columns, data in a column space. Like it should not be a year and their values. It should be row wise for each country, then their respective all years, and then their GDP data. It will look good and it will be helpful for our visualization as well. To do that, what we can do, we do have these years. There is one powerful features with the Power BI desktop. Just select this year 2014 and then select this year 2021. Now once you have this, then go to this transform menu here, and then there is a option which is available is unpivot columns. This is one of the powerful feature which will translate all but currently unselected columns. Now just click on this. Now when you click on this, you can see the data has been changed. We just have two columns available instead of there are 8 to 10 columns for each year. Now you can see multiple countries, but their years has been shown for each country. Now you can see. Now this data looks good from the visualization perspective, and we can use it very well to get all the data. Now we will give some name to these columns. So this attribute is one column which says, means we should rename it. We can rename this directly, double single click there, or we can just right click on here and just click on rename, and we can select this year. And this is a GDP data, so we can give some name as a GDP. This data looks good. The other thing which we need to verify while data preparation is all the columns has correct data types. This is very important. Basically, country should be a character field, then description should be character field, and then this year should be a number or a year data type. This GDP should be in decimal value. However, right now I can see means we don't have this correct one. This GDP, you can see this icon is ABC. This is character, year as also character, and the others also character. So now let's see one by one, means if there is one anything we need to change. Now we can change, country is fine, character, then subject description is fine, scale is also fine, year we need to change, but before we change we need to see all the data. So basically, let's see if there is any unwanted data. Like it should not be like when we change any data, like if you wanted to make this column as a number, we should verify all the data, it should be number. Otherwise, if there are some rows which are in character field, then we cannot change that value. So just try to verify this. You can see all the numbers, so this column should look good. Then select this one, This GDP value, let's try to see if there is anything. Okay, so there is one value which says NA, so we can unselect this and we will keep, because we cannot convert that to number. We can just exclude that and just click on OK. Now once we have done this, now you can see we'll try to change this data type. Just click on this icon here which is says ABC. Right now you can change this to whole number because this is an year. As soon as we change the data type, it move to right side. Now this GDP data is a decimal number. As you can see, just click on this decimal number and then that will be changed to decimal. Now this is how our data looks, and you can see all the applied steps. You can see means whatever we have done, like source extracted table from HTML, then we have promoted headers, then changed the type, removed some columns, then we have unimputed columns, then filter rows, and then change data types. So these are the some of the transformations or the applies processing we have done for these tables, and that will be uh, helpful for our understanding. And we are done with this data preparation. And what is the data transformation we wanted to do? We have done this like renaming column and all those things. Now we will put it in Power BI desktop as a data model. This is our data model where we will use this to create our powerful visualizations. To do that, just click on this apply and close and apply, and it will load it in a few seconds. Okay, we are ready, means our data model is ready, and we can use this data model to visualize the data. You can see there are options available here: country, GDP, scale, and this all options, all columns and all data we can use to our visualizations, that we will see in the next video. In the last video, we connected to the web source. We took all the GDP data for all countries, and then in the query editor, we have worked on some of the transformations, and we formatted the data correctly. Now, what we are going to do in this video, we are going to build some visualization so that you will get an idea about how we can create some visualizations, like, and then we'll do some changes to the charts as well, that we will see it here. You can see this is something which is available here as a table one, which is having these columns, like whatever we have added, like country, GDP, then year, like these are the columns which are available here. Now this is something which is we are not able to see it properly. Now if we just click on this country, then this visualization will automatically create it, but this is not that meaningful what we wanted to do it. What we will do, first of all, we will try to see the data how it looks like. Now if you see, there are views, report, then this is the data, and then there is a model as well. Now for this model section, we will see it in detail later. For now, we will see this table. Now you can see this is how it looks like, columns which have been added. You can see wherever you see this icon, like this summation icon is nothing but a measure or number format. You can see this is, and the other ones are just alphabetic columns. A country basically just all the countries, but there are some categorization of the data as well, which we can do it here as well. Now you can see this country, then you can see above here country. If you select any of the column, then it gets changed. But for now, let's see country. Then data type is text, that is fine. Format, this is text, this is also fine. Summarization, we don't want to summarize because this is alphabetical data and we don't summarize it. Category, data category, we can categorize this. Basically there are categories available. You can see address, place, city, county, then country as well, latitude and longitude as well. Basically these all categories will help us to build a visualization, and the tool will able to understand it better when it is building the visualizations. For that matter, we need to categorize this, and if you are aware about the data, then we should categorize this. For now, we have this country column. Just select this country, not this county, but this country. Now when we do this country, this is fine, means in the data it will not have any effect, but you can see on the right side this has been changed, this icon has been changed. Now this icon has become a globe, which is specifying that this is a country category. For others as well, if you want, we can do, but we don't want to do it. This is a year, and we don't have these categories. Like suppose if you have pin code, postal code, or any barcode, then only we can categorize. But this is not. This cannot be categorized. We will go to now. Now we will go to visualization now, and we'll try to add one chart. Let's say we will add this column chart. Just click on this, and you can place it at the center like this, or you can just scroll like this, or move it like it will show like this, and you can move it. Let's try to keep it at the center. Now we don't have any data for now. We can do this. First of all, we need to add some of the columns. When we say axis values, and then there are some tooltips, legends, these all are meaningful for adding our data. First of all, let's try to add some GDP value. So we wanted to see GDP for all countries. First of all, let's try to just select that particular GDP column and just drag it in the values field here. Now it will show all the GDP in total for all countries for all years. What we will do for axis, we will add year. Let's say for year wise we wanted to add. Now you can see for year wise the GDP data is showing, but we have a country dimension as well, which we can add it so that it will be bit meaningful again. Then country is, we can add it in a legend field. This is something which looks somewhat good, but this data is too much. You cannot differentiate means and how much data, and all. There are so many countries year wise, so and there are so many countries displaying here. If you wanted to see any other, then we need to scroll right like this. This is something which is not required. We can filter out some data. So filter option is available here. You can see filter on this visual. Just select this country, and we have basic filtering where we can just in basic filtering, what we can do, we can select particular country like this, and it will show up like this. But this is not what we want. Instead, we will try to filter top 10 countries for this. Here filter type, we need to select top 10, and then show items top or bottom if you can, but we wanted to have top 10, so just select top 10 here and add values. So by what? By which field? We need a GDP. So just drag this value in this by value field. That means we can see this GDP means top 10 countries which is having the GDP higher, and click on apply filter. You can see this data is a bit minimized. We just see 10 countries and their years, and you can see this is something which is useful. However, when we say countries, we should be not using a column chart, but we can use a different chart available as well. Here we have a map chart, which is we can use. So just try to click on this. This chart will become map. This is something which is showing year wise and all those things, but maybe we don't want a year, so just unselect it so that it will look good. Now you can see this is all has been changed. Now there are some settings which we can do hit here, where for countries location is country. Now we can add a legend or latitude or longitude for this. And there is one more thing which is available here. There are two settings available here. Analytics, we are not going to go in analytics detail now. There is a format option where we can format this. So there are so many formatting option available, but for now we will just select this category and we will make it on. When we make it on, that means it will show up the country names, because just seeing the bubbles, it doesn't make any sense, or we cannot able to identify which countries are these. Better to have this data category on so that it will show up the country names. We can make some color change as well for this country name as from here. You can see this is something which is I have changed the color. I can increase the font size as well. Font also, if I want, I can choose something else as well. Bold, italic, all the formatting options we can do it. Background color, if you want to change, you can change it. So this is one visualization, and we can give some name to this uh, page as well, that this is the first, or maybe we can say country wise GDP. So this makes something meaningful. This is the very simple one visualization which we have created, but this is how we can create a map chart, we can say. And there are various charts available or visualizations available here. You can see there are so many charts available, and we can use as per our requirement for this. In this video, I wanted to show only this, and if you have any questions or comments, put it in comment section. If query editor, data model, visualizations, there are so many terms we have seen till now. However, before we understand this in detail, let's try to understand the Power BI desktop workflow so that it will be helpful for understanding the complete end-to-end structure of this Power BI tool, and this will be helpful to understand flow of the applications we are creating. There are three main core areas of the Power BI. One is data preparation, the other one is the data modeling, and the third one is the data visualizations. Now, data preparations we have seen in query editor, where we have connected to the one data source, and then taken the data and then done some transformations of the data, means maybe some column renaming, some data format changes that we have done in this query editor. That is query editor. Once we have this done this query editor, then it comes to be a data modeling part, which has two part sections: data modeling and data visualizations. In data modeling, we have data view and relationship view. Data view we have seen, relationship we haven't seen. In data view, we can see complete data in a tabular format, and that we can do, and where we can assign some categories to the database columns. So this is data view. In relationship view, we haven't seen it. However, this relationship consists of different tables which can be joined together, and then that can be used to create a visualizations. So this is, we will see it later in detail. And once we have this data view and relationship view is a kind of data model, we can build data visualizations which we have already created, which is nothing but we have created one map chart which was showing the GDP data for all the countries. So that is the data visualization, and in data visualization we have different charts, like charts, bar chart, column chart, pie chart, map. There are so many charts which are available, and we can build our report based on these visualizations which are available in the tool. So this is the basic workflow. Means once we have data prepared, then we have data modeling, where we can see data view and relationship view and can make the use of it to build a powerful visualizations. This is the workflow which we should understand before we go in more detail about this course, and we will see more detailed practical examples in the coming videos. First of all, we will try to see the various query editor interface, then Power BI data modeling interface. That we will see in the next videos. In this video, we will see about the data model interface, what are the options available with the data model, and also we will see the query editor interface, where we will see and we will get to know many details about these interfaces, so that it will be helpful for us to understand more details about this tool. And in the coming videos, we will see more practical examples, so that it will be helpful. First of all, let's see data model. As we saw in the last video, where we have three core areas for the Power BI: data preparation, data modeling, and visualization. So these are the three core areas for Power BI tool. So first, when we say about data preparation, we have a data query editor that we will see. In a data model, we will have this visualizations which we have created here, and also a data view and the data relationship view as well. So three things: visualizations, data view, data relationship view. Basically, visualization will consist of all the visualizations which we are going to add as a chart, different charts or tables. Then this table view is something which is available here, and where we can see all the options available with the table view and the data, and what are the things which we can do with this table. Data relationship view is something which is not meaningful right now, since it is just a one table we are having, but when it comes to multiple tables and joining with the multiple tables, this data relationship will view is very helpful, where we can join different tables, we can specify joins, then their coordinates, etc., etc. When it comes to this data view, we can see there are different options available here. If you click on here, we can see there are options available in the this home ribbon. Now, when we say about this, when we click on any column, we can see these column tools are available. Means it just shows its name, different data type, format, whether to summarize or not summarize. Here, whenever it is alphabetical, then it will say don't summarize, because it will not able to summarize. Just count summarization we can apply for the alphabetical data. For the measure or the for fact values, we can sum on different types like average, minimum, maximum, count, and distinct. So these are the things which we can apply here. We can categorize as well, whether it is a latitude or longitude, or means if there is a any other field which is we can like country, county, postal code, anything like that we can categorize. And this we have seen in one of the example where we have categorized this country as a country data category. There are some other options, sort by columns, group data, which can be useful when we prepare the data. Now you can see whenever we click on this table, there is no column tools menu available here. So only thing is like this all things are interactive with each other. We can see whenever we click on this scale, the column tools options gets open. Whenever you click on table, then that gets disappeared. But these are the things which we can have it in. When we have a table view, we can add a new measure or quick measure, and that can be added as a separate column here. This is all about the data model. In data model, we can, based on the different visualizations, where we can play with this, and these are very interactive. We can just uncheck this and this will be unavailable here. If you want, means there are very formatting things as well, which we can do it from here. There are some other things which are we can do on this particular formatting so that it will look good. Then we do have data drill and things as well, where we can drill from one report to other, or one visualization to other. That is also possible with this drill through option. These are all things about the data model. Now we will see the query editor interface. To access the query editor, we have seen in our previous video how to connect to the data source and then get the data, and that in query editor interface how we have transform our data. To go back to the query editor, you will have this option here in home menu, transform data. Just click on this transform data and we will get query editor interface open. Now you can see whenever we say this query editor interface, there are various steps available here, and the basically applied steps is one thing which is very important here to understand. Means whenever we get any data, like whenever we connect to any data source, at the first place, is it a source, then how it looks like, and then we have extracted data from the HTML, and then it looks like this. And then you can see there are various things which are applied here, that there are no column names. The header was something which is wrong, which we have corrected, and then we promoted headers. Now we can see this is promoted header. The main interesting thing is, suppose if you wanted to revert any of the step, then we can just click on this cross icon here, and we can just once we click on this, that particular step, we can go there. So from here we can go to the last step as well, or from here to here as well. And this rest of the steps, if you wanted to delete, we can remove it from here. This is very cool in terms, if something goes wrong and we wanted to revert our changes, this is we can do. This is applied steps. Now, when we see other options here on the table side, column side, we do have other features available here at the transform. where we can see unpaired columns is one option where we have seen transpose reverse rows. All this we are going to see in detail with the examples as well. There is add column, then we do have this formula bar is one thing which is there. So whatever we have done, so suppose this step is one there, let's say remove column. So we have this formula which is here, it is showing table dot remove columns and change type units to units and country. These two columns we have removed, and that it shows here. We can see this remove columns formula. If you are not able to see this formula bar here, just click on this formula bar checkbox so that it will be visible. There are other options about column quality, column distribution, column profile that we are going to see in detail. There is advanced editor as well, where we can see some more options which are there, but this we will see it in detail later with the example, so that it will be helpful. No need to worry about that right now. There are other options about this in tools, but that we will see in detail later. For now, we should be just aware about that. This table name also we can change. So if suppose there are multiple tables in a project we are working, and then we wanted to identify the table name. So first table may be financial data, the second table may be asset related data, the third table may be something location related, something like that. So that can things can be done with this rename. So this is the query editor which we should be aware. There are many options where we can see these things, like we can split columns by some delimiter or by some character or by positions. Then we can group by options we can use, where we can group the data by some columns. Then we can merge queries, append queries, and other options available here as well. There are three options available: close and apply, apply and close. And depending upon the close, we will do this close. If you just click on close, it will not save the changes. It will just close. Apply will save the changes. Close and apply will save the changes and close as well. For now, we will not apply any changes, and we'll just close, and we'll come to the main visualizations window. So this is all about data model and query editor interface. And as we go through our course, we will understand more detail about this, both the things with the practical examples. And I hope whatever I have explained here about the query interface and the data model is somewhat useful for you. In this video, we will see some of the project settings, recommended settings, which we are going to use throughout this course, because we are going to work on a project where we will be needing some source files, and then we will be working on that source files to create our project. And for this, we need some settings. So to do this, we will open the Power BI desktop at the first place. Close this pop-up window. This is the just a blank project which is created, but we need some global settings which we need to be applied to our project. For that, just go to files in options and settings, and here in options we need to have some regional settings to be applied. Now you can see global and current file. Means global means whatever reports we or whatever projects we are going to create, that setting will be applying here. And for current file means current project which we are going to create for this particular. So we need in data load, we have this regional settings. So this we need to select this as English United States. Why this English United States we need to select? Because this is what we are going to use going forward, and the formats like date formats, other currencies we are going to use in this English United States regions. So that's why we to be consistent with throughout this course, we wanted to have this English United States selected. Then for the current file, this is one thing settings we need to do in the global things. And in current file, we do wanted to have another setting, which is a data load. Means whenever we are connecting any data sources, the tool will automatically detect some of the detect column types and headers. So we don't want to select this, because all the steps we wanted to do it manually, so that we will understand it more better. That's why just uncheck these options. Then there are relationship between data sources on first load, and then auto detect new relationship after the data is loaded. This is also unchecked, and that because if it is auto detecting everything, then it is going to be something which is we need to manually check everything, means whether it is correctly loaded or not. So that's why we wanted to uncheck this option, so that all the steps we can perform manually, and this will better understand means the tool more detail. Just click on OK, and this will say that some settings require changes requires a restart. That's fine, and we will restart the Power BI desktop, and then this will affect the changes. However, before restarting, just click on save the settings. These settings, whatever we have done, we are going to save this, and we will make this as a first templates as a name, and we will just save it, and we'll close the Power. Now, when we restart the Power BI desktop, then this will automatically take the effects of all these things, and we can directly going forward, we are going to use this project template. The other thing which I wanted to do is to you to download the source files which are we are going to use. So there is these are the this is one file which I am going to place it the GitHub. The link for that is available in the video description. Just go there and download this file, because this file is something which is we needed. And in this file you can see there are some source which is available like this. There are three source files, CSV files, which we are going to use in our next videos, so that we can create a new project, and we will see step by step everything, how to connect and how to build visualization and other things related to the data model, data preparation, and an analysis as well. And in the next video, we will see about how to connect to the source files, and then we will take it forward from there. In this video, we will see how to connect the CSV files in the query editor. There are three different CSV files which we are going to connect to the Power BI desktop, and this is we are going to do with the query editor. We have already seen how to add one file, how to connect source with the website. However, in this video, we will see how to connect the CSV files and multiple CSV files Power BI desktop. Now, to click, first of all, we will see there are say three files: query editor, source files. I have already given this data to you in the GitHub link. The link for that is available in the video description as well. These are three files which we are going to connect, and this is the zip file which I have provided, and you can just download it from the GitHub file repository, and then we can use it going forward. First of all, let's try to open the project templates. In the previous video, we have seen some of the settings which are applied as per regional settings, and then some of the other global settings which we have applied. That we need to use it, and this is the project we are going to use going forward. Now, in the previous one of the video, we have seen how to connect to the data source, and we can use these options of get data, and we can use this from here's text CSV. However, we wanted to work in a query editor, so in this video we will use the other option, which is a transform data here, and we will click on this transform data. When we click on this transform data, a query editor opens, and from here there are various options which are available, and we can connect to our data source. Now you can see this is the new data source. A new source we can select. We have quick option here has available as well here, but just click on this new source, and a pop-up window will come, and it will ask to select the source file. Now from here we have different options, but let's select text or CSV files. So that's what we have, these files, and just click on connect. Now we have some files which are available here. Let's select the first one. This is the CSV file which is available. Just click on open, and it will just take few seconds. Now when we this is imported, you can see file origin is fine. This is Unicode. The delimiter is one thing which is we need to understand. This is there are different delimiters available, like equal sign, semicolon, space. But what is delimiter? Let's try to understand means by looking at the files. If you open this file, then you can see that there are delimiter that each column, whatever the column which is here in double quotes, is separated by a comma. You can see this different commas available here. So these are nothing but a separator between two columns, and that's what we are using it as a delimiter. And we just have data type detection based on first 200 rows. Just detect the data type, but yeah, it will not show complete data, but it will just show its preview of the data. Means just click on OK. Once you click on OK, you can see there are this column like tab in a table format it shows up. There are various columns available. You can see there are various issues as well, means like column header is in the first row. You can see there is applied steps. We don't have automatic data type detection and other steps which are applied. We have seen earlier that it gets automatically change the data types wherever it feels like. Wherever it is alphabetical character data, that it makes as alphabets. For numbers it makes number. That kind of things is not done because in our settings we have selected not to auto detect all these data types and other things. Now, these are some of the issues we can see, but we can correct it later. Let's try to connect the other source files as well. Now, in this way, we can just select the quicker way. The second file we will connect. For second file as well, we will use the same settings, which is comma delimiter, and we will not do any changes here. Overall, the data looks good. Just click on OK. And the third file we will connect again. This is how we have connected three files. You can see these three CSV files has been connected to this Power BI in the query editor. And we have seen, I mean, there are some issues which we need to connect, no correct column names like this is given like column 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. We can correct it, but not in this video. In the next video, we will see all this formatting and all these things changes related to this three files and so that our data in data query editor, it looks good. In the last video, we have seen how to connect to the different data sources. There are three CSV files which we have connected in the query editor, and we have understood that there are three files you can see here, or three queries which are available here. And in this video, we will see how to remove rows. There are different ways to remove some rows, how to keep rows. There are options available about how to keep rows, and then we will see about removing the empty rows or blank rows from the query editor as well. So at the first place, let's get started how to remove some of the rows at the as you can see, there are some issues. As we saw, there is on the first row there is column 1, column 2, column 3 and like this. And but however, this is not the column header. Column header should be like this, which are appearing on the row 2. Now here you can see, if you wanted to remove this, then there are options available. If you select this one, then there is option available in the ribbon here, where remove top rows, remove bottom rows, remove alternate rows, remove duplicates. So basically remove top rows, if you say, then we can say first rows, we can remove number of rows. How many rows? So the first row, if you say, this is the one way we can remove this, and then this will. So let's try to see the other option. Second option which is available here, remove rows. Just click on this and you will see remove top rows, bottom rows, alternate rows, remove top rows. Let's see, means we will see again, we can say remove rows. Now this is one option available, how to remove rows. Basically there is another option which is available, remove bottom rows is fine, means we can remove some of the rows from the bottom, same as how we remove from top. However, there is another option, remove alternate rows. If you click on that, then we can remove rows in particular pattern. Basically first row to remove means which first row we need to remove. Suppose we wanted to start from a second row, and how many rows to remove. Let's say we are removing 3 rows, and how many rows to keep. After that, we wanted to remove keep 5 rows. That means we will start from row 2, we will remove 3 rows, and after that we will keep 5 rows. That means if you see, we will try to remove this second row, then we will remove these 3 rows, 4, 8, 12. These 3 rows will be removed. Then we will keep 5 rows, 24, 28, 32, 51 and 533. These 5 rows will be there, and after that again we will remove 3 rows. Again we will keep 5 rows. Like this it will happen, and just try to see means how it works. Now you can see there are 24, starting from 24 to 533, 5 rows kept, then 3 rows has removed. You can go back to the first, you can see the 3 rows has been removed. It started from 24 to 533, then again 3 rows, 36, 40, 31 removed, 44, it again started with to 44. Like this we can do with this removing alternate rows. However, don't want to do. Just wanted to show you, so I am going to remove it. Now, then second thing is we don't want to keep this column headers as like this: column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4. We wanted to make the changes. We wanted to keep this first column as a header, so we have this option as use first row as header. We have the other option as well here. We can choose use first row as header. So let's try to do that. Now you can see the step as promoted headers. Now this is all we can do with this removing rows at the first place. Now we will do this for the other rows as well, like this. We will make it as a use first row as header. For third row as well, use first row as header. Now we have made all the three queries. Table has fixed column headers. Now the next thing is about filtering the rows. Suppose we wanted to filter some of the rows. Now you can see here this data looks good because we don't have anything like something which is unwanted. Let's say means we have everything in the country and we don't have anything like that. But in the second query, you can see there are some fields as NA and we don't want to see it. So how to filter this data? Basically, if you try to filter, there are two ways. You can go in the this filter option and just click on here and type NA. Then you can see that NA is there, and if you just remove this, then this filter will apply and the data will be filtered out. But the problem is like it will just filter it out for others as well. So basically if you click on OK, then you will not see that Afghanistan country here which was here, but that has been filtered it out as well. Basically this is not the right way to filter out NA values. Basically we will see what how we can do this. So the useful way is like you can just search for the NA values and click on OK. This is the way we can filter out the rows. This is the proper way we can filter out the correct rows, and there is no issue in the filtering out these rows. Now let's see means if there is something else. If there is, I don't think there are any rows with the NA values. So this is all about removing rows and then filtering rows. We can keep some rows as well. Like we can keep top rows, keep bottom rows, and keep range of rows as well. Means if you just wanted to keep first row as fourth and number of rows as 12, let's say, then we'll just keep this 12 rows. So this is also a way to do this keeping rows. This can be done from here and here as well. Keep top rows, keep bottom rows, keep range of, keep duplicates and keep errors. The next thing is I wanted to show you is about the blank rows, how to remove the blank rows. Now whenever we see this first table, you can see these are green lines here in under this column. You can see if you just mouse over it, you can say zero error and zero empty rows, and all these rows is having the same things, which is zero error and zero empty rows. Now you can see there is no red line or something which is having an error. In the second table as well, you can see it is similar where there is no row, no issues. And the third, you can see there are some rows which are empty. You can see it here. This is something which is showing that there are some 11 empty rows, like 1% data is empty rows. And if you scroll down, you can see there are some empty rows available here. You can see there are some empty rows available here, and we don't want these empty rows. How to remove this? Just click on this and you will have this option of remove empty here. Just click on this, all the empty rows will be removed. Now you can see there are no red area where it just shows all green line. So this is the way we can remove it. Let's see means if there are any other options available here. Just mouse over it, and there is an more option about this here. You can, if you click on these three dots here, then remove empty. So this is also one option which is available here. This is how we can make this empty rows removal. There is one more option which is available here. If you just click on these three dots, you can see we wanted to, if there are any error, then we can remove this error, or keep errors, also keep duplicates. This is also options we can use, and this way we can made our data as a qualitative one, means it should not be having any errors or any issues with the data. So this is something which is we can do with this tool, and there are various options available, as we have saw in this video, that how to remove the rows, how to keep the rows, how to remove alternate rows, how to keep some rows like this, and then we have seen how to filter out the unwanted or unexpected data like NA that can be removed, and also we have seen how to remove the blank rows. This is what we have seen in this video. The one more thing means we wanted to see this, once we have this, if we just save this now, when we try to save this, it will say that there are pending changes in the queries that haven't been applied. Now we, if you want, we can apply that, or else there is an option of as well apply. So we have applied these changes, and now we can see this is applied in our query editor. Now if you just want, if we can save, then this will be saved, and this will be applicable to our main window. We can just close this. You can see this is the data populated here, the three tables which are available here. Then we will see how to use that this data next in our visualization. In this video, we will see about the data formatting and handling some of the errors. This is possible that whenever we are doing any data processing in query editor, it might be possible that whenever we convert any column data type to another, and whenever we are doing any processing, it may be possible that the errors may be occur. That how we do, how we can handle it, and how to correct that error, that we will see in this video. Now we have this combined data, where we will see, first of all, let's try to see what are the data formats which are having for each column. So basically country ID, this is a number, and we do have this saying as a text field, but we will make it as a whole number. Country is a text field, so this is fine. Year is again a number field. Basically year should be a date format, but we don't have a date, day and month in this year for in this column. That's why we can make this as a whole number as well. So just make it as a whole number. Age group is fine, something which is text as of now, but then for this, this is the way which we can do this, where we can automatically correct the data types. Basically whenever we load any data, the Power BI tool can automatically detect their types if you have selected their properties. But we haven't selected that properties. We have disabled the automatic data type detection earlier while doing the project settings. For now, what we can do, we will just scroll right, and these three columns we will try to make it as automatic detect type. To do that, in the transform menu, you have this detect data type. Just click on this. Now you can see this has been changed to 1.2, like decimal format, all these things, because these are the numeric field, and that's why it has been changed. Now, whenever we do we are changing the data type and formatting, there might be possible that the errors occur. So let's try to apply this, because we cannot do this. Means the data will not be processed until we press this apply option. So just click on this apply option, and then it will start processing the data. And if there are any errors in the data, then it will show up that error. Now you can see that when this load has happened, means we have applied the changes, but it is showing that there are some error, like one of the load queries contains an error. So we can see there are these many rows loaded. However, there is an error. To check the error, what is exactly error, just click on this view errors. So let's see what is the error. You can see this error has opened, and there is one row which is having error. So let's go back, and you can see this population total column is having this error. Now uh, why this is so, just click on this, and we will see means what is this error. We can see this error which is says couldn't convert to number, and this is actually the total which is after this error, and it has just appended. So total of that particular two columns is something which is the number which is given here, but it is not able to convert it. That's why it is having this problem. Now, how to fix that? Let's go back to the main query, and we will see means how to fix this means one of this will have this error, but let's try to do this like we can just remove rows and remove errors. This is one of the way we can do this, remove errors, and this will delete the entire row. However, this is not the right approach because it may contain some valid data and we just need to correct that particular column value so that entire row will not get deleted. For that, what we can do is we can replace value with the error. Wherever you see error, you can see that whenever we see this error, it is not able to find it because it doesn't have that particular data type. It cannot find because its data type is number. For that, we need to remove this change type so that it will show up here. Let's try to replace values. We'll just try to search for the error, and we will copy this number, and we just wanted to replace it with this. Now we can see there is this red, it's not red bar here, it's just a green bar. So we have corrected this. Change the data type back to its format. Let's do this. Detect data type and just make it as apply. This is the way we can fix the errors which are coming in this our data. Means this is quite possible that means whenever we do change the formats of the data or data columns, then it may be possible that the processing may not be happen just because of such types of errors. So we need to correct it by this way as I have shown you. In this video, we will see about pivoting and unpivoting of the columns. This is a very powerful feature which is available in this query editor of the Power BI desktop application. Before we understand what is pivoting and unpivoting and how to use it, let's try to understand with the example. Basically, this is one of the example which I have written here. We do have some values like product as mobiles and TV, and we do have year wise their sales quantity available. So basically, this is data available in terms of year wise. So this is pivoted data means like we do have mobiles, and for mobiles for each year, this is the value. For TV for each year, this is the value. However, to better organize our data and to use it effectively in Power BI visualization, we can unpivot this. And how to unpivot this? Basically, when we unpivot it, like we can do like this. Basically, mobiles will be appearing like this, and year wise, this column, like whatever the year row was there, it will become as a column value. It will by default call it attribute, and we can rename it as a year, and then this is the years which are there, and we do have values for each of them. So whatever values which are appearing here, that will be becoming as a value. So we can make it as quantity sold. Same for TV as well. And this is what is a unpivoting of the columns. And the main thing is like we can pivot and unpivot data. Means if you don't want to pivot unpivoted data, then we can pivot it back to the way it was originally. So this is the way we can do it. And we will try to see this in our project. Let's go back to our query editor. Now you can see here we do have which column means we can apply. We do have year, but we cannot apply it. But there are two columns which are population male and female, where for this we can apply this pivoting and unpivoting of the columns. So how to do this? Basically, what we will do, we will whatever these two columns are there, we will just make it as a rows. To do that, just select this column, and in transform menu you have unpivot columns. So if we just click on here, we do have unpivot columns. So whatever selected columns, it will unpivot or unpivot other columns. This feature will just will pivot other columns apart from this. This will not unpivot a population male column, whatever selected. And the third one is unpivot only selected column. So this will basically do the same thing as unpivot columns, whatever selected. But if you do select multiple as well, then it will have select two as well. Let's try to do this population male unpivoting. Just select this and just click on unpivot column. You can see that this is attribute column came with the population male and its value respective value. This is the way we can do it. Now This is unpivoted. We can directly delete. This is the first step to pivot it on there. There is one more option available here, which is pivot column. Just click on this pivot column and it will do the same thing which is already there. So when we select a pivot column, then it will ask to select which column. So basically, when we select, let's say, let's go back and we'll try to will not select this. We just wanted to pivot this column. So just select this column and just click on this pivot column. Then what will happen? It will ask use the names in column attributes to create a new column. So basically, it will ask to select one of the values, respective value, because that we need. So we can select value, and there are some advanced features, which is aggregation value. Some basically we will be using some now, and but this aggregation functions we will see in detail later. Just click on OK. If you do this, then you can see there is a step applied as a pivoted column, and it will make our state as original things. Now you can see this is what it is happen. Let's try to delete this column. This population total we don't want. Just click on delete, and we will see. Now you can see both of these columns has come back to its original state, and now uh, we will try to do both the columns at the same time to unpivot. Just click on these two columns and just click on this. Directly you can click on this unpivot columns or just unpivot columns or unpivot only selected columns. So let's select this option. Okay, so this is done unpivoting of this column. You can see there are two rows, which one is for female and one is for male, and it's showing its respective value. So we can say we can just rename this column as gender and its population value. So this is done about pivoting and unpivoting. I have shown you this practically. If you have any questions, then please put it in a comment section. In next video, we will see how to split this column so that it will be useful to see in a data in a meaningful way. In this video, we will see about how to split columns. We do have some data which looks redundant. If you see this column, which is a gender column which we have created, and you can see this data seems to be redundant, like population dash female and population dash male. So this seems to be redundant. If we make just somewhat meaningful like male and female only, then it will be very useful, means to identify and to create our visualizations. How to do this? There is one feature available with the Power BI. You can see the split column where we can split these characters, whatever the values which are available between one column and the other column, like after this hyphen. Now let's do try these options. There are multiple options available. So let's go one by one. Let's see, means if you wanted to split by positions, just click on these positions. Now what this will do, it will start from 0, and wherever you wanted to split that number we can specify. Let's say if we wanted to split from this dash, so let's say how many characters are this? 2, 4, 6, 11. Let's put 11. There is an advanced option as well where it says columns or rows. If you wanted to apply for rows, then we can select rows. In our case, it is columns, so let's select that and click on OK. When we do this, now you can see there are two columns which are there. Yeah, now you can see there are two columns which are I have created, like population dash and then male and female other column. Like these two columns are prepared, and we will see means the other features. So let's go back. Now we will see the other option available, how we can do this. There is by number of characters is also an option which is available here. Just click on this by number of characters, and you can specify how many characters. So we do have 11 characters which we wanted to split. Uh, so just specify by number of characters, like 11 characters. If we specify, then it should split from that character. We have this once as far as left possible once, or we wanted to do for each row, so we are choosing repeatedly. There are some advanced options available as well, whether it is again for rows or columns. In our case it is columns, so let's select columns and click on OK. All right, this is two columns has been prepared the same way how it was done by number of positions. This is also doing the same thing with the number of characters options, where you can see the first column contains of population dash, and then second column contains of this male and female. So this is a separated. We wanted to see the third option which is available. So let's go back. Now the third option is available here which says by delimited. This is again option where we can have any character between, like any symbol or any special character in between the two words, then we can split by doing that. There are options available here like colon, comma, equal sign, semicolon, tab, space. So in our case we don't have a colon or comma or any other sign, but we do have a hyphen, so this is it has taken by default. And then from leftmost to delimiter or rightmost delimiter, each occurrence of the delimiter. In our case, the leftmost means from it will start from left and it will see the first delimiter. The rightmost, it will start from right, and whenever it finds first delimiter from right, then it will split from there. And each occurrence of the delimiter means in case in our one column, in case in our one row, for each value there are multiple hyphens or minus signs this, then we can split based on that. But in our case we just have this one delimiter which is hyphen, you can see here, and then we can just select leftmost delimiter, so that is fine. Advanced options, again this is for rows or columns, so in our case it is for columns. Quote character, if you have, means we don't have like anything like that, but so we are not selecting this option, split using special characters. So there are some special characters as well we can select, but in our case it is not required. Just click on OK, keep this default quote character and just click on OK. Now you can see this is what happened, means now one column just contains population, the other column contains male female, but if you notice there is no dash after this population. Is earlier in whatever the two options we tried, both of them was showing this dash here after population, but now this is not showing. So we can rename this column as gender, and I think this is not required, so we can just remove this column from here, and we are done with this splitting of the columns. This is the way we can split any of the columns, and if there are any requirements like multiple characters or special characters, that also we can do. And this is what means when we have large number of data, then we need this feature many times, so it is very useful. In this video, we will see about grouping the queries. Then we will see some of the ordering of the columns, like moving the columns from one place to another. Then also we will see some of the sorting features, means how we can sort different columns and how that looks like. So this is we are going to see in this video. First of all, let's see the queries. So in this project, as of now, we do have 4 queries, the 3 original queries and the fourth one which is combined one. However, when we have a large project, we have multiple queries, and there we need some grouping of the queries so that it will be helpful for us to organize the queries and to design the data in a query editor. For that, we can do this, just right click on this, and here we can just make it as a new group, and we can give the name something like that, initial queries. So a new folder gets created, and then we can just move the queries from here to here in this folder. This is the way we group the queries in a single folder. This is helpful for us to organize the queries much better and to use the data very effectively in the query editor. Now the next thing is sorting of the columns. Basically, when we see some of the columns which are here, let's say, means if you wanted to sort this, how to sort this, we don't have any options available in the transform menu for sorting. If you can see in the transform, or when we right click on this, we don't see any options here available here. But to sort any column, just click on here, and there is an option of sort ascending and descending. Let's say I just wanted to sort descending. Just click on this, and it will take some time to sort it. Now, this data is sorted with the year. You can see the highest year is appearing at the first row. Now this is the first row we have sorted. We can sort by other columns as well. Let's say, means we will just try to sort it with the country. Let's make it as a sort ascending here. Now this is the way it is sorted. The country column is also sorted. Now you can see when you apply the multiple sortings, there is a digit appear will appear, means the first row will be year is sorted, then second is country. So if there are like 4 to 5 columns which are sorted, then it will show up the numbers in the column header so that it will be helpful. So this is one of the good thing which is Power BI desktop is showing, and it is very helpful for us to get the sequence of the sorting. This is one thing which is we can do this way. There is another thing which is suppose we have these columns which doesn't feel ordered, so we can just move it this like this, means to the left or like this. Suppose we wanted to move this column to the left, then this way we can do it, or there is another option in the transform menu where move, we can say left, right, or to the beginning or to the end. Let's say to this. This is ordering of the, we can select two columns at once, and then also we can move it to right or left together. So these are the things which are we have done till now, means we have just ordered so that it will be helpful for our next videos. That's it. I wanted to show in this video. We will see in the next video about the theory section about the star schema which we are going to use in our project, and that we will see in our next video. In this video, we will try to understand star schema theoretically, because as we are going in more deep in this course, we will be using star schema in our data model. And before we see that practically, we should be able to understand what is star schema. Most of the time you might have heard about the star schema or maybe snowflake schema. So there are different types of schemas which are available while we design the data models in the data warehouse. Now we can say in this project or in this course we will try to understand a star schema, and that's what we are going to implement. To better understand a star schema, we need to understand first dim table and fact tables. So basically dim tables is nothing but the dimensions tables. Fact tables are nothing but the fact tables or measure tables. In the dim table, we do have different character types columns, or maybe date types columns, times, year, quarter, that kind of data columns which are available. Dimension tables basically describes the various entities and its attributes. And in fact table, this is nothing but a measure value where most of the times it will contain the values which are numeric in terms of like cost, salary, sales revenue, product, total sales, sales quantity, that kind of things will be available in the fact tables. First of all, let's see dim tables. These are some of the dim tables which I am trying to show you. Like this is kind of a dim tables. We can say products which will have this kind of information. You can say product ID, product name, product category, product description. Like there are other columns like customers, which is having all these their details. Then time also, like date, year, quarter, and month. This kind of details will be available in the data. Dimensions table, sales point is also one thing which is can be available. While the fact table is something which is different, which contains all this information, but there are basically units sold, total sales, and total cost. These are the three fields which distinguish from the dimensions tables, because this is something which is available across other dimensions tables, means all the dimensions tables which are holding some fact or actual values, that will be held in this fact tables. Now you can see this sales details is a fact table which consists of product ID, that is nothing but this coming from this product tables. Customer ID is coming from this customer table. Then date ID is coming from this time table, and then region ID is coming from region ID. So basically all the IDs will be held in the fact tables, and then uh, all its values, like suppose what are the products sold, how many products sold, that can be noted it down here, and at what time, so that will show up here in the data ID. And then customer's name as well, customer ID, which customer has bought how many quantities or how many units, and in which region or country or city, that can be shown by this region ID. So basically products information will be stored in terms of product ID. Customers information will be stored in terms of customer ID. Time related data will be stored in the date ID column, and region ID will be stored in terms of region ID in the sales data, and all other this field is aggregated data for each of these dimension tables. This is basically structure, and when we join this table as a star schema, what how we do is this is the way we can join this product ID can be joined to this customers ID can be joined to customer ID, then data ID to data ID, region ID to region ID. So these are the tables which are joined. Sales tables like fact tables will be at the center point, and rest of the dimensions table will be around it, and that will be joined to the sales tables. This is something a typical structure of star schema where fact table is the main thing, and around that there will be dimensions tables, and this is what we are going to use. So this is something which is very useful to understand, and everyone should understand this star schema, and this is we are going to use in our next videos. In the previous video, we have understood the typical structure of the star schema, and in this video, we will see how this star schema can be applied to our project which we are using. Let's say right now we do have this table which is having a combined query of three queries has been combined into single query, which is like this. If you see, we have this all this type of data which we have available here. Now, what we are going to do, this is the combined query, and this table is not like a fact table or not a dimension table, but to make a star schema like structure, what we will do, we have this table. First of all, we will make this table as a fact table where we will add two columns, which is age country ID, age group ID. This is a unique identifier for this table, and year, gender, these two columns we will keep, and this population. So basically we will try to keep this country ID, then age group ID we are going to add it, country and age group we are going to remove this from this column. Like this, if you say, means we will create another dim region like dimension table which is having country ID, then country and region, these three columns, it will not have a population column, so this is a fact value. And in dim age we are going to create age group ID, age group and category. So the age group ID will be coming from this table, age group will be like the age range, and the category will be maybe teenage, adult, kind of that category. We will add an additional column, and when we do this we will then again join with this like country ID will be joined to this unique ID of this fact table, then age group ID will be joined to age group ID of this fact table. So this is one kind of a structure we will try to create, and in this we will try to implement the star schema. Now let's go back to our tool and how we can implement this. We do have this query which is combined population data, and we when we have this data, what we will do at the first place, we will try to replicate this table. Before we replicate this table, we'll try to understand, means there are two things which are available with this. Like if you right click on this, there is option of duplicate and reference. No, and also this is there is an option here as well, duplicate and reference. Why we wanted to duplicate this table, and then because we wanted to create two new dimension tables and just modify the existing tables, we just wanted to remove some of the columns from this current query, and then create another two tables which will have these only dimension columns and not the fact column. That's why we wanted to see these duplicates and reference. Before we implement this, let's try to understand what is the difference between duplicate and reference. Now, as you can see, these are the this is one column which is we are having, and we have applied different steps like remove column, sorted. There are so many steps we have applied. As we can see here, these are the different steps. Now, let's try to understand a reference. When we say reference, then that means but Power BI desktop will create another query which will reference to the original query. But this source steps, whatever are there, will not be applied to this reference. We can create multiple reference table, like this is the reference one, and then we can create another reference to, like this columns we like these queries we can create, and this will be created as a new tables. This is just a referencing or pointing to the original query, but these are the separate table. Only thing is, what are the steps which are applied in between for this particular original query will not be applicable to this reference. Regarding the reference thing, there is one thing which is, suppose if you have created this reference table here, and if you are trying to modify this query or just try to delete this table, then it may not be possible to delete it. Let's try to see it. We have already seen this in append queries video, where we can see that this is the data population. The first two queries is combined with the third query. That is why it is like this, and this is just nothing but a reference table. So if you just try to delete this, then it will not say that this cannot be deleted because it is being referenced by another query. This is nothing but a reference query, we can say, to this table. Now let's try to understand the duplicates. What happens when we do a duplicates? In duplicates, the copy of this query is created along with the steps as well. Means whatever steps which are available here, means whatever it is, then it is available. So it is just an exact copy of the everything, and with the steps as well. And if you wanted to redo any steps in that particular table, then we can do this. So this is the difference between these two table. Basically, when we say query, which one to use, whether it is a reference or a duplicate, when we wanted to modify the existing original query or maybe a delete, then we should not be using the reference one. We should use the duplicate one, because that will be helpful to work it as an independent table or independent query, and this will be reference. So as this is a dependency to this original table, then it may possible that we cannot delete this data if it is not required. So that is one thing which is our limitation, we can say. So when we wanted to see, means it's just a large table and we modify, we need some amend in the report. If we need some updates in the report, then we should use the duplicate feature. So this is just a difference between duplicates and reference. And in the next video, we will try to create this reference table and duplicate table for our star schema project for our application. In the previous video, we have seen the difference between the query duplicates and query references. And in this video, we will see create the query duplicates or references and what is the actual use of this. And then we will try to create a dimension region table as manually, and we will try to import some of the data, and then we will see how this data can be utilized further in our project. Now we have this data where we combine population data is our query. Now to duplicate any data or to reference, let's try to see, create a reference first. Right click and this reference table. Just try to move this to in this other queries, and we will rename this as dim region. Now you can see this table is created, which you can see this apply steps is there are nothing in the apply steps, while when you can see in original table or original query, we do have all these steps applied. And this is a reference, means when we create references, we don't get the actual all the steps applied, and it's just a reference to the original table. While when we create a duplicate, let's try to create a duplicate. Just right click on duplicate, or you can create from the table from here as well. Right, just select the table and select this menu and select duplicate. When we create a duplicate, you can see the duplicate has been created, and you can see all the steps are applied here. While in reference, when we are creating, we don't have this steps. So this is the difference. Basic difference means this is a copy, and as for this dim region is a reference to this. If you just wanted to, if you can just try to delete this, it will not allow to delete because it has a reference by another query which is dim region. So we cannot delete it. This is reference, while this table means doesn't have any reference, but we can delete this, and I don't think we need right now. So we'll just try to delete this. Now we have all this dim region table, but we don't need all these columns. Basically, we just need country ID and country and some region details. So we will try to just remove all these fields. Select these fields. You can directly right click on from here, or you can just use this option as remove columns. We don't need, because all the columns which are population and other things we are going to keep in the fact table. So this is the dimension table, and we just need to keep it a dimension table. Now when you can see this data, it seems to be a redundant data or maybe duplicate data. So we can remove this duplicate value. How to remove this? Just right click on this column and you can select remove duplicates, or else there is an option to select this option for entire table and just select remove duplicates here also. But if you are not sure, just right click on this, and then there is option of as well here where you can say remove duplicates. So this is also possible. Just right click on this and just select remove duplicates. Now when we select remove duplicates, it will just try to keep the distinct values. After removing duplicates, you can see this is something which is the data looks unique now. We will try to see if there are any blank values, and this all the IDs seems to be unique, so there is no blank values or no duplicate values appearing here. So this is looks good, but this is a dim region table. We have named it, but we haven't added any region column. So what we will do is we need some region specific data. For that, what we will do, we will import one CSV file where we have this region specific data. I have provided one source file in this video description where you can find those source files like this, and particularly there is a CSV file. Just open this file and you can see that this is having the region code and like this, and the description of this. We will try to add this region specific file in our project. Let's try to do this. Just go back to this in the home menu. You can select new source and a text or CSV. Just select that file and click on open. It is imported. We can see that it is just showing the two columns because there is a delimiter which is taking by default that as a fixed width of 0 and 3, which is not which we want. Basically our data is tab delimited, like just to so select tab as a delimiter, and you will see there are 5 columns which will appear now. Just click on OK. This is what the query is prepared as a third query where we do have some data. Now we don't want this all these columns. Basically we just need some values which are like code and this ID column. So basically we will keep these two columns and we'll remove these other columns because we don't need all these columns. We can select this remove columns or remove all other columns. So basically whatever selected which is there, we will not need it. Now you can see this is the type of the data it is showing now. We can just remove this column, so and we will rename this as ID. Basically, in dim region, we have what is this country ID. The similar way we can have this column name as a country ID, but for now I'm just making this as ID intentionally because we need that to fix some errors. Now you can see there is some red error we can see here, which is there, and I think there are some empty rows which we need to remove. Just click on this column and remove rows. You can say remove blank rows. Just click on this remove blank rows. When we do this blank rows, still there are some data which is showing as blank, so I think it is not working. So there are some blank rows. I think if you just select this data, let's see means what is it. So this is something which is there. Just try to remove this. To remove this, you can just I think use this remove empty option. Just click on this and I think that will go up. Now it will not show the blank values. This is the codes region country region table we have created. Now to get some region specific data like what is CC code or what is AS, what is UU, then we need all this information in a descriptive format. So we need to have another table which is the which we need to create. We'll just try to remove the duplicates from here. And now you can see there are just few values which are there. Basically this CC and hash is nothing but the header. So just make it as a header, as a first row, use first row as header so that it will be like this. So we will make it as ID, and this is a country code. So this data looks good now. When we say enter data, just try to copy this. Just copy this data and now we will create another table which will have this region description or region full name, because this is just a code. So click on this enter data and we will create another table where this is something which is having this code. So we will just paste the code which are available there, and we will see this is something which is this codes are there, and we will add another table columns. We can add as many as codes here, but we don't need all these things. Here we will say region name. Now this is, we will just type it manually, as this is Asia, Europe. Okay, all right. We have created this table. We will just rename as a region table. After clicking on OK means you can see this table is created as third table, but not all we wanted to all this. We have three tables now, but all this information we need in this table, like country and country ID and country, and then this is the information which is having these code values, and then region table is having all this region name description. So basically we need this region ID from this, or country code from this table to this. From region table we need a region name. So these are the three different table. We need to join them, and we will see the new feature how to do that in the next video in the detail. Before that, we will see some theoretical sections as well to understand means the next functionality. In the previous video, we have seen adding a dim region table and having a region table which consists of region name. Now in this video, we will see how to add this column or any other columns to a particular table, like as a third column which we wanted to add as a region name. So for this, we are going to use a Power BI feature which is a merge query, and this we will see theoretically and practically as well. And after that, we will see different join types as well. There are various join types available in this Power BI, and that we will see theoretically and practically as well. Now let's try to use these merge queries. Before we do this merging of the queries, let's try to understand theoretically what is merge queries. Suppose we have this data which consists of the query one consists of the customer ID, product price, and the second query consists of customer ID, customer name. Now what happens when we merge these queries? Basically, when we merge this query, you can see this columns gets merged. Now how, on what basis this columns gets merged? The unique ID, which is a ID column, which is having this is here, like 393 are the ID in the first table, and 3 and 9 in the second table. Now what happens, whatever the common IDs are there, for that it gets added. Like if you can say 3, then there is this product name and the price, and then customer name will be taken from here. For customer ID, whatever the customer name it is getting applied to this. And if 9 it is there for it is, so it is taking 9 as this. That means combining the two queries based on the unique ID field. This is a merge feature, and we are going to see how this can be applied in our report. Let's go back. Now we have a region table. We just need this region name there in the dim region table. So let's try to see how to use a merge queries option. There is a home option, there is a merge queries option. There are two options available: merge queries and merge queries as new. Will have merge queries will do, it will take the existing table and add another columns or any other fields in that particular query only. And merge queries as new will create a new table that will be created as a separate query. So this is something which is we can use we are going to use this merge queries option because in existing table we wanted to add a region name field. Let's click on that. Now this is the dim region table, which is we do have country ID and country name column here, and in which table we wanted to join. So there are various tables which are available. Let's try to add it to region table, and this is what we wanted to see. Now you can see there are data available. The only option means before merging, we need to consider that the fields in the second table are unique. That means whatever the values, there should not be a duplicate or there should not be an empty values because it will cause an error. So that's why means we need this dim region to be connected to the region table, and it should be unique values. And then there is a join kind. You can see there are almost 7 to 8 join you can see here available, but which one to use, and this is all depend upon the data and what type of data it is there. But before we do this, let's try to understand where is join kind which is available here. Theoretically, let's try to understand. When it comes to join kinds, we again have two queries for as an example just to understand. This is the query one will be a left query and query two will be right query. There are three main types of the joins like outer join, anti-joins and inner joins. In outer joins, there are three types: left outer join, right outer join and full outer join. And in anti-join, we do have left anti-join, right anti-join, and inner join is just one type. Now, what is outer join? Let's try to understand this outer join. What happens when outer join, when we do outer join, like this two tables when we join with each other. Now, when we say left outer join, that means it will take all the columns from the left. So whatever the columns which are available here, it will take all the rows from the left query. That means whatever the rows available, like if you can see this XYZ and this cells, and you can see all these three has been taken, and this cells column values also has been taken. Now the third column, which is this one, is coming from the second query, and it will be taking the value from the ID which is matching with this. Now you can see X is matching with the X, YY is not matching, so it is YY is not taken. Z is matching, so Z is taken. Basically, the concept is all the values from the left table and the common values from the second table. That is the left outer join. That's why you can see this NA is there just because it doesn't have any matching. So for this row, it doesn't have any matching here. So that's why it is mentioned as NA or maybe blank value. The opposite is the right outer join, where in right outer join, all the values from the second table will be taken and the matching value from the first table. Now you can see XYZ, XYY, Z. So these are the three columns like is taken, like this one and this one is taken as is, and whatever the matching. So in matching values are X and Z are matching. So you can see X and Z are matching with the first table. So that's why it is taking, and for the YY value there is no cell, so that's why it is mentioned as NA. So this is a right outer join. Now when it comes to third type outer join type, which is full outer join, in this you can see all the values from the first table it is taken, and all the values from the second table also it is taken. There is no matching performed between them. So whatever the values coming from the first and whatever the values coming from the second, that is taken from that. Now you can see this is what how it is taken. Wherever you see NA, that means it doesn't have a matching between the two tables, but anyway it will take those fields as well. Now the next join is anti-join. In anti-join as well, there are left anti-join and right out anti-join. Now you can see this is how it is. In left anti-join, when the two queries are joined, XYZ and XY these values. So left anti-join means it will take the values which are not matching. That means whatever values which are not common between them, that will be taken, but it will consider the left. So that means X and Z are matching here, but Y is not matching here because it doesn't have any corresponding value. That's why it will take Y. Now the right antijoin is opposite to that. It will take the values from right query. That means YY is not matching with the first query. That's why it is taken this YY, and NA as a cells. There is no cells, and that's why NA and this region name. So this is something which is right anti-join. Basically, it is an intersection between the tables. Whichever is not matching, that will be taken as a left or right anti-join. And third type is join inner join. This is very simple. It just whatever the rows which are matching between them, that will be taken. So we do have this X and Z rows matching with this second query. That's why it is taken as a these two columns. Whatever values which are not matching, it will not take that. So this is the different join types which are available with the Power BI desktop, and this is very much important to understand about these joins, and we need to use this as per our data. Means it's not like that we can use any joins. It is all about the data requirement and how the data is there. Now let's try to see practically again merge queries how to do this. Let's try to select this test codes country region table which is having this country code, and we wanted to add region name here. How to do this? Let's select this table and just use these merge queries options. And now we will select. Now it has thrown an error which says select column of the same type. Means that means this country ID and the ID which both we are trying to merge should be of the same type. Now what's the problem is, like, let's say means I think country ID is we have selected as a number, and but ID is a character data type. Let's go back, and you can see this country dim region is whole number, and let's try to see this is, yeah, this is what it is, a character field. Now you can make it as a whole number, but before that, doing that, let's try to see if there are any blank values in that. Here also we will see means if there are any blank values, this is also fine. Let's try to correct this. We can just make it as whole number. Now this is as we have changed the data type. Now we will see this country ID as well here. It is very much needed to see the data. Means this bar we should be able to see that there should not be an error in any of this. That is very important. Now let's try to use the merge queries option here. Now this is the first dim region table, and we are going to select this other second table, and let's try to see this country ID column and this ID column. Now we should able to see this one left outer. It will take some time to load this. When we do this left outer join, we can see that there are 193 rows matching out of 199. We need to see why these 5 rows are not matching. So let's try to see why this is not matching. Let's do this left anti. That means whatever all rows which are coming from left, which should be coming there only. Now after this left anti-join which we have applied here, now you can see 193 rows has been excluded, and just 199 rows has been there. Let's try to see. Now let's try to see which are the 6 rows which are not matching. Now you can see there are these 6 rows which are appearing here, which is not matching with the main dim region table. Now we wanted to add this in the dim region so that all the rows can be included. To do this, let's try to add one table here. Here you can just select enter data, and we will rename this as countries to add. Just click on OK for now, and we will see which of the columns which we wanted to add it in here. We'll just try to take this column which is, just copy this data. We'll just go here on countries to add and just click on here, and we'll just paste that columns. Now we can see these 2 columns we have added. Let's rename this as ID, then country. We need 2 columns which is region name and region code. So this is Europe one, and rest of them seems to be Oceania, so I am just putting it as Oceania. And in region code as well, I am just putting as U. We are done. Let's click on OK. Now we can see this is something which is basically we don't need this country name column, so just try to delete this. Click on OK. Now we have added this table, means with these 3 fields like region name and region code. Now we wanted to append this with the test codes country region. Now just to before we append this code, we need to see whether the data type is correct or not. I think before we do this, there is some errors which we need to fix on this. Like there are 4 empty rows, so just click on this remove empty, and now the bar looks green. Before we append this table, and with this table, like means all the 6 rows we need to add it in this table. Let's try to understand that the data type of the columns and the column names should be same, means it should not be a different. Otherwise it will not append successfully. Now let's try to see this id column is number format, and this id column is character format, so let's make it as a number format. And we do have region name and region code, so rename this as region code and region name, so that all the data IDs and columns are same with their data types as well. Just try to append queries now. Just click on this append queries, select the table which is we need to add it, and click on OK. Now we wanted to see, let's see means if there is anything which is there, like let's say 1835 is added or not. Let's try to see means in this whether yeah, you can see this is added, so that means append our append of the tables has been successful. Now let's go back to the dim region table, and we should see means if, while it refreshes, we should be able to see that all the rows are matching correctly. Yeah, now you can see there are 6 rows which were not matching, is not happening in our dim region table. So this is what we want actually. Let's go back to this merge query, and we can see this now again, and we will try to do instead of left empty left outer join, we will try to do this, and we'll this will again take some time. This is just time consuming to estimate the matches and to display it. Let's wait for it. All right, our merge was successful, and you can see all the 199 rows are matching now, and just click on OK. Now we should be able to see all these things which are correctly matching with the two tables. So this is what the merging is happening, and this will take some time. We need to wait for that. Now we can see this our data is there, and we'll just select region name here which we wanted to have it. Now we can see that all the data looks good, and we should be seeing the region names respective region names. It's always better to check our data, because we are there may be possible that there will be some duplicates or some errors in that, so that while doing this we need to make sure that everything goes correct. So for that we need to see means if there are any duplicates. There are 2 rows which is available here. Armenia is showing for region Asia and Europe as well. So this is something which is we need to see means why it is like this. We'll just go back to this test code company, and let's try to see the 51 code number country. You can see this is what it is having this duplicate of region code for this particular ID. So what we need to correct this. To correct this, there are 2 approaches. Either in real time scenario, it is not possible that the data will be correct, but sometimes means in this type of data we should be able to remove the duplicates as required. So for that, just try to remove duplicates, because I think there will be few duplicates. Let's try to see means how many duplicates are there. Keep duplicates. If you just show it, then it will show the list of these duplicates. However, we just don't want to keep the duplicate, and we can remove this duplicate. This is not ideal approach, but yeah, means in this our project we can do this. And but when it comes to real-time projects, maybe you need to see uh, why this data is duplicate, and then maybe corrected at that place. If you do this, I think this will correct. And now we will go back to this dim region, and it will refresh again, and it will show us the data if it is coming any duplicates. Now you can see this, there is no duplicates for 51. You can see there is no duplicate, just 1 rows, and you can see this is now correct, looks correct. Now there is still one thing which we need to correct is country ID. Means everything we are done, but I think means let's try to correct this column name, because we have country ID. Just try to see it as a country ID. Just try to make it as a country ID. Now we have done this country ID. Then let's go back to this dim region table. Now when we come to the dim region table, you can see that this is an error which is showing like a column ID of the table was not found. Since earlier while when we merged the two tables, it was having the ID column like country ID and ID column we were merging, but now we have renamed it, so it is doing that. So if you refresh that as well, it will not work. So just go back to this merge query option, and just select this option, again and country ID, and then we will select left outer join, and again last time we will wait for this. Alright, our merge is successful, and just click on OK, and the data error what it was showing here, it should be gone now. Now you can see the data is there, and you just don't want to do anything. Just click on this so that it will come correctly. Now the last thing which is there, we can see that in as you remember, there is a Oceania. You can see Oceania is appearing as a country, whereas it is just a region. So we just need to remove this. So to remove this, let's go back to the source table only, where we will remove it from the country column, so that it will be, because this is a reference table for this dim region. So we will just try to remove this Oceania from this. The data is loaded now. Let's see Oceania, where we see the Oceania. Just exclude this and just click on OK. Now this will take some time to refresh the data again, and it will reflect in our dim region table. So we will see that just in just few seconds. Now I have refreshed the dim region table as well, and combined population data table as well, and you can see that means this data should be look good now. Will not have any Oceania related country as well. That's all I wanted to show in this video. I hope you have understood all these things regarding the join types, then merge, append, and how we perform these various options practically. In this video, we will see to create a dim edge table. We have already created dim region table. Similarly, we need to have a dim edge table, because we have learned that means we are going to implement the star schema for our project. So we already created dim region table now, and we need a dim edge table which will consist of age group ID, age group, and category. The fact table we will create it later. Now to create a dim region table, let's try to see this original table. We will just create its reference table once again, and we will rename it as image table. So we got this table, we have renamed it as image table, and what we will see means will remove some of the columns which are not required. So basically country ID and country we already taken in dim region table, and in dim age table we just don't need this. Gender also we don't need it. We just need age group table column, and we will remove other things like population value will go into the fact table. Just select this and remove columns, remove other columns. We can select this. So we have got all other columns deleted, and now we do have this age group column only. Let's try to remove duplicates out of this so that it will have unique data, because this is something which is consisting of all the data, so we don't need that, and that's why it just we need some specific data. So just try to click on this and just remove duplicates. Select this remove duplicates, and it will uh, give the unique values. So we have got this age group column created with the duplicates has been removed. So we do just have specific distinct values here. Now we need to have some column which will have the index like ID. So age group ID we need for this. So what we will do, we will add a index column here, and we do have one feature with the Power BI which says adding an index column. Just try to see this in the add column ribbon. We do have this index column. Just click on this. There are two options, from 0, from 1, or custom. So basically whatever we wanted to do, we can do this. Let's say miss custom as well option is also there. If you select starting index is 0, or maybe starting index is 0, increment how many rows it should be increment. Suppose we said 3 rows it should be incremented, then we can select this as, and it will become like starting from 2 and incrementing by 3 means 2, 5, 8, like that. Now this is the way it gets created. It starts with the 2 and then increment by 3, then again increment by 3, like this, 2, 5, 8, 11, like this index it creates. But we don't want to do this. I just wanted to show you, so I have created it. Let's remove this. We can do this, add index column and just click on from 0 or from 1. But basically we don't want to start from 0, but we wanted to start it from 1. So let's try to do that. Click on from 1. We got the index created. You can see starting from 1 to 22 it is created. Now we wanted to do some categorization like age group categorization. We can rename this column like age group ID, and we'll just move it here. So this is the way it has been created, starting from first to 22. This idea has been created. Now, what we wanted to do is we wanted to do some categorization of the this age group. Like for 0 to 4, we can say like baby. For 4 to 14, we can say child, and from 14 to 24, let's say a teenage. Kind of that we categorization we need to do that, and we need to add an additional column for this age group categorization. For that, we need to use this date, this age range, and by using this only, we need to do something. So basically, for now, I'm going to show you one feature, extract feature of this Power BI, which will extract some age. The basically, we will extract the age, which is the maximum age in particular group, like 0 to 4 the maximum age is 4, so that we will try to extract and put it in one column, and then maybe we will try to create some conditional formatting which will create a age group categorization. So let's try to do that. First of all, let's see, means there is transform extract option is here. In transform also there is an extract option here, and in add column is also then extract option here. So basically the difference between the transform and extract is transform extract will work on the same column, it will not create an additional column. However, when we use this extract feature from add column ribbon, then it creates an additional column. So let's do that. Extract. So basically we wanted to get some last characters, last two characters from this column. So let's do use this option. We have different options like length. We can specify how many length of characters we need to, let's say three length we have specified, and then first three characters will be extracted, first characters, then last character range also we can do that. We can give some delimiter as well, text before delimiter or text after delimiter. So this is also we can do that. This let's try to use this last characters options, and we will say two characters we just wanted to remove, and click on OK. Now you can see a separate column has been created with its last two digits. Like you can see, wherever you see hyphen, it's a single digit, that's why it is showing a hyphen here, otherwise double digit here. Here also there is 00, that means this is 100 plus. Now what we will do, we will just try to remove this dash, and how to do remove that, just use the replace function, and wherever you see dash, I'll space. Now you can see this is the means this is the result after the extract has been used. We have got the highest date range. We just will just correct this value, which is here. We'll just replace it with 100. Now here I have replaced this 0 plus with the 100 so that it will looks good, and all the data looks good. I will just rename this as age group max, so that it will looks good. Now what we wanted to do is we wanted to use conditional formatting. Like let's say, means if the age is 0 to 4, then we should be calling it as baby, or if it is 14 years, then we will make it as a child. Like that we will mention here, and we will make that a separate column with the conditional formatting. So basically we need to make it as a first as a whole number, this as this is a whole number. Now we can see, means I have just make it as a data number format for this data type, and now what we will do, we will do use the conditional formatting, where we based on the age range we will make its category. Now to do that, just go to the add column, just use conditional column feature, and in this we will say column name will be age category, and in this first we will say age group max as a column, and here we will mention if it is less than or equal to 4, then we called it as output as a baby. Then we will another we will mention for the others as well. If it is 14, then it's child. For others we will mention if it is 14 to 24, let's say, means then it is a teenager. Now 14 to 20, 14, sorry, 24 to 34, we will say it as a young adult, and one more category we will make it as, if it is till 64, we can mention it as adult. And lastly, we need to have whatever above 64 is senior. So you can just mention as else and make it as a senior and click on OK. Now you can see a new column has been created with its category, and this is what our deemed age table looks like. So we have done with the with this table, and I think we will need to remove this age group max as column as well, and other columns, three columns, we will keep it is. This is how we can create, means in this video we have seen how to use a reference table, and then from the existing table, then we have created some indexes for the column, then we have created index for the table, and then we have used the extract feature, and lastly we have seen the conditional formatting or conditional column, which is used to create the categories. In the previous video, we have seen how to create this dim region table and dim age table, and we have created these two tables. And these are the dimension tables. And for the star schema to be completed, we need a fact table as well. If you haven't gone through these videos, the previous videos about creating this dim region and dim age, then please go through that. The link for that is available in the video description. In this video, we will try to see how to create this fact table, and also we will see some mathematical operations to be performed on this. Let's go back to the project. So as you can see, we have created these two dim dimension tables, dim age and dim region. And now what we are going to do is we wanted to create another fact table which will consist of some population details. So basically, when we do have this original combined population data table, we will just try to create a reference object of this, and then we will keep some of the columns which we need, and we'll remove others. First of all, let's try to do this. Create a reference, right click just on this particular table and click on reference. This is created, just move it to here. Let me create a new group where we will just mention it as a data model, and I will move this dim age and dim region table here, and also this combined population table here. Just will try to rename this, let's say fact population. This is something a performance issue, means as of now we are seeing it's taking too much of time to just to load the data, means whenever we are doing, but we are going to fix this after this video, because this is something which we need to see, and if there is a complicated data, then it takes a lot of time. And but there are some options which we can do, the some settings which needs to apply, and it will reduce time a lot. For now, let's wait. Now we have got this data loaded, and now we can see the columns which are there. Now what we want means, basically in region table, we do have country ID, and that will be joined with this fact table on the country ID. But for DMAJ table, whatever we have created, we do have age group ID, but that is not connected with this fact population table, means that column is not there. We do have age group, but we need a age group ID column. To do that, means what we can do is we can use the feature of Power BI, which is merge option. Like this image can be merged with this fact table. So how to do that? Let's select the merge option from this. Let's select this merge queries, and we will just make it as merge queries. And here we will select this dim age table, and we will select, we have age group, and we will select this age group, both of this table. And it will take some time now, and but we will wait, and then we will see. Now you can see there are all the rows are matching between these two table, because we have all the data age group matching. So just click on OK. We have got this one. Let's click on this, and we will see, means we don't need all this. We'll just try to we just need a age group ID and not other columns, because this is the column which we are going to join with the dim region dim age table. Just click on OK. Now you have got this age group ID, and now what we are going to do is we are going to just move it to this side. Now this is the ID which we can join with our dim age table, and this country ID will be joining with the region table. Now you can see we don't need all these columns so in the fact table, because this country related information is having in the dim region table, age related information is in the dim age table. So we don't need all this table. So just try to remove some of them. So you can do this, choose columns, click on this choose columns, and from here we don't need all these columns. We just need this country ID, then age group ID. These two needed. We don't need a country. Gender is we need. Year also we need, because we don't have that these two columns in other table. So just click on OK. After adding this column, we have got the fact table columns as we required, and we can see country ID, age group ID, gender, year, and population value. The only last thing I need to do in this is this population value. Basically, this population value is something which is in thousands. However, it is seems to be in a decimal. So we will do one mathematical operation, and we will multiply this number with the thousand value. So to do that, we will just select this column, and then in the transform menu we do have this various mathematical operations. You can see in standard that we can see add, multiply, subtract, and all these options. So just click on this, and what we will do, we will just select enter the means multiply this column with the thousand value. Just select OK. We got this multiplied, and now we'll just make its data type as whole number, because this is not a decimal value. Now you have got this data type corrected, and it is a whole number, and our fact table looks good now. So this is the final step of our star schema project. We have done all these three tables. You can say dim region, dim age, and fact population table as well. The only last thing in this section is remaining is about some performance, because this is as of now this is taking too much of time to load any data or any processing. To change the data type as well, for this it takes like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, like that. So we need to correct this, and we will see that performance settings in the next video. In this our data model creation, we have created three tables: data, dim region, dim age, and fact population. Basically, we just need these three tables, and but we don't need other tables. However, because we have these three tables, we are having we are seeing so much of performance issues. Means while loading, means if I wanted to do a simple task of changing a data type of a particular column, it is taking at least 2 minutes or so. That is what it is time consuming, and this is what we are not expecting at this point. And whenever we are working in a complex project, and this is very much required, that we should be able to do some performance optimization as well. So in this video I'm going to show you some of the performance optimization tricks which we should use so that our performance of the project is significantly improved. Now there are a few things which we wanted to see. First of all, when we see this Power BI window, first of all, if you in the report view, and then if you go in the data in the table view, you can see there are so many tables. Now, before doing this, let's try to see what is the project size. Means whatever we have project we have created till now, like creating two tables and one fact table, how much size it has taken. So for that, wherever your project is saved in your local folder, navigate to that folder and see the size. In my case, my project is saved here, and you can see this project size is around 36 MB. So that is very much high, we can say, for a project which is consisting of just three tables we have created at the moment. Let's try to see what we can do to improve this. Now you can see there is an option in the data view where we can just hide this table, hide in report view. Let me try to hide in report view. This is one option which is available, where when we say hide in report view, and if you go in the report view, you will not see there's those two tables, like because these first two tables like combined population and countries to add, I have hide there, so we cannot see it here. But by doing this, let's see means whether any size difference it makes in a project size. And you can see for this project templates we don't see any size difference. This is not the correct way or correct approach. There is another approach which we should do. For now, let's try to unhide all these things. Now it will try to show it once again, all these tables. Now let's go back to query editor, where we will see means how this can be done. Now if you right click on this, and then there is an option of enable load. So what is enable load? Basically, when we say enable load, we have these queries, like say first query and second query, and we are combining for query 1 and query 2 into a combined query, which is this one. And now when we say query 1 yes, enable load is selected as yes, and enable load select yes as well for query 2, then we are making combined query 3. But when we have all this enable load selected yes for all these three queries, then in data model, actually in final, we will see all the three tables, and this will be also used for any processing or any loading. Means if you are just doing any simple operation on any of the table, then all these three table will be loaded and it will be processed, kind of that. So that will take much of time. What we can do instead of this enable load, means what will we can do, first two queries enable load, we can unselect it so that it will become no enable load, and we'll just keep it as for the third query, and in data model then it will just have the query third. So that is something which is going to improve the performance significantly. Now how can we do this? Let's go to the transform data in query editor and just right click on this and just select enable or unselect this enable load. So it will say disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visuals that use this column will be broken. For now we are not creating any visuals or not created any visuals on this table, so that this should be fine, and let's click on continue. Do this same other tables as well. We don't need for this combined population data table as well. We just need this enable load to be applied only three table. Let's remove for this as well. Now saving a project also will be quicker, and just try to save this, and you can see means it will be very quicker. This is, yeah, you can see this is immediately within a couple of seconds it is completed. Now go back to our project. Here also we can just click on save, and it is also done very quickly. Now when we do this, all this saving of the data, then you can see here also it's just showing three tables. And now if you go into our project location, then we will see the size difference. Now if you just refresh this, and you can see project templates, now it is just 9 MB. So this is a significant improvement in the performance and size, because this is something which will significantly improve our processing, data processing, and the speed of the tool as well. And this will be helpful means when we work in large projects as well. So this is something which is we need to take care. So this is the way means we can improve our performance. And if you have any questions on this or any comments, please do let me know in comment section, and thank you for watching. In the previous section, we have seen data preparation in query editor, where we have created two dimension table and one fact table. That we have seen how to create it means from the start, and there are various steps which we have performed. In this section, like section 3, we are going to see data modeling in this data view and relationship view. So basically relationship view is the first thing we will check it out, and then we will see data view. Now let's see what we are going to cover in the section 3. Understanding relationship, that there are various relationship between tables, like how they are we can connect and what are their relationships, cardinality we need to understand, that we will see. Then we will see M language versus DAX as well. DAX introduction with what is DAX, that is also we are going to see. We will see again calculated columns versus measures and categorizing data. So these are the things which we are going to see at the first place. Now let's try to see at the first place how we can use the relationship in the table. Now we have this visualizations which we can create here. In the visualization window, this is the report view where we can add one chart here for the moment. And take this column chart, and we will just try to add some value. So first of all, we wanted to have this population value, and then we will add year on the axis. So year wise, this is the data which we wanted to see. Now this data doesn't looks that good, means it's just giving some information with the year and population, but we may need to display the age category, means in which category this population is there. So let's try to add this age category in this legend field, and let's see, means now it can't display this visual because there is no relationship between this dim age table and fact population table. In the previous videos, we have seen that how we have created these three tables with their common unique ID, age ID, then we do have age ID in the fact population table as well. So this is the way we should join them. To do this, go back to this model view, and we have these different tables like dim region table, fact population, and dim age table. What we are going to do is we are going to join this. So to join this, if we try to do this age ID to this population value, then also it is going to join, but when we see the visualizations, it is not going to see that correctly. Basically, it is showing the category, but this is not the meaningful, because population field which is we are trying to do is not the actually see this population value, and age ID is not a correct way to join the two tables. So instead of that, what we are going to do is we are going to join this age ID with the age ID fact population table. Now let's click on here, just drag it and just place it on this. Now this is going to be joined like this, and if you just see these are the two fields which are going to be joined with each other. Now if you see the visualizations, now you can see this is somewhat it is looking good, where it is showing the category wise. You can see there are different categories, and it shows up here as well with the different colors as well. Now suppose we don't want to see, now let's see, means we wanted to see the data this in region wise, and we just wanted to remove this age category here, but we wanted to have a region name. So let's try to get this region name here. If you do this, then again it is not going to work. Now what we need to do is we need to add another join here. Basically we have country and country ID column, and we do have country ID column here as well. So just use this country ID column to join with this country ID column of fact population table. Now you can see that this both the tables are joined. Now if you go to the visualizations again, now you can see this chart is generated automatically with their region names. You can see this is the region name it is showing. So this is the way we can add these joins in the model view, data model view, and you can just right click on here, and if you go to the properties of this join, you can see uh, means we can go to this property and we can see the join on which field it is joined and all those things with the cardinality and cross filter direction as well. There is another way, means we can do this. There is a manage relationship. If you wanted to add it here, and then we can just click on here. The existing ones we can edit it or delete it or auto detect it as well. Means suppose we are not sure which field we should be joining between the two tables. So in that case, we can use this auto detect. For now, let's say if are going to see new relationship, and then suppose I wanted to join this image table with the fact population table, then we can select this one, this column age ID, and then this age ID. And for now it is already exists, so it is not showing here, but there is a coordinative one section, many to one, one to one, one to many, many to many. So this is one thing which we are going to see now in detail. What is it exactly? Now, cardinality is one thing which is we wanted to see it. So there, as I said, there are four types of cardinality, like one to many, one to one, many to many, and many to one. So these are the different types of cardinality we need to specify while we join any tables. But what is exactly cardinality? So when it comes to cardinality, let's say try to understand one to many, where suppose this is a customers table and this is orders table, and it is having this customer ID column, you can say, and this customer ID is a unique field, means it is not that duplicate field, or it will not be repeated values anywhere. So this is unique field, but this customer can have orders, multiple orders, like if you can see orders are there. So this order ID is unique here, but that for it customer ID is a duplicate. That means one customer can purchase one or two orders, or maybe more than one, or just one. But this is the way the data is stored, like in customers, for one customer, if you can see there, this is there are two orders, so that two order ID has been created separately. Again, for this customer 4 number, we do have this again two orders, and however for 3 and 2 customer ID, it just one order, for that is fine. But this is the one type of relationship, so each customer has unique ID. However, each customer has multiple order, one or multiple orders. So this is the way. So that way, we need to specify this cardinality as one to many. Now let's try to see one-to-one cardinality, where one-to-one is one thing. Suppose this is the table, which is the main table, passport info. We have different passport details like. But if we are just going to make different tables like passport details and person details, are these are the two tables which we are going to make. Then passport details is having passport ID as a unique one, and personal literally is having again a passport ID is a unique, and it's their first name, second name, country, and here it is just a valid and issued. These are the two columns. Now when it comes to joining these two tables, you can see only one person can have one passport only. So that is the business data, we can say, and that's why it is showing like this: one person can have only one passport ID, like that. That's why each passport is unique, and each person is unique. So this is the one thing which we need to consider, that whenever this situation is like this, one to one, then we need to mention the cardinality as one to one. So this is the way we need to do is, and that's why there are these two types of cardinality, and the third type is many to many. So the similar situation, but there are two tables where having like it's opposite like this. Means many to many means both of this table can have many relationship with this table as well, and this table is also having many relationship with the other table. So that is many to many, and many to one is when we are doing opposite thing, like this is the many to orders is many to one relationship with the customers, and customer is one to many. So these are the four or five cardinalities which we need to understand, and that's what we need to mention in the relationship when we join this table. So this is the properties section where we basically mention all these details. So you can see cardinality is mentioned as many to one. If you are sure how the data is there, then we can mention that like this. So this is the cardinality which we need to understand while designing this data relationship. Now, in the next video, we will try to see cross filter direction and active properties. So this is two important things which we need to understand while we are designing the data model. In the previous video, we have seen different cardinalities: one to many, one to one, many to one. In this video, we will see many to many relationship with the cross filter direction. So this is one topic which we need to understand in this video. The other topic which we are going to see is active properties. What is active properties and what is the use of these active properties? That we will see in practically. Now, I do have this one project. This is a separate project. The files for this is available in the video description. The link you can download it there for your practice. Now, this is two visualizations which we have created, and we do have some tables, like this is a cars produced table which is having the units produced column, year, and ID. Then cars sold is also having some units sold, year, and ID card. And products type is just giving the colors of the cars, which is with the ID car and color column. Now what happens when we are creating some visualization? These are the two visualizations which I have created, and you can see I am using these two tables for this particular chart. Like you can see cars produced and cars sold. So we are not using product type. Now when we are taking the car ID car from this table, and units produced and units sold to display. So this is something which is giving the same value. You can see for units sold, it is giving just 22,000 for all the IDs. And for the second chart as well, this is something which is I am taking the ID card from this car sold table, units sold and units produced columns, but this time also it is showing wrong values. This units produced, now it is showing 26,000, and then it is showing this units sold something which is incorrect at the every place. This is something which is incorrect, and why this is so? This because these two tables, which is car sold and car produced, are not joined with each other, or not, they are not connected with each other. Now let's try to see how we can connect that. So we do have these three tables which are there: cars produced, cars sold, cars produced, and product type. Now what we are going to do is we are going to join this with the cars produced and ID card with the product type at the first place. Now if you are trying to see the visualizations about the car produced, you can see this is not changed. There is no change happen, though we have changed add the join. But if you can see, there is an arrow which is here, which is showing the direction of the data. You can see it's like this is one to many relationship right now. It is showing. If you just right click on here and click on properties, and in the join there is a cross filter direction where it is currently mentioned as single. However, if you make it as a both and click on OK, now you can see the arrow direction has been changed. That means the data is flowing from both the sides. That is one to many, but the data can be flow from this table to this and this table to this table as well. Now you can still not correct. Now why? Because we don't have these connections correctly between the other tables. Like so, we do need this car sold and ID card with this table as well again. And this is again a one to many relationship, and we will change the properties again to from cross filter direction to both and click on OK. Now if you do this and go back to our visualizations, now you can see this is correctly showing me. So all the cars produced and units sold, these two columns are correctly showing in both the charts because we have connected it properly in both directions. So that is nothing but the many to many relationship. Like cars produced and cars sold is having many to many relationship between them, but the connector between this is a product type table, and from there we can just join this table. And because we have made this both direction like bi-directional, and that's why it is showing correctly the data. So we need to understand this as well. So this is all about the cross filter direction and how to use it. Now we will see about the active properties. Now we have this table which is we already have created, and now what we can do, we will make this join which is like this. So we have this visualizations and data relationship which we have created. You can see this visualization is like this, and if we have the join. So now if you right click on this join and just unselect this option, make this relationship active, and just unselect and click on OK. Now you can see when we make this relationship inactive or disabled, you can see these two lines between them is a dotted line. That means this join is not active. And if you go back to the visualization, now you can see that chart is not getting generated because the relationship is not set up. Now why we need this? Basically sometimes for testing purpose we just need to disable our join, or maybe we are doing some data validation and we wanted to see whether the data is correct or not. That time instead of deleting join, because if you delete join then maybe the other settings of the relationship or data model will affect. So we just make it as disabled, and then later we can just mark it as enabled as well. Like just click on this and click on OK. Now there is another way to do this as well in manage relationship. If you go, there is an option which is active. So if you just uncheck this option, we can make it as inactive. In edit as well, we can do the same thing, which is we can select this option. I will make it as active and just click on close. This way we can make use of active properties, and this is very much needed when we have complex data model and we may need to validate some of the data. That's where we need all this active properties option. In the previous video, we have seen data preparation, query editor videos, how to prepare the data in query editor. Then we have seen data modeling in relationship view as well. We have seen how to join different tables and use the relationships to build a data model. Now we are going to see data view. So data view is another section in data modeling where we need to see, and there are two concepts which are very important, which is M language and DAX language. So in this video, we will see about the introduction of about this and what is the difference between them theoretically. M language versus DAX. What is DAX and what is M language? Let's try to understand it. Basically, M language is a power formula language as the official description of it, and it is used as a data transformation. We have already seen, and this is to be applied in the data preparation stage, that is in a query editor, like before the data model is prepared. So we have seen how the data model is created, and basically what are the transformations which we are performing, like replace, ordering of the function, column renaming, then data type change. All these operations which we perform in the query editor for any columns, it's internally written in the M language from the Power BI tool. So we don't really need to write this code, but if you want, we can write this code as well. But most of the work is done by the Power BI tool itself, and this is why it is called as M language, and we don't need to learn that language very well, but it is used as in the data preparation or in before the data model is created. Then DAX. What is DAX? DAX is nothing but a data analysis expression language, and this is used to create analytical data calculations. And this can be compatible to the Excel functions. If you are very good at the Excel functions, then this DAX is similar to that, and it will be helpful for you to create this DAX functions as well. So, and where we do apply this, we apply this in the data model in the data view section, and this is used to create the insights. So insights means is nothing but creating average, percentage, or any summary related data. That kind of insights, if you when we wanted to create, we can use this DAX language, and this is the way we can use DAX. So as I said, this is used in the data model. M language is used in before data model in query editor. So these two languages are totally different. It is not related to each other, but and its syntax is also different. We do not need to learn M language more, but as a code perspective. However, in DAX language, we need to learn it, and we will see that what is the syntax, how to use it, where to use it. There are so many things. So we will in coming sessions we will learn about the DAX language more. That's what I wanted to share this in this video about the difference between the M language and DAX language. In this video, we will see practically about M language and DAX language, how it is to be implemented in this Power BI tool. We will see first of all M language, and let's go to this. This is our initial project which is we have created, and let's go to the transform data in the query editor, and we are going to check the image table. This has taken a bit to load. Now we can see we have this image table open, and now to understand the M language, what is M language? Let's try to see the first this formula bar, and what are the steps which I have applied here. These are nothing but the steps which we have performed. I mean, we have used various operations available from this transform M, like replace and pivot columns, convert, like then apply some mathematical operations. That kind of things which we have applied, like you can see rename column, reorder columns, insert reorder columns, like. But internally, this Power BI tool is applying these functions which are here like this. You can see this table dot transform column types rename columns to age ID. So and this is something which is made as type integer. So this is something which is it is showing, and when we say this is the steps which is applied, but if we wanted to see all the steps are applied, then also we can see this in advanced editor, where uh, you can see all the steps which I'll apply, like remove other columns, remove duplicates, added index columns, like these all these things are what is the its code. So basically we do not need to remember this type of code. Basically Power BI is a very powerful tool which help us to do all these steps, just mentioning the steps in the menu option. And that's why we do not need to learn this language. You can see very complex code as well here, which is having if conditions, where the conditional column which we have applied, which is having this if else statement as well. So this is one thing which is there. We can see, can we do our own custom code for this? So for that, yes, we can do that. Means for that we can go to this add column, and here there is an option. Means we already seen how to add conditional columns or any column from examples like this, or any additional column, but there is a custom column which can be created, and just click on that. Now we can give some name to this. This is like age. We can just concatenate the two columns like age group and age category. How to do this? For that you can just there are some about available columns window is also available here, which is we can just insert it here like this, and we can let's say we don't want to we wanted to add this age group. Just click on select that, and just select click on this insert option, or else you can just double click on this particular column. Now this table can be concatenated. If you wanted to have some space, then just give ampersand here, and the double quotes, and again ampersand. So this is nothing but doing a concatenation between these two columns, having one space in between them, so that it doesn't look just connected with them. Just click on OK. Now when we click on OK, you can see then other column is got created. Now we can see our age group and age category column has been created with the age group and age category data combined. This is what the M language can do, and you can see the code for this as well. Here it is available like this: age group, age category, and age group, age category. So this is the way we do our M language code. We do not need to go in more detail right now, but we will see detail later means if required. But DAX is more important for us to understand. So let's try to understand that. Close and apply this. Now let's try to understand DAX, how DAX we can implement it, and for this we need to go into the data view, and we have this DMage table. Now just click on this DMage table. Now we have similar age group and age category column which we have created now, but similarly how we can create it in our DAX as well. Let's try to understand that. So for that we can make it as a new column here, and we can see this code here, and you can just do this, like if you just give like a square bracket here, you can see that age group column you can say, and we can give just this ampersand and again a space, and do this like this, and then again we'll give this age category, and just click on this tick mark. Now this will make this age group and age category a new column. You can see it is created here. If you wanted to give rename it as age group, this way we can just rename it as well, and we can do this concatenation of the data with the help of DAX. Now there is another option which is available. Instead of this as well, we can do a separate thing as well. Like you can say a new column, instead of you can say concatenate. There is option means if you just type it as you can see Power BI suggest all the available functions, so we can just make it as a concatenate, and in this bracket we can mention age group, then comma age category. So this, and just hit enter. You can see this new column got created as well again, but now we don't have that space. To add a space, we again what we can do, instead of this age category we can do a nested concatenations. Now just remove this and add concatenate again, and you can mention in the bracket a space, comma, and then we can mention the age category, and just close another bracket. We need a two bracket closed at the end, and just hit enter. Now you can see both the we have the space in the two values. That's what you can see, age and age group, and the age category. This is the way we can do this DAX language. We need to understand means what how this DAX language works in detail. We will see DAX basics with their its syntax as well, and all this with the examples as well in the coming videos. In this video, I just wanted to show you the basics of the M language and DAX language, and the difference between them. In this video, we will see DAX basic concepts, then we will see DAX syntax, DAX data types, DAX operators, and functions. These are we are going to see this theoretically. In the next video, we will see practically how to implement this. But let's try to understand means what is this DAX basically. First of all, let's try to see what is DAX basics. Now, when we say DAX, which is used to work with the data view in the Power BI desktop. Now, whenever we wanted to see any DAX related information, there is official document available on the Microsoft website, which is available here, and if you can go through it as well. When you open this Microsoft documentation site, you can see all the detailed information is available here. If you wanted to expertise or master in this DAX, then we should follow this website only, and it is having all the information, like you can see DAX function, DAX statements, and everything overview, operators, queries, syntax, everything is there, and that we can learn from here. Let's try to see. As you can see, the data analysis expression is a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI analysis service and Power Pivot in Excel data models. So this is the DAX. Now let's try to see the DAX reference. Is the first is a formula, Then we do have data types which consist of string, number, or date time, like that. Operators we have plus, minus, then multiplication, division. Then we have functions like we have used in the previous video to use the concatenate functions. There are various functions like concatenation, like add, subtract, sum, average. These are some of the functions which can be, and we will see in the detail about these functions as well. These are basic things which are we should be able to understand, and if, when it comes to some of the advanced concepts, then it is having DAX statements where it have define, evaluate, order by, where, and that leads to DAX queries. So these are some of the advanced concepts that we will see it later in this course, but basically these are the basic things which we should be able to understand. Now, what is the basic syntax of DAX? Now, this is the basic syntax. So this is a formula name. Whatever formula or whatever calculation which we wanted to do, give it some name. This can be anything, like you can give in a uppercase letter or like this as well. Then we have equal to operator, that this is required to give the formula. Then sum function. So these are the some all the functions like average, sum, count. These are some of the functions which can be used. And then we are having this table name. This is a table or table reference, means from which table this particular field we should be able to take it. And then we do have this column reference, which is a population count. So this is basically table reference, and this is a column, is table and its column. So that is we need to specify. In between we need to give this two brackets, like opening and closing brackets for this table reference. That means for this sum, when we wanted to specify column, we need to give these square brackets. So this is a general syntax for creating any formula, and by following this standard for syntax, you can do, or you can implement any of the formulas. Now, when it comes to data types, what are the different data types? As we have seen, like means string is one of the data type, where string, its value may be ABC or any alphabetical characters that comes under string. Whole and decimal number. So whole number like this, and maybe decimal number is with like this, which comes with the decimal points. And we have boolean, where true and false, like wherever we have some condition to check, like then we can use boolean data types. Then we have date time, where we can specify dates and times for any values. So maybe some of the columns in our tables have the date values, so in that case we need to specify the date time data type. Now, another one is currency. Like there are various currencies of different countries. So that, depending upon that, may suppose one of the column is storing some currency values. So that data type should be specified as currency, and this is going to be helpful in our calculations when we do some currency exchange calculation like that. And blank means whenever it is having not having any values or any, then it is a blank. But this is a blank data type, you can say. Then let's comes to the operators. There are basically three DAX operators: arithmetic, comparison, and logical. So when it comes to arithmetic, whatever the mathematical operations like plus, minus, or division, multiplications which we perform, that we for that we can use these arithmetic operators. Then comparison operator, we can see we do have equal to operator, where we can assign some value from one column to other, like that. This is the double equal to, where it is used to compare the values between the two. Like if suppose if is, we can mention that like 2 is equal to 3. So this is a if 2 is equal to 3, that means it is a comparison. Two value is equal to, two value is same to that 3 or not. This is what it is going to check. Now, greater than and less than, again, means if you wanted to compare some values, like maybe any number. See, this is very self-explanatory, that 3 is less than 4 or not. That if you wanted to check like that, then these operators can be used. Like you can see greater than equal to and less than equal to as well. And there is a not operator as well, means if suppose you wanted to see, means whether this value is not matching with the other value, then this not equal to operator can be used. Logical operators are like something which is we can use, like so maybe condition 1 and condition 2. So these are the two conditions. If it is matched, then only it should perform some of the operations. So that is one thing which is we need to use this and operator. Similarly, And similarly, this or operator like this as well means. So this is also or operator which we can use, and in operator is something which is, suppose we wanted to check if suppose country name is in the list of uh, so and so, means you can provide some list of the countries, and we wanted to check means whether this is available in this list or not. So that type of things we can do with this in operator. Now the last thing is DAX functions. So there are various functions available. You can see here uh, text text when it comes to, we have already used concatenate. So this is one of our function where we can concatenate two text values, and this is the result. Information is number, if it is we wanted to check whether it is a number, whether it is a character kind of things, that type of functions are available in this information kind of things. This is true or false, it will return. Logical operators, where we wanted to compare, like if population is greater than so and so value, then it will assign say, this value as, then this it will assign as big or small. So it depends upon the value, it will come as big or small results. Math, there are some functions like round and square root, etc. There are various functions which are available that can be used here. Statistical, when we wanted to calculate some average values, then we can use these average functions. Filter, when we wanted to filter any of the value in the table, like let's say means in a particular column, uh, we just wanted to see 2021's data, then we can apply this particular filter here. And then date time functions as well, which we can do is like, this is a calendar functions which is very useful when we wanted to create calendar, like let's say for 2010 to 2021 we wanted to create a calendar, then we can create a calendar for this particular start date and end date. So these are the functions which are available. And if you go to the official website of this uh, Microsoft, you can see these DAX functions are available here. And we do have aggregation function, date time functions, filter functions, financial function, information functions, and these all these things, and it all the information is given here for these functions, and you can go through it and you can see what all the functions which are available. Let's say aggregation functions, you can see we do have average, count, then distinct, many of the functions, and if you can go through it, it will be very helpful for you to understand it, and you will easily understand it from this site in detail. So I think that's all I wanted to share in this video. In the next video, we will see practically about all these things, creating a DAX formula, using the data types, then operators, and all these things, so that it will be helpful for you to understand in detail. In the previous video, we have seen some of the basic concepts about the DAX, DAX syntax, DAX operators, and various things that can be helpful to start understanding or start learning DAX. And this is official website of Microsoft, where we can find more details about the DAX. You can see DAX functions, statements, operators, queries, many things which we can learn from our own as well. In this video, I'm going to explain you practically about the calendar functions. You can see in the DAX functions, we have this DAX function is having this date and time functions, which is one important thing, which is very much needed for us. And if you go to this calendar function, you can see this calendar function is one thing which can return a single column with the name date. Means that means we can create any table for the start date and end date. That is what the syntax is. You can see this syntax, and they have given one example as well how to do this. The calendar date of, like starting date is 2005 1st of January to 2015 December 31st. So this is the start date and end date given, and for this 10 years the calendar will be created. And this is very much required when we work on real-time projects as well. We need to create such calendars where we need to create the calendars first, then we need to get the quarter, then month or year as well, so as a separate column, and that can be useful in our project. So let's see how to do this. Now I am in the separate project. The link for this project is available in the video description, where you can download this project and you can practice along with me as well. We are not going to do anything with this table. We are in the data view, and we will directly just create a new table here, because we wanted to create one calendar. Let's give a name as a date, and as it is given, we can give the calendar as soon as we type the first few characters of the function, it shows up. That is very useful, means in case if you are not remembering any functions, we can try out this option. Then we you can see it is auto suggesting the calendar what is the first value as a parameter, which is start date, and the second is end date. So it just highlights, let's mention start date. So we need to specify the date function. In the date function we need to specify, let's say I wanted to start with 1990, and month is 1st of January only, as a day as well, and then just semicolon. After that you can see end date is highlighted here with the underline. Now we need to specify the end date as well. So again, give the date function, and again specify year. Let's say means we wanted to have a 2020, then month we wanted to have December, and day is 31st. Just close this second bracket as well for this calendar function, and just hit enter. When we hit enter, you can see the date is created now. The date format is taken as default, means whatever the tool is suggesting. And if you wanted to change the date format in a different way as well, like then you can just select this column, and you can see this data type is, again we can change it to just date or just time or just text. It depends upon our requirement. Then there is a format as well, means in which format you, if you wanted to display. Maybe there are various formats like date with time, short time, long time, then short date, long date. That kind of format has been given, and it depends upon means our requirement or our business how it want to display the date. Let's say this, select one of this date. Now you can see this is how the data looks now. Now the other thing I wanted to show you, that means when we create this date, we can create other columns which can give us quarter or month or just year out of this date. So how to do that? Just create a new column here, and we can mention as this is a quarter. Now, when we specify date, like just type date or something, like you can see our date column which is there, which is also showing up here. Now this we can take directly, or there is another way, just give a square bracket and it will show the columns which are available, and then just give a dot. This is very useful when, because most of the time we don't remember all these functions. So Power BI suggests this all these things. Just click on this and just select year, quarter here from this. There are other options like we can extract day, we can extract just month number or quarter number or just a year. So this way we can do as per requirement. We can create separate columns and get all these things. So just select quarter and hit enter. Now you can see this is showing the quarter one, and you can see all the values for quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four as well from here, and it all depends upon in which quarter this particular date is falling. So this way we can do that, and similar way we can just extract the year as well, by just mentioning the year in here after this date column. So this is what how we can do this. I hope this is useful for you. In the next videos, we will see some more practical DAX related examples. In this video, we will try to see how to apply some of the DAX basic functions, and also we will see some of the logical statement, like logical functions, which is nothing but the if statement, and that we will see practically in this video. Let's try to calculate the, so this is one of the table which is having this revenue for product A and product B with the dates and total cost. So now what we are going to do, we wanted to add a new column which says total revenue. So let's try to do that, new column. And in this new column, what we can do is we will say as a total revenue. And let's, if you just use our sum function, which is we have already there, and we'll just mention as revenue product A. And if you try to do this sum function, you can see it is showing as a total revenue for all these columns, which is what we don't want. Basically, we wanted to revenue for this product A and B with this total. So how we can do this? For this, we will not use this function. We will just do a simple addition of this revenue product A and B plus revenue product B. So if you do this, then you can see this is coming correctly, the revenues for these two columns getting added here. So this is one thing which we can do it. Suppose we wanted to calculate the profit margin as a separate column, then how we can do that? Let's try to do that. Click on new column. I will mention as a profit margin, and we will mention as total cost divided by total revenue. Now you can see profit margin is calculated in terms of a decimal format, and as this is a percentage, we will just change its format to percentage from here, and it will show as a percentage. You can see. However, it is just showing 34% or 28%, which is not the correct. So we wanted to get that residual value. So let's try to make it as 1 minus this profit margin, so that it will correctly show as a 65% as a margin value, and 71% like that we can see it's showing. Now this is the one way we can do this. However, there is a one problem with this formula is, suppose this total revenue is having any zero values, like let's say means one of the row in this is having zero value, it may possible. So when it comes to total cost divided by zero, then it can throw an error which says divide by zero. So that will throw an error. So for this, we can replace this division with the proper divide function. We will use the divide function for this, and what we can do, we'll just mention, and it can accepts at least two parameters. The first we will mention as a total cost, and the second will we will mention as a total revenue. If it is something which is unexpected value, then we can mention as 0, and we'll close this. Now you can see this is something which is showing correctly, this to divide total cost comma total revenue comma 0. So this is something which is showing correctly. This way we can do this profit margin calculation. So we need to understand such things as well. These are small things, but we should be able to understand. Now the other thing we wanted to see is the if statement. Now if you go in this official documentation for this DAX, you can see DAX functions. There is a DAX function as well, and you can see some of the logical functions. These logical functions are like this. You can see this if statement is there, which has this syntax as well, which checks one condition, and if that condition is true, then it will return that value as true, otherwise it will return as false. And based on this, we can perform some various operations. So this is something which is we can do. There is some example as well given for this, where if product list price is less than 500, then it is mentioned as low, or else high. So this is if statement, this is if else statement which we can say. Now let's go back to our project. Here what we can do, we can check our profit margin. If it is greater than 65, then we can say it's a good sales, or it says if it is less than, then it is a bad sales. Like that we can mention it. So for that, let's try to create another column, and we can mention as sales rating. Now here we can mention as if statement, and once you give a bracket, it says what the condition to check. Now we can see profit margin, and we need to verify if it is greater than 65%. So directly we cannot give 65% because internally it is referring to 0.65 only. So we will give that, and then if it is 65, then we will mention as good sales, otherwise we will mention as bad sales. Now this is how it is showing, like means based on the percentage, it's showing the good sales or bad sales, and that is how it is. We can use if statement. This is a logical condition checking which we can use, and there are various logical functions which we can use, that we will see in detail as well in next videos with the examples. In this video, we will see about the calculated column and measure, the two things which are available with the Power BI. First of all, we will see what is calculated column and measure, and then we will see practically about how to implement this in this video. First of all, calculated column is one thing which we can create as a separate column in the table, and it generates the results for each row of the table. Suppose we are using any sum function or average function, then this will generate a result for each row. So that is calculated column, and when we need to use it, when we wanted to do some calculation based on something which we just give some row wise calculation, that time we should use this calculated column. The second is a measure. So measure generally returns a single results of a calculation for entire aggregate value. Suppose we are using sum or average function, then it may be possible we wanted to take the calculation for the entire table. So that way, for that time we use a measure, and this measure cannot be seen immediately in the table, but this letter can be used in our visualizations or charts. This is the purpose of measure. Let's see how we can implement this practically. Now you can see we have this table which is we already have created, and now I will show you how to create. When we open this table in the data view, I mean in the data view, in table tools menu, we have this new column and new measure option. So let's try to do this new column. The new column, when it gets created, let's say means we will rename this as a total population, and let's mention as sum, and we will mention as fact population value. When we do this, you can see the population value, whatever it is there for this particular table, it shows up here for each row. So this is something which is it is showing, and you can see all these values which are there for each row. It is showing. It is basically as we are using sum, it is just a total of total population of this particular table. So this is something which is we can create as a calculated column. We can use all other functions as well which are available here, like sum, average. So there are many functions which are available that we can use. For now, let's delete this. Now we will create a new measure. So there is an option again, like new column, we have new measure as well. Just click on that, and we will get a formula to specify what is the. We will again mention as a total population, and here again we will specify the same thing which is there as a total population. Now when we create this, you can see the difference. There is no column which is created here. However, there is a measure object which is created here. You can see this calculator icon for this particular. That means this is a measure which is got created, and this measure we can use in our visualization. How to use this? Let's go back to our visualization. Now this is our visualization, first visualization which we created. I will just add another page. So this is the first page. We can create as many as pages which you wanted to do some visualizations. We can add another page. So let's try to add another page. I'm just taking another column chart here, and what we will do, I will just try to this whatever the population, total population, I will just add it is, in the this field. Now you can see this has been created. That means this is the aggregated total value of particular this table means what is the value. Similar way we can create another measures as well. And how to do that? Let's do that once again. Let me click on new measure again. Now this time you can call it as average total population, and we will use this function as average, and then again we will see a fact table. Now you can see this average population is got created, and similar way we can go back to uh, our visualization, and we can create another chart. Let's see. So this is the one which I just added, and I will add this average population here. Now you can see it is showing the average population for what it is like this, and but there are no fields like year or country we have mentioned, so that's why it is showing like this. But that we can do. This is just a basic to understand means how this calculated columns and measures works. Calculated columns works on the row wise, measures works on the entire table. That's what we should able to understand. We will see some more complicated examples in the next video. I hope whatever I have explained here is helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, please do let me know in comment section. Thank you for watching. In this video, we will try to see filter versus calculate measures. So these are the important concepts which we need to understand. First of all, we will see what is filter versus calculate theoretically, and then we will see how to implement this practically. Basically, first let's see means what is filter. So filter is nothing but one function, or we can create another calculated measure where we can use this filter function available, or it's a DAX function, you can say filter function available, and in that we can mention this is a particular syntax where we can mention the table reference here. That is, suppose in our case we do have a fact population table, so that fact population table we can specify here. Then after that we will give a semicolon, and then we will mention the filter condition. So filter condition is nothing. Suppose we wanted to get the female population values, then we can just say gender is equal to female. That kind of things which we can do with this filter conditions. So this is one thing which is applies on each row wise data. And then when it comes to the calculate feature measure is something which is on aggregate level. Like suppose we are using a filter condition, but we wanted to get the values on a table level, like aggregation level. So that time we use calculate measure, and this is what how this expression syntax is. Now you can see calculate is equal to, then we give this expression. So this expression is nothing but the any table reference or any other conditions which we wanted to give, that we can give it here. Then we have this filter one, filter two. So we can give multiple filters as well here after giving semicolon. So this is something which is we can do. So this is again means if you wanted to just get the female population, then we can use that gender is equal to female condition here. The other interesting thing is this complete filter can be used here as well. So this is also possible with this calculate function. So this is where these two concepts are very useful, and now we will try to see this practically. Now we are in this table in the data view. Now I will create a new measure here just to see how the filter works, the initial filter condition, which how we can do it. Now you can see this let's say female population, and we will after equal to, we can just use a filter function which is available here. And then we will mention the, we need to give a table which is nothing but our fact table. So we do have this fact table, fact population table, and after that we will give the filter expression. So we wanted to get the female population, so let's say that gender is equal to female. We need to give in a double quote because it is a string, and just close this bracket and just click on OK. Now when we once we create this, you can see this has something some problems, like you can see there is an error we can show here. The expression refers to multiple columns. Whatever filter we are applying, that is applying on multiple columns, and it is not converted to a scalar value. As you saw, this is not a calculated column. In the previous video we have seen how what is calculated column and what is a measure. So basically measure needs a cumulative value. Like you can see, this is something which is we have seen, and how this measures has been created, like this is giving a single value. In our case, this for people female population, this is not giving the cumulative value. So we need to change this, like for that we need to use a calculate function. To correct this issue, we will try to use a calculate function. As we have seen, means calculate we can use for aggregate level. So let's try to do that. After this female population is equal to, you can just type as calculate, and in the bracket you can see an expression. So an expression is some, in our case is sum. So this can be a function means which can be we wanted to use. So we do have this population value, so that we can use. Just close this bracket, and after that we have a filter condition which is here, which is fine already, and then we'll just close this function. Now just when we do this, you can see the error has been gone, and we can see the population female population measure is correctly showing. Now let's go back to the visualization, and let's try to see means how this can be seen. Let's take this cart option, and what I wanted to do is we will just this is just having one field. So let's try to add this female population field here, and you can see this is showing as 564 billion. So this is something which is showing correctly. Now this is the entire female population, like for all the years. But suppose we wanted to add some specific filter like for particular year, then we need to add that filter as well. So we can do that. Let's go back, and in this is the filter condition which is available here. As this calculate function, we can specify multiple filters after this one. The one approach is to use after semicolon, we can just use this filter, and again use this condition like year is equal to um, 2020, let's say. But in this case we don't want to do this. We can do it in simpler way as well. So we can add another year filter, here itself means we have learned the previously ampersand operator here, which we can use it here, and we can just mention as year is equal to 2020, and just hit enter. Now, if you do this, means you can go back to our visualization and see if there is has been changed. So you can see this female population has been changed to 4 billion instead of that big number. This is the way we can apply this multiple filters as well here in a calculated filter. Now this is the one way we can use this calculate function. Now I wanted to tell you one more thing, that in calculate function we can directly omit this filter function which is not required, and we can directly give these conditions like gender or year conditions we can directly specify after this column. So let's try to do this, how we can do this. For this, let's try to create another measure, population 1. Now how to do this? Just we need to mention as calculate here, and in that again we are going to mention some expression. So in our case we do have some expression, and here we will mention as our population value, and just close the bracket and give a semicolon. After that we need to give a filter condition. So now in our case we need to give filter condition for our uh, female gender. So now to do that, let's try to see, means we whatever field which is available here. So we do have this gender available here. Select gender and which is equal to female. And also for year 2020 we wanted to have this filter, so let's try to add that year filter as well. So fact population year is equal to 20. This way we have created another measure which will give the same results. Let's try to see, means if it is giving same results or not. Let's try to add this card again, and we will add the new population field, which is new measure which we have created here as a data field. And you can see it is also giving the same value. So that means this is the way we can do this calculation of the calculate function, and we can omit the filter of condition. But when to use which, that we need to see, and we will see that when we create some visualizations on this. Now I wanted to show you some more calculations on this. Like let's see, means how we can copy one measure to other. Like if you can see, we cannot copy these measures. If you wanted to do it, if you right click on, we don't have any option to copy any images. Like if you just wanted to duplicate this, let's say, means we wanted to have this female population for the same female population filter, then we can do that, but we cannot do it. So how to copy this? Then we do have this, we can just directly click on this as a new measure, and we can give as the name for that male population filter. And in this what we can do, we can just copy this, whatever the code which is available here, we can just calculate copy this from here and go to our male population filter and just mention this as, and instead of just female, we can make it as male and hit enter. So this is the way we can do it. Means this is not right thing, or no, but we don't have that other options to copy the measures. But this is the way we can do it as a workaround on this copying the measures. So this is one thing which is we wanted to see. Now there is another thing which is I wanted to show you about the dependency. Like these two measures are not depend with each other. Like they are independent right now, but if you wanted to use it as a dependent, then how we can do that? For that, let's try to see, means if you wanted to take the female proportion, like out of the total population, how much is the female population. So that is what, if you wanted to do it, means how we can do it. Then let's try to do that. If you just go to this and click on new measures, say as female population share, and we can mention as whatever the female population filter which is there, which we can take it, and we can divide it by with the total population. So total population. So this is the way we can do it. And now let's try to see what it does display in the visualizations. Let's try to go to here, add another card here. Now you can see this is we'll just try to add the female population share which is available there. Now you can see it is just showing 0 0 because we are not taking the proportion, like whatever correctly, means because we are not doing the calculation correctly in this. You can see we are taking the female population for year 2020, but dividing it with the total population for all the years. That's why it is not showing correctly. So two things we can do it. We can either add up a filter condition for this total population, or we can remove this filter condition from the female population one filter. So the easiest one for now, we will just try to remove this filter from here of year 2020 and just click on OK. Now, when we do this, let's go to the visualization. Now you can see it is showing 0.50, but I think this is correctly showing the data, but we wanted to show in the percentage. So for that, we can go to this visualization again, and we do have this female population share, and we wanted to show its per percentage. So in this, we do have this major tools options where we can select the format. So in this format, let's try to select the percentage, and let's go back to our visualizations. Now you can see it is correctly showing as 49.75%. So this is the way we can do this share, female population share as well, to calculate and display it. And same thing which we can do for male population as well. We just need to change it as a male, and we can just create another formula with this, and instead of female population filter, we can use the male population filter here, and we can create that percentage. The last thing which is pending here, I just wanted to explain, is about data categories. Now, when we say about data categories, let's go to this dim region table, because this is something which is interesting to know about the data categories. Whenever we click on any of the columns, we can see in the column tools of there is a data category option available here, which is nothing but like this. So basically, this whenever we are going to create a visualization, when we specify these data categories, it is useful for the tool to understand means which type of category this is available. So suppose there is any location, then we can specify some category data category like this, and there are different categories. Suppose we do have this city, if there is a place, or there is a county, there is a state. Depending upon the data, if we specify this data category, then it is very helpful when we build the powerful visualizations. So in this case, we do have this data category. We will just mention that this is a country, so we'll just select the country option here. And when we select this country, we can see that the icon has been changed for this. And in the region name is another thing which is we wanted to categorize. So for this, we can just select this region is something which is a continent. Just select that. Now you can see for both the country and region name, there is a icon has been changed, and this is what it is going to be helpful when we create some visualizations. So that's it from this video. We have covered this section 3, and we are going to see more visualizations in section 4, how to create, because we have prepared the data model now with all these operations, and seen many things in the data model, data view, data relationship, and now we will create actual visualizations, and we will see more things in the visualizations. Welcome everyone. We are in the fourth section of this course. Visualization is a very powerful where we present our data in a graphical way, or the data which looks nicer. Basically, whatever we have done in the previous videos, like we have created some tables, dimension tables, fact tables, and then we have built some relationship, like in data relationship, joining different tables with each other. We have seen various operations to be performed in the data view on the tables column, creating calculated measures or filters. These are things we have seen, means we have got the data, means connecting to the database, and now it's time to present our data in a meaningful and nicer way. For that, we do have visualization, and in this video I'm going to tell you about visualization, how we can create visualizations as a basic and understanding of the interface, so that it will be helpful to our next videos where we are going to practically create some of the very good visualizations or the charts. Now this is the interface. When you can say, when we do have, when we click on this, let's say we have means already we have two pages which we have created. The first is the chart we have created for the population. The second is also we have created. This is two-page visualizations, and if you wanted to add a third page as well, we can just click on here the plus icon. We can build some other visualization on this page. Now to rename this chart, we can just rename this. Just right click and select rename, and you can rename this. We can just say a test page. So for this is one thing which is we can do. If you wanted to duplicate this page as well, we can do this as a duplicate page. we can again rename by just clicking on that. So this is one thing which we can do. Now the main important thing is we do have data which is available. You can see these tables, but the thing is how we need to present it on our page. So for that we need to understand various visualizations available here and the options available with this. Now whenever we select any of the chart, let's say we are selecting the chart, and this is the options which when we select, you can see there are options available. When we select this chart, this format and drill, like if you just click on here, you can see that only this menu is available. But when we click on this chart, then you can see this format and data drill option are visible now. When we click on this format, you can see means we can actually do some formatting. Suppose there are two charts available, and if you wanted to make this as a selection bring forward, and suppose I wanted to send it this back send backward, so I can select this send backward, and this chart will be at the top. So this is send to back. We can do this, and so whenever we do create some more visualizations, we need to have these options available. We can do some selection. We can align this as well. So this is something which is aligning. If you wanted to align it to left or right or center, so this thing we can do align bottom. So this is the way whenever we wanted to create some dashboards or visualizations, this alignment will be helpful. Now the other thing which I wanted to show you is about the data drill. So data drill is nothing but the something which is a more advanced thing which we are going to see practically, where what we can do, we are just going from one level to other level. Like suppose the data is like that, country, state or city, then we can drill the data from country to state, state to city, like this. On a detail level we can see the data. So that is something which is based on the hierarchies, and that we will see in a practical way in another video. But just to understand this concept, that is a drill through or data drill options. Coming to other things which, let's see, means if you click on this, if you click on this charts as well, you can see other options available. There is a view option available. So we do have this page view of fit to width actual size which we wanted to select. It depends upon the user's requirement how we wanted to display it. There is a mobile layout as well, where we can select this, and whenever we wanted to create applications or visualizations, so for the smartphones or the mobile display, that we can do it, like we can drag these charts here, and this will give the actual view of the chart, like how it is going to be displayed, like, and we can align it. So that means at the end user, whenever they want it will access this particular thing, they can visualize this application like this. I don't want to do this right now, but I just wanted to show you. There are other options like grid lines. So this is grid line is something which is helpful in the alignment. So basically whenever we wanted to align the two objects correctly, let's say, means suppose this is, we wanted to align at the same line, then these grids are useful. So that we can do. Snap to grid is something which is helps us automatically align the objects. So that is one thing which is available. If you wanted to lock these objects, so we can lock, means we cannot click on that and we cannot move. Now there is another option which is filters. Filters is nothing but if you can select this, you can go that you can see that this is got removed. Like you can see, if you wanted to filter on, suppose something which is we wanted to do some filtering of the data, then we can do with this. So if you want, means we can do that, or if you just wanted to minimize this, we can do like this as well. And if you want, we can do this. So then there is an other option of bookmarks as well, where in bookmarks you can add actually bookmarks as well. Means suppose this is the one page which you wanted to keep in a bookmark state. So this will help us to do some data capturing, and it can be used as a reference later. So that is one thing which we can do this. We will see this practically as well, how to use this. Then we do have selection. I mean, if you wanted to select any of the objects, then we can use this selection. It will show the order of the objects. Like we can see these are the three cards, and then it is having the other charts like this. Wherever, whichever selected, it will highlight it. So whenever we have large number of charts and navigating between them is useful when we have this. So tab order is also one thing which is we can see this here. Then performance analyzer and sync slicers, we will see this in practically, because these are some of the advanced things and I don't want to go in this right now. I just wanted to see the basic things about the visualizations here. I wanted to show you another insert menu which is available here whenever we have this visualization. So this is visualization window which is showing all the charts available. However, there is one more option which is add visuals to the options. So you can do this as by default it will take one of the column chart only. This is another way where we can add this or directly click on these charts. Then there are key influence, decomposition tree, smart narrative. These are some of the advanced things which we will see it later how to use it. Power apps, Power Automate, Power Paginated Report. These are also we will see with some examples. The basic things which I wanted to show you is this text box. So we can add some text box as well here, and we can give some name. We can just type some text here, and we can do some formatting of that text as well. Means if you wanted to increase size, that all things which we can do it here means. So this is text, then there are some buttons available, left arrow, right arrow, reset, back. So maybe for better navigation for the users about the visualization, these are the buttons which are available, and how to use that we will see it practically as well for some of the things where we can use this. There are some shapes available. If you wanted to use this, then we can use these shapes as well. So these all things are available. So this is all about the visualizations. In the next video we will see how to create a visualization, one example, and then we will go in further understanding more detail about the visualizations and specific to the charts how to use it. I hope whatever I have explained here is helpful for you. In this video we will see creating first visuals in our Power BI desktop application. Until now we have seen these are some of the charts which we have already created, but let's try to create another page here, and in this page we will just get created some line chart. Now how to do this line chart? Let's just click on this line chart here. This is one way. There is another way to insert the chart as well from here as new visuals. Now this is the line chart, and suppose we just wanted to see the population value. So whatever the populations which we wanted to see means I'll just select this. When I select this, it will just show up here. I mean, this is one way we can select this, where it will directly show up in the values section. However, if you don't want to do that, just remove this or just drag it here. And if you wanted to move it from there here to there as well, we can do it by just selecting it and dragging it. So this is one way we can do this. So this is a population value which we can show as a line chart, but this doesn't looks good right now. So we will add some dimension for the axis thing. So we do have this axis, so we will add some dimension which is nothing but a year. We will just get it this year to be displayed here. Now when we do this, we can see that this chart is looking somewhat like this. When we do this, we can see that it is showing some values when we mouse over on it, and it is showing the year and its population value. So this is something which is we can create our first visualization. And now this is another thing which is a legend. A legend is another thing where we can specify something which is more meaningful, because this is just showing some year and its population, but it doesn't seems that interesting to see the data. So we do have some dimension tables which are age and region, but in this case I think we can use this region table on the legend table. So just drag this field in the region table, and you can see this is something which is looking good now, and you can see that the title has been changed like population value by year and region name. So region name also it is showing these legends like Asia, Africa, Europe, and it is showing the color as well for each of them, so that it looks nicer. And whenever you click on or just mouse over on this line, you can see the particular figure in this pop-up as well. So this is something which is we can create line chart. Now we are going to create another chart. Let's see means how to do that. Means we do have this option which is here. By when we click on this here, we can see this is just a blank field here, and there is nothing. So suppose we just click on this population value, just select this population value, and it will automatically create this chart. So this is one way we can directly create it, and if you don't want, just remove this, and you can see this blank one is created, or you can just drag it now in the value section. Now this is something which is it is showing. So this is the total population which is showing, and it doesn't look that meaningful. So we will create another dimension to it, and to add this dimension, now we will get our region name here in the axis field. Well, there is another way we can add this. So I'm just deleting this, and we can directly drag this population value on this data field. So this is one way, just directly click on here and you can get this population value. So now this is showing something like this because we have selected this table, but instead if you just select this stacked column chart, then it will change like this. Now I'll just add another region name as well here in the axis field so that it will looks good now. So this is something which is we can see it. This is the way we can do this our first chart, and we can have some other things which are there and that we will see. Now the next thing we are going to see is about the tooltips and interactions. Basically, whenever we create any charts, there are some tooltips which are nothing but like if you mouse over on it, it is just showing some of the information like this. So this is nothing but the tooltips, and interaction is between like how the charts interacts between each others. So that is something which we are going to see here. Now, whenever we click on any of the chart, you can see there is a tooltip option here which says add data fields here. So that is something which is tooltips. And if you just try to see female population, we have do have that female population share field which is there, and we will just add that field here in the data fields. Maybe sometimes which we wanted to see the data in terms of female population, you can see a chart has a name has been changed like population value a female population share, and you can see whenever mouse over you, you can see for female population share as well, like 49.98% like this on a particular chart. So this is get this tooltips work. If you can get some age category as well, like this field here as well in the tooltips, we can do that. Means if you wanted to do that, so this is again something which is it is having, but this seems to be a very detailed level, so we may not want to go into that in detail, so maybe I'm just deleting it right now. This is the way tooltips work. And there is one more thing which I wanted to show you is about the interaction. So whenever we click on this any of the chart, then there is an option in format which is nothing but edit interactions. When we say edit interactions, there is an option edit interactions. Whenever we click on this edit interaction, you can see this something which is getting displayed here, which is nothing but the filter, and then there is an icon as well. So what does this mean actually? So basically, let's try to click on any of these charts. I'm clicking just on this bar, and it is filtering the data in this chart as well. Similarly, if I'm making like this, you can see the line is getting changed, and I'm just selecting like this a complete chart, then it is again showing like this. If I just click on here, you can see there is a small portion which is highlighted and others is getting disabled. Like this is what it is showing when we click on any of the data. So let's go back to the format option here and edit interactions. Whenever we see edit interactions, right now I'm just selecting complete and then click on format and then go in edit interactions. You can see this filter option available, and in this, what does this means? Whatever the interactions we are happening doing, that can be done. Suppose we stop this, like this is if you select this option which is stop, like it is none, then this will not work. So if I am clicking here, it doesn't it will not affect any of this chart. So this is something which is showing like this. If I just click on this, then again it will start working like this. This is one thing. There is another option which is there, which we can see that there are two options which is available here on this chart, which is one is highlight and the other one is a filter. Now when this highlight is click, like this is enabled now. When we what happens when we click on this any of the chart, let's say I'm clicking on this line, then you can see rest of the bars has been disabled, but there is some high portion highlighted which is just specific to that particular region, and that is something which is showing up here as a highlighted. However, when we do not select this highlighted option, so let's say means I'm just selecting this none and then go back to this, and then I'm just clicking on this now. You can see this doesn't work because it is not applicable now. You can see whenever I'm just clicking on this particular as well, and this particular, this is getting changed, but it is not getting highlighted. So if I'm just going back again from this, let me try to select this. You can see this is when we select this filter, it is just showing like this only as just a specific. Or when we select this highlight, then particularly only other bars will be disabled, but this will be enabled. So this is the difference. When we select this will just show that particular value, like how much. So when we wanted to see a specific in a more detail, like high level we wanted to see, then we can select this option as a filter. However, when we wanted to see highlight, then we can do that. Suppose there is something which is looks good when we do select this highlight option, then it we can use this. So this is the way we can interact with this, and we can just go back to this format and just unselect that option will be not shown here. So this is the way we can interact between each other the charts, and this is useful when we have multiple charts in the table, and whenever anyone wants to see some data in by specific region or by specific year, something else like age category or some age group, then this is very useful. And as this is a very good feature, I think, means when we have visualizations, multiple visualizations which we can use. The other thing which I am going to tell you about in the next video is the data and drilling and hierarchy is the one option which we wanted to see, and how it works, that we will see in the next video. In this video, we will see data hierarchies, and what is drill down. So that is one thing which we are going to see this in this video as a practically. Let's see how to do this. So basically, hierarchy is one thing where we can go to the detail level. Suppose we wanted to see data, let's say population data by region name, then state or city. That is, if you wanted to see, then we can do that with this feature which is available here. And if you click on this, there is an option of data entry. How to do this now? To Let's try to do this. So this is showing as a region, a region population is showing as a region, and its data. To If you just add this as a country here in this field, you can see this has been changed. You can see this is showing a region name. If you can just swipe it like this, then it can show it like this as country and then region. Whenever we add these two fields, you can see this there are some icons which are available here. So now this is something which is to click to turn on drill down. This is going to next level in the hierarchy. Then this is something which is drill all down one level in the like last level of the hierarchies. So there are, if suppose there are like four levels of hierarchies, then it will go down to the fourth level of the hierarchies. So these are the options which are available. If I just click on this next, then it will show as a region. Uh, or if I wanted to go back, I can click on here. So this is one way we can do this. This is automatically generated hierarchies which we can say, which Power BI has created. We can manually also create the hierarchies in this tool, and then we can use that as well. Now let's try to do that. Let's remove this country name from here, and let's just keep region name here. And now you will not see that options available here in the chart. Now to create hierarchies, we can just right click on this region name and just click on this as a new create hierarchies. You can create the hierarchies like this. Now this is the region name hierarchy is created, but with just having a region name. So if you wanted to add this, we can, if you wanted to add this country in this region hierarchy as well, then we can just click on here as the more options, and you can see we can add to hierarchies and region name hierarchy. This is one way we can add it, and you can see we can just select this and you can get added. So now when we select this, you can just remove this the region name earlier, and this is hierarchy which we can see this here now. And now we can go back, go to the next level as well by clicking on this, and we can come back to here as well like this. Now there is an option of click to turn on drill down. So if you just enable this, then you can just click on this, and we can go to the more detailed level as well. So if you can go back, and if you can click on this again, you can drill to the detail level. If this is not enabled, then it is not possible to go in this. If you click on this, then it will not go to the next level. So to enable, when we enable it, then this gets to the next level like this, and this is also interact with each other as well. So this is one thing which is we can do this. And if you just don't want to use this country hierarchy, then just we can unselect this option, and it will just show up the region. So this is the one way we can do this. Now There is one more thing which I wanted to show in this data drill option where on which visualizations this drill down filter should be applied. Now when we click on this, it is just the entire page or selected visual. Suppose we don't want to use this visual drilling for this complete page, then we can just select like this, just selected visuals. Now when we do this, then it will not affect like this. If you just I go to next level as well, then this chart will not affect. But if you make it as entire page, then it can affect to the entire page as well. So you can see if I click on this, then also it is coming like this. Like this, we can select any of these things, and it will show up like this hierarchies. So this is the way we can drill the hierarchies. We have this drill up and drill down option as well here, which we can use. Drill through is another thing which we will see it more in detail with the example. So that is something which is advanced, and I don't want to go into that now. That we will see it in the next video. In this video, we will see some of the formatting options for the visuals which are available. Basically, we will see practically about the data colors and the conditional formatting, and then we will see some of the page formatting as well, so that it is helpful for us to build our powerful visualizations, which looks nicer as well and in a meaningful way as well. Let's try to understand first what is data color. So we do have created this charts in our previous video, and we can see this is a line chart, this is a column chart, and when you click on this line chart, you can see there is an option which is available on the right side, which is a formatting option, which is format here. The first option is about all the fields which we are taking. The second option is about format. So if you click on that, there are various options available, like for x-axis, y-axis. These we are not going to detail right now. We are going to see about these data colors. In the data colors option, we do have different colors for each of the lines. Means whatever the line, suppose we wanted to change the combination of the default which is given here, and if you wanted to change it, we can change it. Let's say try to change this Africa one, which is here. I'm just trying to change it to some other color. You can see this color has been changed. So this way we can change these colors. We don't have any other options. If you just wanted to revert it to our default color, we can just click on here. So this is something which is we can do with this data color. The other things means which we have in this data, like for column charts, basically not all formatting options available for each of the charts. It depends upon the visualizations type, visualization chart. So depending upon that, we can have this formatting. Now for this also we do have this data colors option, and you can see it is just a default color for all the columns here, which is given here. And if you wanted to change it, we can change it to some other different color as well, like this. However, this is not looks that interesting, but we can select for each of the columns as well. So just select this option, show all option. You can just on it, and then you can select the different colors for this. Let's say means I wanted to select this color for this, then for something else for this. So this is something which is we can do with this each of the columns, and these we can have it in our visualization. So it all depends upon what exactly we wanted to do it with our visualization. But we can do with this data colors. There is another option which is available, which is very interesting, which is nothing but the conditional formatting. So if you click on this, in conditional formatting, we can specify the colors depending upon the measures, means which we wanted to see. So there are in format style we do have gradient, rules, and field value. So basically gradient, we will can select measure value from here, and let's say means we have this measure, and then summarization, we can select the summarization of this, like sum, average, count. Means basically sum is the best total value which it will be taking. If you wanted to have some other calculations like average, minimum, maximum, count, that also we can select. How should we format the empty values? Means wherever the empty values are there, we can make it as 0, or else don't format. We can specify specific color as well. So this is one thing which we can specify. And then this is the minimum and maximum. In minimum and maximum, what we can do, we can at least specify lowest value, or maybe if you wanted to do some custom value also, we can specify here as well. So this is something which is we can do it. Basically, this is the formatting where it at the start it will be having a different color. At lowest value, it will be having a different color. In the middle also, we can have different colors. If we click on this, add a middle color, then also we can have this, and the highest value is having a different color. So maybe on the lowest side, we can make it as some lightweight color, and in the middle, we can make some somewhat darker. And lastly, whenever the highest value are there, then we can specify a dark option. So this way we can do this. There are two options which are available: rules, which is nothing but this is again we can specify some of the measure field like population value or something, and we can specify again summarization, and then we can specify some rule. So rule is something which is if the value, if particular this measures value is greater than or equal to so and so number, or it may be a number or percentage, that type of rules we can specify, and then it will be applied, like means what type of color we want it to have. So this is something which is a rule specific. Then the third one option is the field value. Suppose there is any field value, this is particularly I think is just applying for the dimension objects, like dimension fields, not to the measure field. So you can see all the dimension like character fields, you can say that it is taking, like gender, maybe region name, age group, that kind of things. If you can select, let's say age category, then what is sum or first, then we can do this formatting style. So this is something which is we can do this. We will try to see the gradient one which is there, and in the gradient we can see get this sum of population value, and sum we will just mention, and we can add a middle value as well. So that this is a, you can specify any of this color out of this. So this is the light color, middle one is something different yellow type, and then last one is a blue which is a dark one. So just click on OK, and you can see means the difference in the chart now. You can see how this is viewed. So this is the highest value which is in blue, then there is some lower value, then there it is becoming lighter and lighter. So this kind of things which we can do. If you can go through the hierarchies to the next value as well, then we can see it is showing like this, and which is we can see the color differences. This way we can do these data visualizations, and I wanted to show you another option which is formatting report. So now you can click on this where we can see these options which are available, and as we saw just format options for this chart, when we select this chart we have seen this format option here. However, now we are going to click on this outside the chart, means on the particular page which is, and we will see the formatting option here. If you click on this format, then this is something which is we can change like page information. So we can rename this page now from, let's say, means we have this page name as the overview, we can do that. Then there are other options like page size, what page size we wanted to see, depends upon the on which devices you wanted to display the pages. So it all depends upon size user wants. So basically 4 by 3 letter or tooltip, that kind of things which we can do this, and then that can be visible like that. So this is page size we can do. Then page background is again another thing which is we can change. Now this is just a white background, so if you wanted to change it, we can change it. Let's say we can just change this to this one, and basically it is not reflecting because it is just transparency is 100%. So just try to make this transparency a bit less, maybe 35%. So now you can see this has been changed. So this is one thing. We can add an image as well. Instead of this having a background, we can just add image from our system as well, and then that can be applied there. This is page background. Now the next option is page alignment. So we can have this page alignment top or middle. Uh, you can see this is middle. So basically when we select middle, then it comes to middle size. We can align it to middle, and we can do some title of the visualizations here so that it will look nicer. So this is one thing which we can do. Wallpaper is another thing which is we can specify. Now wallpaper is nothing but the this color which we have given to the background is not the wallpaper, but the below part which is available here, that is wallpaper. So for that we can just select something else. Suppose I wanted to select this one, so this way it will be like this, and we can do some transparency as well this, so that it will be differentiate like this. Now the next option which is available is filter pane. So basically filter pane is one thing which is you can see, which is you can see here, where we have this color we can specify. Right now it is a white color, but basically this filter we will see how we can make it as visible to users or not. So basically with that we will see in the next videos how we can make this filter available to the users or not. Sometimes we may not want to allow the users to filter the data. That time we will not make this filter pane visible to them. However, sometimes it is required, so that time we can do. But how, when they see this filter, then how we can change the formatting. So this formatting we can change, and we can just select any of the color from here. And then transparency also, if you want, miss, we can make something like this. Then font color, font and icon color means also we can change this if you want. Its size as well, header text size as well. So, and the font, which font to select. So there are some fonts available which we can select. Border also we can specify if you want. And this is one thing which is we can do with this filter pane formatting. So these are some of the options. So there is a filter cards as well. For that we can apply the formatting, and this is the way we can do some formatting. We will see more detail in next video as well about the visualizations and what are the options available for the visualization. For this video, that's it for now. Let's try to see more detail about the formatting visuals. In this video, I will just showing you some of the formatting options which are there we can use, and what all the things which we can do with this chart visualization. So that is something which we are going to see in this video. The very first, let's try to select this chart, a line chart, and we will again go to this format option which is here. And in this format option, you can see various options which are available. We will see this is one by one. So in general, we do have this options of X position, Y position, means at what position we need to keep this. Means basically it's not nothing but like let's say, means I will just make it as 50. You can say the margin from left 50 points. So that what we can, if you want, means we can do that. Y position as well, means suppose from we wanted to make it as 100, then it this you can see that it has been gone down. So this is something which is we can do. I will just keep a default width height, that is what means the chart width that can be specified. There is alter text. Here we can specify some line chart for female population. And when it comes to the screen reader options, it will show up whenever user selects these particular visuals, then it will show up like that. So that is something which is alter text. Then this is about the general, where we can specify. Let's see the legends. Legends is one thing which is getting displayed here. Whatever the lines getting displayed that have some legends, like for each region, this is specific line. So where we wanted to keep. So top, bottom, left. If you wanted to keep it bottom, you can keep it bottom. You can see as it here. Or if you wanted to keep top center, then we can keep top center as well. Title, if you wanted to keep the title on or off, that is also we can do this. So this is the title of this legend. So this is something which is we can do. And if you wanted to change the name, you can just change this name as well. You can see this name is changed. If you wanted to change the color of this as well, we can change it. You can see the color of the text has been changed. We can change the formatting font as well. For this, some other format if you wanted to keep, if you wanted to increase the font as well, we can increase like this. Then we can keep if you wanted to keep bold, we can do italic, underline. These are some of the formatting which we can do. And the style is one thing, markers only, that means it's just a bullet point like this. And if line and markers, we can say line and markers. This has been changed like this. So this is something which is we can do it with the legends, and we do have some formatting for the x-axis as well, means what type of formatting which we want. So whatever values which are displaying on the x-axis, so this is one type, continuous or categorical. So if you do categorical, you can see this is how it gets displayed, and you can see whenever so this is something which is it changed the formatting, but I don't think it looks good that way. So this is the one we can select. We can specify the scalar type, linear or log. So that is one thing which is we can specify like this. When we make it as a log, then we do have start, from where to start. Suppose we don't want to start it from the 1950, we can just say 2000 we wanted to start, and end if I wanted to have it for just 5, then it will show up like this. Then color, again we can specify the line, this colors, if you want, for this x-axis or y-axis. You can see whatever this, you can see this x-axis or y-axis if you want. um, there is one more option, which is if you wanted to display x-axis or not, which we can off it as well. Means if you don't want to, you can see this is got shifted down, and if you wanted to show it, it is showing here the dotted line. So that is one thing which we can do. Then bold, italic, underline, again these formattings are there. Title, show title. If you wanted to show title, you can see the title is here, which was here. So if you just off it, it doesn't show up. Like you can see this year option. So show title only. So this is the style only. If you wanted to change the color, you can change it to something else. Font family again. So these are some of the things which we can do with the x-axis. Similar options are available with the y-axis as well, where we can do all these things similar to x-axis. Then we do have secondary y-axis, means in case sometimes we need to have secondary y-axis. Then we do have some other format, which is a zoom slider. So this is something which is off right now, but if you want, we can on it as well. And you can see this slider, like we want, if you just wanted to zoom the chart, then we can do this with the help of slicer. Data colors we already seen in the previous video. Data labels is one thing which is again we can do, which if you wanted to key on it, we can on it. You can see this is the values which are showing. If you wanted to change the color of it, then we can change the color. uh, if you wanted to do some conditional formatting and we wanted to display that as well, then we can do that. Conditional formatting, I have explained in the last video where how to implement that, so you can go through it as well. So this way we can do this display units. You can specify some display units if required, like thousands, millions, billions. So if I just wanted to display it in thousands, we can display like this. Can specify them font, bolds, italic, everything we can do it. Then we do have series label. Now you can see this is series, means whatever it is. So let me try to on it. We can see whatever lines which are here, for which it is Asia or Africa, or that it will show up here. And for that, again we can make some changes, and we can display the text. We can again display the text color and all other formattings as well. Then we do have shapes, means which type of shapes we wanted to. Line style means whether we wanted to have a slow solid line, or joint type, meter, or what. That is something which is we can do it as an, and or we can specify dash line for this if you wanted to do that. Show marker stepped. So this is something which is we can do. You can see all these things which are getting displayed. Then we have plot area, where we can just specify the transparency for this color, and then we can display it here. Then we have title. Title, we can whatever the title which is showing here, we can change it. We can make it as something like this: population value by region. And so this is we can specify. We if you wanted to make it as heading 4 or 5 or heading 2, just to make it as a bit larger, then we can do that. Then word wrap, if you wanted to on or off, you can say this is word wrap Font color, if you wanted to make some other different color, then let's make it. Background color also we can specify. Let's say this is the background color I wanted to give. Alignment, I can make it as a center. And font size also, let's increase this font size as well so that it looks nice. Then we do have this format background color, which is again it's white right now, but we can make it as some different color. And let's try to make some color. This is a gray one. We will try out so that it will look a good one. Transparency, if you wanted to increase the transparency, we can increase it so that it will be a bit darker. So this is about background color. Then this is again a lock aspect, whether we wanted to lock or not this chart, that can be done here. If it is on, we cannot do anything here, so it is locked now. But if you off it, then it is we can get some values here like this. Border also we can specify. So this is border is not on right now, but we can on it, and we can make it looks good. You can see we can make some color. Let's say we can select this yellow color. Let's increase some size to the border. You can see it. Let's add another color. Select this, and you can see this has been changed. So we do have this shadow. Shadow for means is again it will display the shadow. Like you can see the shadow has been changed for this chart. You can see on the background side. Can make some other color, and we can see it clearly. Let's try to get some dark one. You can see this again, it is showing like this. If you can make it red, you can see the shadow is at the side of this. So this is one thing which we can do where we want actually shadow position outside or inside. So that is also means this is for just a visualization. If you wanted to see this looks good, is preset right or left or bottom left, so we can change this preset means at what side we want, or top right, like this. It depends upon this tooltip. As again, one thing which is we already saw means how tooltip is works in the previous video. And the last option is visual. The last option is visual headers. Right now it is off. So if you can see means if you wanted to on it, we can on it. Visual headers is nothing but when we click on, you can see this visual headers is getting on means it is getting displayed here. Basically, we can change it for background color as well like this. You can see this has been changed. Border, if you wanted to make it a border, we can make it the border. And then there are other options like transparency. This is we want we can change it. Icon color, we if you wanted to make it something different, then we can do this like this. So these are the things which are available, visual information icon and visual warning icon. So this is also possible to do this. So these are some of the things which we can do with this formatting of this visual. And when we do this formatting of these visuals properly, this looks nicer way, nice, and it is going to be useful. So in the next video, we will see some of the report themes, which is also useful, means how we can use these report themes, or how to customize that themes as well. In the previous video, we have seen many formatting options, and after applying the formatting options, our chart or our page is looking like this. And in our projects or real-time projects, when we create pages or like some formatting, we want to have the same formatting for other pages. Like suppose if there are any other pages, these pages should be having that background or that other styles which are applied there. But this is not the case now. Right now for these pages, the one approach for this is just duplicate this page, and then we can give some name to that this page, some other name, and then we can just delete this charts, and then we can add new charts so that this background will be similar or other formatting like that. But this is not the best approach for this, so we do need a different approach, and that is we can do with the report themes. Now, when we say report themes are just a common templates we can say which can be applied across all the pages. Suppose we have done some formatting at one side, and then we can save that formatting, and then that formatting or that theme can be applied to multiple pages. So let's see how to do that. For that we can go to view option here, and in view option there are these other templates which are available, so our themes available. You can see for this report this is the default theme which is applied here. And if we just make some of the other things, like we if you can just change this formatting to like this, then you can see this formatting has been changed. And for this as well you can see this formatting has been changed, and for this as well. So this is one thing which is we can do, but however we don't want to do this. We can do our own theme as well. So for that just go to this, and then there is a customize current theme option. This theme we can customize accordingly, means this is the default theme which is available, and based on this we can customize. Now let's try to do some customization of this default theme, and we will do that with the help of this customize current theme, and just click on that. And we can give some name as a population theme. And basically there are many colors which we can specify depending upon the types which we wanted to have. So let's say this is the white color. I want the color 1, color 2, color all these things which are there. Then sentiment color. So we can do this. So if you wanted to have some more information on this, just click on these colors used to key performance indicators. This is the sentiment color. So if you wanted to change it, you can change it from here. So this way we can do this. So there are some divergent colors as well. You can see divergence colors are used in the conditional formatting. So this is the maximum, middle, and minimum values color. So suppose we wanted to have, so for maximum we wanted to have dark color. For minimum it is already light. So let's take another light color, and for middle let's have that yellow. So this is the way we can customize it for these colors, and if you want we can revert to default. Then there are advanced options as well: first level element, second level element, third level element. So and what does this category means? We can just click on this, and in help we can find out what all these things, like background elements, what should be the color for background elements, what should be the color for the secondary element, like this. We can go in a text as well, text format also we can specify here. So maybe if you wanted to specify this color for everything, means, and the font size also if you wanted to increase, and if you wanted to select the color for this, that we can select. Then title font as well, means if you just wanted to have this font we can select. Then cards and KPIs, those, see, these are the cards which we can create different cards. For that as well we can specify the fonts size for this text. Tab headers, what are the tabs which are creating in this visualization. For that also we can specify different font size, font, and font color. For the visuals things, background color, suppose I wanted to have a black background, means I can select this. For border I can select, if I wanted to on the border I can on it, and I will give this border color as white. For headers color is given something like this. I will just try to give this one. And then tooltip is one thing which is getting displayed on the each chart elements, and that can be displayed in some other color. So let's try to use this color. And visual value text color, so value text color also if you wanted to, let's have keep it as a white. Background color I'm just selecting a black one. And this thing we can do. Page is again one thing which is page wallpaper. As we have seen, the below is the wallpaper, means on that all the charts gets placed. So that background color we can keep it as blue, we can keep it as yellow. Then you can see page background as well. Page background as well, I'll just select black, or maybe this one, the light one. Then filter pane, with the filter pane is nothing but the filter pane which is here right now, means currently it is a white, so we can make it as some different color. available filter cards and apply the filter cards. So these are the things which we can do it, and we can just click on apply, and let's try to see how this gets applied. So this is something which is changed everything, and you can see this is applied to this pages as well, and yeah, this is how it looks like. So it all depends, means maybe we need to change some of the colors, like if this line is not getting displayed, then we can go in a format section, and for line color we can change. So this Africa is not able to, we cannot see it, so let's make it as black so that it will look like. So these are the things which we can see this, and how this is a filter panel and how it looks like and everything. So this is the theme which we can do in our own. Then there is one more thing which is we need to keep in mind whenever we create any theme, we need to save this current theme. We need to save this theme, otherwise it will not be visible in that particular list of the available themes. So for that we can just save it, give it some name and save it. It is a JSON file which is got created. If you can just try to see if the custom theme is available or not. So this is the custom sable theme which we have created. So this is one thing. So if I just apply the old one, old format, the default one, which is the one which we already created, you can see this that got changed. I will try to apply the original default theme, and then we will see means. So this is the theme which we already created, and if I wanted to apply the you can see the original default theme was like this, and if I wanted to apply the one which we have created, then you can use this custom, or else if it is not showing here as well, means we can just go through this browse themes, browse for themes, and we can just go in our system where we have saved it, and we can just select this and open it, and so that it will get applied here. So this is something which is you can say it is imported successfully, and now you can see this all things are getting displayed. So this is how we can create our customized theme. And when it comes to creating multiple pages of the same format, so basically when in our real-time projects as well, we need to create particular theme. Like if we are developing a project for a client, then they have must have their logos, their images, their style of data, their formatting of the data, and all those things that comes with some standards or some practices, best practices. In that way we can apply the create the customized theme, and that can be applied to our project analysis visuals. So that is something which is we can do with this report theme. In this video, we are going to see about the slicers, one of the component which is available in this visualization. Then we are going to see about the default summarization, and the third thing we are going to see about the sorting. Now let's see first about the slicers. Slicer is nothing but one of the component which is available here in this visualizations, you can see, and this is having the icon of a filter as well. So basically this is the filter option which is available, where we can make this available to the end users or the business users on our dashboards or visualizations, and then users can select any of the value in that slicer, and from that value, selected value, the data in this chart will be filtered it out. So let's try to add this. Just click on this. Let's get added here. Let me make some space here. Now this is just another component or visuals which is available similar to this such charts as well, but it does just have only one field, one data field which is needed, because that is the field which we are going to use as a filter for the visuals. To add this, we can for our project, we can say from this fact population, we do have one field which is a year one, so we can add that year field in this, and we can make this available. This is a slicer which I have just added, and you can see that by default it is taking some range of the years, like 1950 to 2100, because that is what this chart is particularly displaying, all the years data. In case we wanted to change this, like we just wanted to start it from 2000 and end is 2100, so that we can do this, and you can see this slider is also changing. Like this is a range which we can do it from, means manually we can type it here in the box, or else we can just make this slicer moving whatever the range which we want. So this is one type, one default type of this slicer. Then if you click on this option which is available here, so whatever we have got, this default was the between operator, or like it's a range slicer we can say. And then next is, let's say, means less than or equal to. When we say less than or equal to, means whatever the minimum value was, it gets disabled. The maximum we can specify. Let's say, means I want to have the data before 2000, so I can select that, and this charge gets applied like this. You can see this slicer has been also changed. Then there is one more option which is available, greater than or equal to, which is nothing but the maximum value will get disabled, but the minimum value we can specify. Let's say, means I wanted to see the data starting from 2010, then I can specify like this. This is the way we can add this less than or equal to slicer type. Now there is one more type which is available, which is nothing but the drop down and a list. So in drop down you can see this is the way it is. So if you can see, if you wanted to select just for 1 year, we can do that. And if you wanted to select for multiple years, then just click on click control button, and then select the years. So that way you can do this. And this setting is available in the format option of this visualization. You can go in this selection control option which is available here, and if you just wanted to make it as a single select, then you can make it as. If I make this as a single select, you can see the change in the visuals, like it will become a radio button and not the checkbox. So I am just making it off, but multi-select with control is off. So this is something which is, if you don't want to make this multi-select with the control option enable, then we can make it as off. So show select all option is also available. If you just make it as on, then you can see that first option will be select all. You can select all this, and this will become like this. This is the way we can do this. Then the last option which is available, which is nothing but a list option. So list option is again, we can have this like a checkbox, and we do have that option of multi-select as well, where we can just select any of the value with the control button click like this, or we can just use a select all. Now there is one more thing which I wanted to show you, is because this is something which is not really look good now, because we do have to scroll down just to see the data. However, to do this, we have some formatting changes. We can do it. And if you go to the format, you can see, go in the general option. In general, you can see there is an orientation. Right now it is vertical, that's why it is showing vertical values like in the list format. However, if you select this and horizontal, then it will become like this, and you can just expand this, where you can get some values available here. Like you can see this is something which is showing the years, and we can go click on this, and we can just go to the next level. If I select all this, if I wanted to select just for few years, then we can do this with the control multi select. This is the way we wanted to do, and select all option will select all the years data. This is how it is getting to, filter. So that means whatever the filters which you are selecting here, it gets applied to these charts available here, and that charts gets changed depending upon this. So this is very nice feature to have for the any of the user, just as per their specific need. They can just select the range or the value, and for that particular value or range, they can see the charts or visualizations. So this is about slicers, and this way we can implement in our project. Now we are going to see about the default summarization. So now we do have this charts which are available here, or this chart, and whenever we are creating any visuals, we can see there are some fields which are we are applied in like x-axis, y-axis, and values as well. So in values, we do have this population value measures which we have created, and that we are applying here. Now we'll just try to go to this here, and if you can see, there is a default sum option applicable. That means this is nothing but whatever the values like population values which are sum, like it is added by region. Means for Asia, all the values are getting added. For Africa, all the values of the population are getting added, and then it is displayed in this chart. Now this is the way it displays. Now if you wanted to change this as well, means depending upon the requirement, sometimes we may need develop the chart for average population as well, that we can also do this with this by changing this for summarization, minimum maximum count as well. We can do this. However, for this we just need a sum, so I am just selecting sum again. This is all about the summarization, means the data is summarized at different level, sum, average, minimum, maximum, count. So that we need to understand, means sometimes we may say that the data is not looking as expected on the visual, so at that time checking this summarization level is very important to understand. So the next thing which we are going to see is about the sorting. So what is the sorting applied and how the sorting is applied? Now you can see this is the chart which is applied here. We have this visual which is here, and you can go in this above option, which we can go here, and we can see that sort axis is one option. So basically it will show up what is the default sort. So default is whatever the fact value is there, that on that it is sorted, and based on that it's sort descending, that means top to bottom. So that is one thing which is applied. If you wanted to change it, we can make it as low to high as well, and this is the way it displays the data. This is one way we can do this, and this is basically if you wanted to sort on region name as well, we can do that, and region name will apply on the alphabetical, like alphabetical values, so that will sort it depend upon the ascending or descending. So if we say descending, then it will be the last one will be starting with the S. That is something which is we can do that. Let me revert it to default. So these are the three things which we need, which are very important to understand. Slicer is one thing which is available to filter out the data in the visuals. Then is default summarization. Summarization is important to understand, and which summarization to apply on which chart. That all depends upon the business requirement, but that should be applied correctly. And the third one was sorting. All depends upon the sorting requirement, how the data needs to be displayed. That can be done by the sorting feature. I hope all these 3 points are clear to you. If you have any questions or comments, do let me know in comment section. If you like my video, then please like it and share it with others as well. Thank you for watching. In this video, we are going to see about tree maps and tables, how to use that, and we will also see multiple slicers to use and how to sync that slicers with the other visuals as well, so that it will be showing the correct data, and that we are going to see in this video. Now let's try to do this first. This is our chart which we have created in our previous video, where we have created one of the slicer here. Let's try to copy this slicer from here, and we will just add another page, and we will just paste it here. Now when we paste any of this visual like this slicer, then it says one or more copy of the copied visuals can stay in sync. So it is just asking for a syncing or don't syncing. So we will see this in the later part of this video. So for now, just click on don't sync. And now what we are going to do is, we do have this year slicer already as it. Now we are going to add one more slicer. So for that, let's click on this, and you can see, means here this is a simple slicer which we wanted to have it, and I just wanted to add a region name here for this slicer. Now this is the slicer which we wanted to have, and as I have added this slicer, these are the regions showing. Now I'm going to add a tree map. So this is one visuals which we wanted to see in detail about in this video. So let's click on this tree map, and let's try to add it here. Now for this, there are multiple things which we need to specify. I have added this population value, and after that in the detail section we are going to add this country name. Now you can see this is applied for the, let's say, means we are just selecting one of the year, and for that year, let's say, means this is the one region I wanted to select. So this is how it is looking right now. Now what happens, like whenever we see this, we can, whenever we select any of the year from here, then you can see this chart is getting affected, like it is filtering out the data. So this is the use of actual slicers, and it is not just this one. You can just select other as well, other region as well, then also it will show up the data like that. And if you wanted to select the multiple one as well, we can do that, and you can see that for that particular regions there are different countries which shows up here. Now the important thing to understand is, when we are creating these multiple slicers and these visuals, any of the visuals, we need to make sure that they are interacting with each other properly. In this case, how to check whether they are interacting correctly or not? So just select this particular chart, and if you can go to this format and edit interactions, if when we click on edit interactions, you can see this are getting displayed. So now suppose we just don't wanted to select this particular interaction is we don't want it to happen, so we can just click on here and just this here, this region we don't want to apply for this particular tree map, then just select on this. Now when we select this like Africa or Europe, this will not affect anything. However, if I select this one year, any year, but this will affect here. The data will be affecting here. You can see in the year as well, it will affect. So this is the way it will show up, and this way the interaction works. So we need to make sure that this interaction works correctly, and you just enable these interactions. Now I wanted to add another slicer, and then we will see how to do display that data in the report. Let's try to add this slicer here. I'm just keeping this slicer here, and for this I'm just going to add a slicer for age category. So just wanted to keep the slicer for the category age category, and now I'm going to add a table. Just click on this table visuals and just make it. Now we can add some of the data fields here, population value. Now add another columns like dimension column. So let's try to add age category. Is another column. Let's move like this, and we will add another one is region name as well, so that it is like this. Now you can see this value which is here, and if I select like just a particular category, then this data will be shown like this. Now this is something which is I'm when we select this category, or if I say select the region as well from here, then it will change for the Europe as well. So this is something which is working well, and that means all the slicers can interact with each other. But for now I don't want to do this. Means if they suppose there are some requirement that one particular slicer we just don't want to apply for all the visuals, like in this case this age category I don't want to apply to this tree map. So how we can do that? Then just select this. I don't want to filter it out this value to this. So how we can do that? Just select this particular slicer and just go to the format, edit interactions, and when we see this, just disable this. Just click on this, and you can see means once we have done this, like let's try to test it whether it is working or not. Let's say now you can, if you can just say teenager, it is just affecting this one. However, if I just select AC as well here, then it is affecting this tree map as well and this table as well. And if I say this year as well, if I select, then this also, but particularly this age category is not affecting this tree map. That is important to understand, that how to disable that filtering, or how to disable that interactions when we are doing this. So this is important. Now there is one more thing in this table. When we say this, when we select this table, you can go through this population value. If you don't see this summarized value, so basically it will take by default as sum, and sometimes maybe you will see if you just don't summarize it, then you will see all of these values like row wise for each of them. So this is something which will do that, and if you don't see the summarized value, just go to this measure and just select this as sum. So this is how it will look like, so that it will just sum all the values for the particular age category and region as well. So this is how we can do this, and this works like this. Now the next important thing which I wanted to show you is about the syncing slicers. At the start of this video, there was a warning when we copied one slicer from one page to other. It was showing some warning that whether to sync or not sync. So I said, Miss, we will see this that in the later part of this video. So now that we will see it here, for that let's try to copy this visual again and add it in the other page. So let's paste it here. When we paste it, it will just ask another warning which will say one or more copied visuals can stay in sync with the visuals it was copied from. So that means from wherever we copied that particular visual from this page, it can be synced with this page, and both the way it can work. So just click on this sync now. Now what will happen? Now suppose I am selecting this particular 1980 here, and if I go to here, then also you can see this 1980 is already selected here. Similar way, if I am selecting 1970, then and you can go to this page, you can see this 1970 is also selected. Now let's try to do something else as well. Means like I'm just selecting 1992 here and go back to this page and just see whether it is selected or not. You can see this 1992 is also selected. So this way this slicers works. But however, let's try to see the third page which was there, whether it is already whether this is selected or not. We don't see that 1992 or any other years has been selected. And also let's try to see, means in 1965 I'm selecting here, whether we can see that 1965 selected here or not. We don't see 1965 selected here in this page, or not in this page as well. You can not see that that is selected, but but the others are selected in this particular between those two pages only. Why this is so and how we can make that syncing? So basically, page from where we copied this particular visual, they can sync with each other when we select that particular sync option when it provided that warning. So that is important to understand. Now we can make this syncing available to this page as well. And how to do that? So for that there is an option which is in a view menu. You can see sync slicers. So this is a particular new window which we have never seen. So we can see that we can just select one of the slicer here, and you can see this slicer is synced with this like this tree maps tables and page one. See both the pages, these slicers are synced, but for this it is not selected. Now to make this slicer syncing with the other pages as well, just select this option. Now this is important to understand that when we do this, you can go back to our tree map. Let's try to select one of the field which is 1970. I'm selecting here in tree maps tables in page one. Also you can see that this is 1970 is selected only. And let's see, means in overview page it is selected or not. You can say it is selected as well. So that means this is something which is showing correctly, and we can sync on this. So when we do this, you can see sync slicers, and then there is a visible option as well. Means if we just uncheck this option, then it will not visible. So this is something which is we don't want, but basically it will be displayed like this. And sometimes means when we don't want to display the particular slicer, then that option can be unchecked from here. So this is important to understand how syncing works, how the interaction between the slicers and the other visuals works. That's what I have wanted to cover in this video, and I hope whatever I have explained here is helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, please do let me know in comment section. In this video, we are going to see three different types of filter, which are page level filter, report level filter, and visual filter. So these are very important to understand, means how these filters works. Whenever we are creating any project, then we need to understand how these filters works and how to make the use of these filters effectively. We do have these visuals created in our previous videos, and now we will try to see this one by one. We can see that this is the filter window which is available here, and you can get this filter window from this view menu. If you just unselect this, then that will go that will not be visible, but if you select this, then this will be available. There are two filters which are available here, which is nothing but filters on all pages. That means this is a report level filter, and then filters on this page is nothing but this particular page filter, filter. And then when we selecting any of the visual, then it will show the filters on this visual. So let's see how this works. First of all, we will try to see the report level filter. This is the report level filter, and you can see this is the add data fields here, which is available here. You can go to any of the field we can add, and let's try to add this year field here. Now when we say year field, we added it is showing the filter type. So basically this is showing advanced filter by default, but there is a basic filtering as well, where we can select any of the year like this, and we can just select one by one year, and then that will be applied to the page of this particular all the pages. You can this is basic filtering. We wanted to go to the advanced filtering. Let's try to do that. In advanced filtering, let's see there are options which is available, where there are some operators which is given here. is less than or is than less than or equal to or is greater than or equal to. This is one condition we can specify. Let's say we wanted to see the data from is greater than or equal to from, let's say means we wanted to see it from 1980, and we can add another condition or and or condition means if this is true or this is that true, then we can do that. If I wanted to add and operator, and we will say means the year is less than or equal to 2020, and we will just say apply filter. Now when we say apply filter, this will apply to all the pages. That means it is report level. You can see this data is filter out, and we will see it here as well, where we can see in overview as well, we can see some of the it must be showing the data for 1980 to 2020. You can say this is something which is showing the data. Here we can see 1980 and it is last is 2020. So this is how it works. So basically it applies to all the pages. This is how it works. Now I'm just removing it for now. Let's try to see filters on this page. So now if I wanted to add these filters on this page only, then how we can do this? Let's try to do that. Means this is the filters on this page, and I wanted to apply this filter. Let's try to say any country or or region. Let's try to add a region filter here. And this is again a basic filtering where we can select different regions, or maybe advanced filtering where we can again specify, because this is a string, there are operators are different, like contains, does not contain, start with, does not start, or it's not blank, not empty, that kind of things which have this filtering. Or maybe let's say means I will just mention as is I just wanted to see, I can manually type this as Asia. I wanted to see, and I will just apply this filter. I just wanted to see the data for the Asia region, and you can see that this chart is getting reflected, and this is the page level filters, and you can see means the other pages should not be affected by this. When we do this, it should be showing the data for all the regions. Yes, yeah, this is can be, you can see that it is showing for all the regions and all the years as well. So basically, when we apply the page level filter, then that will apply to that particular specific page only. So this is one thing which is we can do this. And now we will see the visuals filter. So let's try to do this visuals filter as well. The third type of or filter, which is nothing but, let's try to select this one chart here. When we select this chart, then you can see this is the filters, or this is the data fields which are available. Now you can see this is year is again filter which is available, region name, and then population value, female population share as well. So when out of this, if you wanted to select any of this value, we can select this. I will just select one of the operator. Let's say is greater than. Let's say means I wanted to say I'm just adding one random number, and will say apply filter. Now it should say means it should be whatever the value which is there. It should be after maybe 4 billion or something, which is that value. So after this is how it works, and this is just a visuals. It will not affect to other visuals as well. So this is a visual filters which are applied. This is how these three filters works, like page level filter, report level filter, and visuals filter. So page level filter will just apply to that particular page. Report level filter will apply all the pages which are available in your application, and the third visual chart is just specific to the visual. That's how we can use, and these are available means based on our business requirement, we can apply these filters and make use of these filters as and when it required. In this video, we are going to see three important topics, which is first is we will see card and multi-row card. The second thing we will see about the combined visuals. So how we can combine means we can how you can use the x-axis, y-axis, and the secondary axis as well. And the third thing we are going to see is about the waterfall chart. Now let's try to see first cards, how to use cards. So let's add this one page here. We can see this is a card option available here. This is a card and this is a multi-row card. First, let's try to add card, a single card, which is of option available here. And we are just going to get some values here. Let's try to get this population value as this is just one field here. So this is something which is coming to 928 billion. And now you can, if you wanted to give some filter as well, we can give it here. This is the card, we can add it, and try to add this female population share as well on this. So instead of this, means as it is just taking one value, it is showing the female population share, which is here, and it is in percentage value. So this is the way we can add this female population share. And if you wanted to have some formatting as well on this, we can do that. And maybe if you just wanted to add this visual for this, then maybe let's try to do add this filter, which is let's say means you just wanted have this basic filter on here, and let's try to see means if there is anything which is comes like so let's try to add this you can see when we are changing this to 2009, it is coming as 57%, 49.57%. So this type of filtering we can apply it on this chart. So this is one thing which we can do. Now what we are going to do is, again we are going to add a new multi-row card. So in this is the visualizations which we can select and can add it here. Now here we can add multiple values. So this single row card is just can display only one card, and whenever we wanted to display such kind of values, just one, we can use single row card. But when we wanted to have multiple values, then we can do that this as well. So let's try to do this. Let me add a female population share as the first value here, and maybe a year as well here. So you can see means you can see these fields are getting added here one by one. And let's try another thing, which is country. Now you can see this data looks good now, means the country wise female proportion for the years. So that is something which is showing a good number here. Now we can filter out as well on this, where we can have this country as a basic filtering. We can change it, and we can just select some of the values, which let's say Brazil, some other countries. So this kind of filtering we can do, and we can just show that particular value. So this way multi-row cards work. Now the next thing is we are going to have a combined visual. So how to do that combined visual? Let's try to do that. First of all, let's try to insert one divider here. For that, we can just insert shapes. We can add this line, or maybe this rectangle. Just make it as this way. We can add this, and I give some name formatting as well for this. Now we are going to see about the combined visuals, the second part of this video, where I'm going to add one line chart for now. And so this is the line chart I'm just have added, and we will just add our population value and year to this as axis as year, and population value is the total population value will be in the values field. So this is the simple one which we have already did, and many times means we have used this. Now what's the different when we say about the combined visuals? So in simple visuals, like we do have x and y axis, you can see this as x axis, and this is a y axis where population value is on y axis, you can see, and x axis having years. Now we can add a third axis or secondary axis, which is similar to this y axis, but this it can be called as a y2 axis or secondary axis, and this can be found in the option which is here, secondary values. So earlier it used to be called as y2 axis, now it is called secondary values in this Power BI tool. Now what we can do, we can add our female population share here as secondary value. And now we can see this is the other axis, which is the second axis, is showing some percentage of this female population share, and then that value is also showing. So this is very nice feature to have when we wanted to verify the data based on the three dimensions or three values which we wanted to have. So for each year, what is the percentage of female proportion, and then for population value as well for each year. So this is something which is we can do this. And in this there is one more option in format which we can do this just to verify, like in the secondary values we can mention the start and end date. So maybe let's say means you just wanted to start it from 494 and maybe end at 0.499. So this way we can do this, or maybe like this, or maybe like this is too much. So this way we can specify, like means we wanted to see the data from 49% to 50%. That's what if you wanted to see as well, then that also we can do this, and this way we can combine this visual. So this is the way we can do this with the line chart, and combining, like making a use of secondary values. That means a y2 axis. Now the next combined visual which we can create is about the line and column chart. Means we can combine the two lines as well, but we can combine the line and column chart as well. So for that we do have line and cluster column chart. Just click on this and we have got this. Now what we can do is we can just add the measures or the values which we wanted to have this for this. And again we do have this shared axis. Again we can specify this is the x-axis, which can be year, and for column values we can mention as our population value. This way it is showing, and for line values, which is our line will be female population share. Okay, so this is the way it is looking like this, and we can do some more settings on the secondary axis, secondary value as well, and go to the for this go to formatting option, and then there is a secondary values. Just click on this. On this y-axis, you can see, go back, go down, and there is an option which is show secondary. You just need to scroll down a bit from here. Just scroll inside here in the y-axis, and in the last it will be having an option which is show secondary. So when we show secondary, you can see this is these values are started appearing here, which is here, and we can again mention the its start and end point, which is scroll down, and in this you can see, let's say means we wanted to start it from 495 and maybe 499. This way we can we wanted to end it. So this way we can do this formatting as well. So this is the way we can combine, and then there are other option which is column series as well. You can see column series. If you wanted to see for anything else like age category or something region, then we can do this as a column series where we can add this field, and you can see it is getting changed. Now you can see various age categories and its color. So this is something again useful. Now this is the way we can combine this chart. Now let's try to see another option, which is waterfall chart. For this I'm just creating another page. I just given the name as waterfall chart for it, and this waterfall chart is something which is when used when we wanted to see some certain specific data in some parts, like we wanted to see some region specific data only, then we can do this. For that, let's try to add this waterfall chart available here in this. You can just click on here. So when we add this waterfall chart, there are important things which is category and the values. So why, well, this value is nothing but the secondary values which we wanted to see. So let's try to see, get this age category in this category. Age category we are going to get it, and in the values we will just add our population value. And this is how it looks like. Now you can see its background. Let's Now this way we have added this category and population value, and this is how it looks like. Now this is not going to be that interesting as of now, because it just shows this value. So what we can do is we can have some filtering of the data as well. Let's say means we wanted to add this age category filters on this visual as year on year field, and we'll just try to see some of the basic filtering with the some of the years. Maybe just for a few years means we can try out, and for other things as well means we can do this as a country. Maybe this year filter we can apply, and then we can add some country or region name filters as well to look this more interactive. To look this more interesting, what we can do, we can add a breakdown as well on the gender. Let's try to do that. When we add this gender, then it again looks good, and we can filter out for specific year, and then we can see this waterfall chart in a different way, and we can see some certain part of this region or country or maybe gender wise data that we can use for this waterfall chart. So this is the way we can create these combined visuals. As we have seen card, multi-row card, then we have seen combined visuals of line chart and line column chart, and also waterfall chart. We are in the section 5 of this course, and we are going to see in this section how we can take our project to the cloud. Basically, whatever the projects which we have created, like if you try to understand the workflow of the Power BI, what we have seen earlier, like in query editor, we have connected to some data sources, then prepared some dimension table, fact tables, Then we have gone into the relationship, like how we have created the data model, where we have seen how we can join different tables. And then lastly, we have seen report visualizations, where we have created many visuals. We have tried to understand what are the things which we can do with the visual. So these three things which we have understood. And now the last step is in this Power BI workflow, we can say, is whatever projects we have created locally, how we can we publish it to the cloud, so that that can be available to the other users, because that is what is needed. Means if you just not just for single user. So now we will see that how we can do that. In this section we are going to see collaborating workspace. Whatever projects we have created, how we can collaborate with other developers or other users. Then we will see how we can publish our projects from Power BI Desktop to Power BI Pro or Service. So this is important to understand that whatever we have done till now was just in a Power BI Desktop. Now we are going to go see Power BI Pro or Service, which is a cloud application from Microsoft. And the last thing, which is again sharing data with the Power BI Pro and Power BI Mobile, means how we will try to understand how we can access the data in Power BI Pro and Power BI Mobile as well, and how to share with others as well. So this is important. There are two important things, collaboration and sharing. So if you try to understand this Power BI Pro, then these two concepts are very important, where collaboration and sharing is all we need. Now let's try to understand what is the need of the Power BI Pro. Basically, when we have just a single user, we have created our project in Power BI Desktop. So this is what we have done till now, where we have connected to some data sources, then created some data model, and lastly we have created some visuals as well. So that is the one thing which we have done as a single or independent user. If our requirement is just for just single user, then we can stop it here, and we don't need to go ahead means for anything means. But when it comes to we wanted to let other peoples also use our applications, then we need Power BI Pro. So how we can do that? We need to publish our project to the Power BI Pro or service application, where it is on cloud. Once it is published, then other people can access it from Power BI mobile app, and then they can see the data and everything. So this is one requirement where we have just a single user, but we need to publish it to Power BI Pro service as well. You can also access, means as a single user or developer, you can go to that Power BI Pro. You can access access it from browser. So this just need a browser to access it, and we can access it on mobile as well. So there are two things, Power BI Pro service and Power BI mobile, where we can publish and access. So this is one requirement for just one user. This can work, but there are cases where we have large organization. Most of the organizations is having many users, and it just not dependent on a single user. So in that case, we can, or developers can create projects in a Power BI desktop again, and then that can be published to the Power BI Pro. But now this Power BI Pro can be accessed by multiple users, and we can give some access, means who can access, who cannot access, who has done some special privileges. That access rights can be also defined in Power BI Pro. So this is our also we are going to see. And then we can share it with the Power BI Pro, where we can just take it anywhere in the world, and whoever wants who can access these applications in the Power BI Pro. So this is important. And also there is another Power BI mobile app, where there also people can access it. So these are the important things which we need to understand, that this is the need of the Power BI, because it's just not a single user, but when it comes to organization level, when it comes to many teams, when collaborating and sharing is important, and that's why Power BI Pro we need to understand in this section. And this is what we can do. Let's try to see the initial registration for Power BI Pro, how we can do that. And initially, when we downloaded Microsoft Power BI Desktop, we have downloaded it from here, and you can see there are different options, products available here for Power BI Desktop, which is we already used and already created one project. Then Power BI Pro is one thing, and Power BI Premium is there, and Power BI Mobile. These are the different products available. From this, we are going to see Power BI Pro, and this Power BI Premium is something which is more advanced for multiple users or organizations. It is something which is, if you just click on this Power BI Pro, you can see there are some options available here. It is giving all these features, means what is this Power BI Pro applications, and then we can see it as well. So there is a pricing section as well where we can check what is the pricing for this. If you can see this, Power BI Pro comes with per user $9.99. Power BI Premium is something which is for advanced or maybe for organization level, which can be used. This is the way we can access this application. You can click on this try free and you can use this Power BI Pro application by just giving the email ID. The only thing is you need a work account, like personal email will not work, like at the rate gmail.com or at the rate yahoo.com. That kind of emails will not work, and you need some organization account. So that is one thing. There is a workaround for this as well, means how we can use if you don't have the business account or work account. uh, for that, I'm going to give a link for in the video description. You can try out that for me if that is possible, and we can do this once we gets registered to this Power BI Pro. Then we can try to see its workspaces and everything in this, and that we will see how to do that, means all these things which we will understand in the next video, where we will go through the Power BI workspace and everything, and we need to get started publishing our Power BI desktop project to Power BI Pro, which is in cloud. In this video, we are going to see more about the Power BI Pro. First, we will try to see Power BI Pro interface, all the features which are available on this Power BI home screen. Then we will see about the workspaces. We will try to understand what is the workspace. And the third, we will see how to connect our Power BI desktop to Power BI Pro. So this is important to understand for everyone. Before we get started, I wanted to tell you that if you don't have a business email account or work account, then there is a workaround for that. I have given some instructions below in this video description. There is one link provided. Follow that link and then you can get your Power BI access as well. So let's get started for this. Just to understand, first we will try to understand Power BI Pro here. Now you can see when we log into the Power BI Pro, this is the home screen which gets open, and you can see some of the recommended options. Means you, if you wanted to learn it, means you can click on here. There are many things which are available. What is Power BI? There is one explore the story as well. You can see how this story is created, and there are various options which are available. So we can explore this as well just to understand it. And if you go back, so there are some tutorials as well. It means if you just click on this explore the basic Power BI concept, if you just wanted to try to understand means what is Power BI, then you can understand means everything. So this is very helpful, means what is Power BI Pro, what is Power BI Premium. There are various terminologies and how we can understand this. So many things which we can go through our own, and we can understand these things. What is visualizations, reports, dashboards. So this is all on home screen. We can create a new report, but that we will see how to create it in the other videos. We do have some favorite section here, which is we can see this whatever we can bookmark our applications or visualizations that can be appearing here. Recents, if I just open this anything which is recently, then it will show up. We can create or manually enter data or create data sets. Data sets is again something which is we can create it. We will see it with the examples as well, how to create data sets. We do have apps as well here, where which is we can get some apps, means which can go through Microsoft Store and it show up our all the applications which we need. Basically, this is app launcher is one thing where we can. This is a Microsoft Power BI is a part of Office 365 only, so that's why it is showing OneDrive. All these options available here, and you can, if you can click on this, you can see all the Microsoft apps here. Shared with me is another thing which is available here, where we can suppose some other users are sharing some visualizations with us, then that will be shown up here. If you wanted to learn, then you can learn this. There are so many things like documentation. Then there is a Power BI community. You can join this community, and there are some sample reports available. You can explore this and you can understand all these features available, and you can make these such powerful reports as well. So these are the things which are available in the settings. We can go, we can see notifications. Then settings, we have some settings as well, which shows personal storage. Basically, we get 10 GB of personal storage initially, and that's what means where we can create our visualizations or dashboards. You can download some Power BI desktop or data get BI for mobile as well. So these are some of the things which we can see in detail later as well when we use this. And then there is some help and support where we can see all the documentation, community, get help, Power BI for developers as well. There is a feedback also we can give. So this is something which is we can do with all these things. Now there is one more thing which is understanding the workspace. Now, when we click on this workspace, you have this option of create workspace, but this is a premium service. We need a license copy for this. However, there is a my workspace. If you just click on this, you can get some contents available here where what we can create. If you just try to wanted to understand, you can just start this tour and it will just show up this my workspaces. You can add a content. Some of the contents means if you just click on here, you can see what are the contents which are available, my organization, services, files, data sets. So this is one thing which we can do in workspaces. And then there is an option which is get data as well, where we can just click on here and we can see various options available which is here, where we can get some my organization apps published or services or files or database. So these are the things which we can do when we click on this my workspace as well. Whatever the options like reports, workbooks, data sets can be shown up here, and dashboards as well. So this is something which is we can access it from here. If you can click on these reports as well, it will show up means what are the reports which are available. So this is the typical interface, and when we are going to see more practical things, we will understand more about this and how it works. Now we will try to see how we can connect our Power BI desktop to this Power BI Pro, and how we can get our project published here in this cloud. Now there are two options from here. You know, means we have created this project locally from here. If you can click on the sign in. When we click on the sign in, you see this window where it is asking for the email ID to be entered. So we can give our work email ID where we have set up our Power BI Pro. This is one option we can do it, and then there is another option which is publish. Again, it will when we click on this, it will again ask for the email ID to be entered, and then we can click enter the email ID and then click on continue to publish it. So if you don't want to do this as well, we can do from the other side as well. Like we can go through in the Power BI Pro. Let's go back to the Power BI Pro. So in this Power BI Pro as well means we can get our project from there, and we can click on this get data. You have these options like create new content. There is a files, bring in your reports, workbooks or data from Excel or Power BI desktop. So just click on this and just explore. There are options like drive as well, means if their file is placed on a drive, Microsoft Drive or SharePoint site or a local file. So we do have in local file we have created. Just click on this. We have this project which is there. We can just click on select that particular project and just click on open. It will take some time to import this project, and then we can explore this more in detail. Once it is successful, you can see that it is success, and you can go to the dashboard as well. You can see different options, reports which is available here, project templates or data sets which is available here, and the project dashboard which is .pbix file. So these are the things which we will see in a next video. To explore it one by one means what is report, what is data sets and dashboard. So this is how we can get our projects published with the Power BI Pro. In the previous video, we have imported our Power BI desktop application to this Power BI Pro, and now we are going to see what is datasets. This report is one thing which is created in a Power BI desktop dataset which is available there, and this is the dashboard which is a complete application which is created in Power BI desktop. So we have imported all these things, and now in this video we are going to see how we can use this dataset, what are the options available with the dataset, and using this dataset how we can create a report in Power BI Pro. So this is what we are going to see in this video. When we can see means in this we do have this mic workspace where we have these options like dashboards, reports, workbooks, data sets. So now when we click on this project templates is one of the data sets which we have already created in Power BI desktop. Now you can see these are the options coming like this. What are the data set details, like when it is refreshed, if there is in this description it will show up. Visualize this data means by using this we can create an interactive report, and for that means we have this option create from scratch, and if you click on this means we can get a new window. in share this data, we can share this data set to others, people to access data set, and they can use it for creating the reports. Then in the below section, whatever the dependent reports which are created on that particular data set, that will be available here. You can see we can refresh it, we can share it, we can create report from scratch, then analyze in Excel. And lineage, this is another option where open lineage view is something which will give some more meaningful display or graphical way. You can say this is the how it is. We can just get an understanding what are the data sources, like these are the CSV file, then one text file, and then two CSV files we have used or to create our data sets, which is here. And then out of that we have created some reports, and this is the final dashboard which is created. So this is the way it can show up. Now these are the options available. Now we can click on here, create from scratch or create a report from scratch. Any options you can select and just click on here. Now when we click on here, you can see this is all available, like the tables and its fields available here. We have the visualization section similar to the Power BI desktop. We have filters available, and there are some options available. The one important thing we need to understand that we cannot edit these data sets. Here we cannot have the relationship view as well. We cannot join this. So this is not possible with the Power BI Pro. That we need to understand. What are the changes we wanted to do in terms of data, we can do it in Power BI desktop only. So that is one thing. Here we can create visualizations. So how we can do that? For that, first we'll try to understand these menus. In this menu we do have this file. Whenever we create any visualizations here, we can save it and or print it. We do have this reading view where we can see whatever the visuals we can see in a reading view, means we cannot edit it. So that is one thing which we can do. We do have this view, fit to page, fit to width, actual size. There are many things which are available here, which we can do. Means we have already seen this in the Power BI desktop. Mobile layout is one thing which is where it is shows in mobile view, reading view, web layout, or something which is we can do it. Just click on this web layout so that it will show up like this. Then we do have ask a question. So this we can ask a question to Microsoft support. This option is for navigating through data set. Then we do have text box. We can add text box here. We do have some shapes available here which we can use. We do have some buttons as well available here which can be used. Then visual interactions, we can edit the interactions. We already see how the interactions works between the visualizations in the Power BI desktop. Similar way we can enable this option here and can use it. Then we do have this refresh as well. We will see it how with the example as well how this refresh works. Then we can duplicate this page as well, and finally we can save this. We can rename this page as well to some meaningful name. These are the options available, and this is what we can do now. How we can convert these data sets into report. So let's try to build some of the visualizations. Let's take this pie chart, and we will just try to take this population value here, and we in this first we can just take the age category as legend. Now this is something which is I have just created. I will just try to add another chart as a stack bar chart, we can say, and we will add again population value here in the values, and maybe in a region name in the legend. This is the visualizations, how we can create visualizations, and we do have all these options available here, like formatting as well we can do on this, similar to what we have done in the Power BI desktop. There are other options which are available, tooltips and drill through that kind of things which we can do. We do have filters as well, we can apply the filters as well. So these are the things which we can do, and with the data set. So now this is a data set. Now how we can make it as a report? So for that we can just make it as a file and save this report. We will just save this report, and let's say our first report, and we will just say Power BI Pro. And destination workspace, as we just have our default my workspace that we can select. If you have just some customized workspaces, then also it will be available here. Just click on save. When it is saved, you can see this view has been changed. Now you can see there are options available here, like you can see views of this option is available. Then we do have this file where we can save a copy. we can print this page, they generate QR code or settings. So whenever we wanted to do that, we can export this in Excel or in PowerPoint or PDF. Depending upon our requirement, we can share it with others as well, and we can get some insight. For this, we don't have in trial version, we don't have this option, so we need to upgrade the Power BI Pro. But get insight is something which is a more meaningful visualizations, which give some information about the data. Now once we have done this, like, you can go back to this report must be available here in this. You can see this is the reports list, and you can see here first Power BI Pro and project templates, which is from the Power BI desktop. But if you can click on this project templates datasets, now you can see it is just showing like this only, means it is not showing that particular data sets. So these are the things which we can do this with this help of data set. So there is one more option with this report, we can add this to favorites as well, and we can remove this as well, means if you wanted to do it, we do have some filters available here. If there are, then it will show up here. We can refresh visuals, or we can do some commenting on the visuals as well. So this is the way we can do it. And now we do have these options which is available here. We can edit this if you wanted to do it, and just click on here. And if you wanted to go back in the datasets view, you can go with this option with where we can edit it and we can change it. Now we can again save it. So now we do have other options available here. We can have this open lineage view as well. Again, our view data sets, again we have this option, see related content or subscribe. These are the options available. We do have one option which is a download the PBX file. If you download this PBX file, then we can get this PBX file, and then we can open this PBX file in the Power BI desktop. So how to do that? Let's download this, and we will try to open that in Power BI desktop. The PBX file is ready and it is downloaded in my system. We'll just try to open it from my system in Power BI desktop. Just click on here. Now you can see this is open, and you can see what are the visualizations which we created in Power BI Pro is displaying here, and we can see the data view and data relationship view as well with their fields as well here in these tables, and everything is we can see it here. In the next video, we are going to see about creating dashboards in Power BI Pro. I hope whatever I have covered in this video is helpful for you, and you have understood how to create the reports in Power BI Pro and how to get it into the Power BI desktop as well. In this video, we are going to see about the dashboards, how we can create dashboards in Power BI Pro, and then we will explore my workspaces more in detail, and we will see some of the more options available with the my workspace. So let's try to see first what is dashboard. Basically, dashboard is one kind of thing where we can present our data in a more high level, or maybe at a summary level. We can say a report is basically a detail level of the data. Means dashboards we can show up to the executive peoples or managers where they wanted to see important data at the higher level. So that is one thing which is, and if they wanted to go in deep detail, then we can have the report view where we can show the report. So that is one thing. If this is a my workspace which is showing something about the report and then data set and dashboard. So this is the dashboard. You can see it here in this. There are like options available here where dashboard. So this dashboard is automatically created when we imported our Power BI desktop application. So this is the one which is already there, and if you open that, then it will open the complete application. But how we can create for our own, like suppose we do have this report which is we already created. To create a dashboard, we just need to click on this visual, any of the visuals, and then there is an option which is pin visual. Just click on this pin visual, and now we get an option to add this chart or visual to existing dashboard or to the new dashboard. So existing dashboard, we do have this one which is automatically created, but now we are going to create a new one, which is we will just give some dashboard and click on pin. Once you click on this pin, it is pinned to dashboard. You can see that you can create a mobile layout as well, but for now I'm just clicking on this, and we can just go to our dashboards where you can see we have this in dashboards created, and we can just click on here, and you can see this is something which is got created. So this is the dashboard. We can do some other things as well on this, which is We can pin this as well. Again, means just a pin visual to now existing dashboard. We can say just pin this, and now we can go to the dashboard, and you can see this is also created. Now this is the dashboard how we can create in Power BI, and there are options which are available here with this, which we can see as we can set as featured. That means it will be added as a favorite. Open lineage view is something which is, yeah, we can go through this open lineage view, and we can see there are options available, means how this dashboard is created. Now we can see uh, first it will show the data sources from where it came. Then we have this data set which is got created, and you can, if you just click on this, you can see various tables involved in like dim region, dim fact, and fact population, and how many tables are there, so that it will show up here. Then we have this reports created, which is again we can open it from here as well. And then finally we have these dashboards which are created. First one is automatically created, and the second one is which we have created. So this is something which is we can do with this dashboards. There are other options as well. We can file, we can save copy, print page. There are some permissions which we can do. We can share, we can comment out, we can subscribe, and we do have some options which are available here, which is a dashboard theme. Or we can add a title here as well. Let's say, means if you wanted to add a title for this, we can add a image. Wanted to add a text box, then we can do that. If you can just say mention this is a test dashboard. Subtitle, if you wanted to give, you can give it, and you can just apply. So you can see this is this title is created here. The next thing is dashboard theme. So this is something which is, again, it will have this light or dark or color blind friendly custom. So we can mention it as a dark, or maybe custom. If you wanted to customize our theme, then we can customize it: background color, tile background, tile front color, tile opacity. So this is something which we can do. There is an upload JSON theme as well, means we will see how to do that, because this is something which is we can do with some JSON functionality, and maybe specifying some color details in the JSON file, and then we can upload the JSON. This is something which is we can do. So this is how it looks like when the theme has been changed. Then there is a mobile layout as well, where we can go back to this mobile layout, how it looks like, and basically how we wanted to show up on the mobile. That is what we wanted. We can do it. If you just wanted to change this for like this, we can do it. Just drag it, and we can see the title as appearing on here as well, and we can switch back to the web layout. So this is about dashboards, how we can create multiple dashboards. So this is the way dashboards have been created, and suppose someone wanted to do check in detail, they can go to this, click on this, and then you can go back to this visualizations in more detail. Now going back to our workspace, now we can see we can have these dashboards created here, and we do have options available here, like new report, new pagination report dashboards. From here also we can do this. We can upload some files as well here. However, there is some more option which is available about the lineage view, and which is, I think, we can see here data sources, then project templates. So whenever we click on this, you can see how many tables are involved in the data. So it's, when we say report, we can open the report from here as well. We have the dashboards as well. We can open the dashboard from here as well. So this is something which is we can do with this, and this is all we can do to create a dashboard in Power BI Pro, and that's what I wanted to share in this video. Next video we will see more detail about this, and let's try to understand data gateways. In this video, I am going to tell you what is data gateway, what is the need of the data gateway, and how to implement this data gateway, what are different types of data gateways. That we will see in detail in this video. First of all, let's try to see what is data gateway. We have already seen we can refresh some of the data sets, like we have these options which is again a refresh, but how this refresh work right now, it is not working because there are some errors which are coming. You can see these errors which are there, and it is not working. So how we can do this? Well, first let's try to understand what is gateway. Basically, a data gateway is a intermediator or connection between Power BI desktop, or we can say data set, and Power BI Pro. Basically, whenever we develop any of the applications, whether it is on just our computer, then we publish it to the Power BI Pro, and then Power BI Pro can use it. Sometimes when we are working on a large projects, we need to use a server where we publish our reports or applications in a server file, and then means from there we can publish to the Power BI Pro. However, whenever we have some data sets, like some data source, like there are some sales data which is getting updated every day. We have created one project where we are connecting to one source file, let's say means one of the database which is there. There are few tables which are getting updated daily from some other location, maybe some other process is updating that tables, but that should be reflected in our Power BI Pro dashboard, right? That process needs some refreshing. So basically, this refreshing doesn't happen automatically. It does happen automatically, but with the help of gateways. So that is the gateway which does all these works of refreshing data from source file to the Power BI Pro. And there are two ways to refresh this data, depending upon our project or depending upon our applications or visuals which we have created. Right now, we can see generally in our system we have built one application Power BI desktop, and then it's published to the Power BI Pro. When we do this, we need a personal gateway. That is two gateway types are there, which is a personal gateway. This personal gateway can help us to refresh the data sets. Whenever we have these like locally created files or locally created applications in our systems. Now the second type is standard gateway. In standard gateway, whenever we are having the files on server and we use a server, we have large project and multiple teams are working. So at that time we use a server, and then we at that time we need a standard gateway, which is the second type of gateway, and then we can refresh the data set using the standard gateway. This information is available in the Microsoft website, standard mode and personal mode, which we need to download it. And if you scroll down, here we can see different difference between the personal and standard mode and what is it and how we can use it. This is the way. The link for this is available in the video description. You can go through in detail about this personal and standard gateway. Now we will come back to our applications, and you can see there are some errors which are available. Now you can see in details as well. Uh, is disabled because at least one data source is missing credentials. So missing credentials means that either we don't have the credential setup or we don't have a get data gateway specified. That's why we are getting this error. So for to fix this error, just go to the settings. You can see settings in manage gateways. Right now it is saying you don't have any gateways created. So how we can get this data gateways? Now go to settings, and then settings. Here you have these data sets which are available here, and you can see there is an option which is gateway connections. So now this is showing as on here, but you can see below you don't have any data gateways, and you have no personal gateways installed. So we can install it here from here as well, or from we can download it from this data gateway as well, from the download menu as well. But let's try to do this install now. Here when we install it, it gets downloaded, and it will be stored in our local system from where we need to install it. You can see this is one exe file which is got downloaded, and we need to install it from here as it is a exe file. So just double click on it, and it will start the installation. Now you can this is what it is asking for, the location where we have this. So this is by default it is taking the one where we have this Power BI is installed. Let's accept this and just click on this install. Now you can see that installation was successful, and we need to use if you wanted to use this gateway, then we need to use the give the our email ID. So I will give my email ID here. After giving the email ID, we need to sign in again. So just click on that. Now, once the sign in successful, you can see that the gateway is online and ready to be used. And here some version number, gateway version number is available when it is updated December 2021. You can just uncheck this option. You can see other options which is maybe useful when we need to configure something. Just close this now. Now we have installed our gateways. Let's go back to Power BI Pro. Let's try to refresh this, and now go to settings. In settings, let's go to the data sets. Now you can see gateway information here. It is having this, but it is giving some error, like it is credentials are invalid. So it's not a problem. It's just we need to give it again. Let's click on this edit and just sign in. Don't give change anything. Just click on sign in, and that error will go. Now you can see this is error is gone. Just do this for others as well. Same. Now you can see all these data credentials which are completed, and you can see that everything is set up for this gateway. You can see details about the gateway connection. You can see this personal gateway is installed, and below the errors which we have just fixed for this data source credentials. So this is something which is we are done with this gateway installation and setting it up. Now let's go back to our workspace, and we will try to refresh the data sets. Now here we will just try to, right now we are getting some errors here, but we will just try to refresh this data set. Just click on this refresh. Now this may take some time. You can see this, it is just showing that this progress here. We will see, means after some time it will finish. So let's wait for some time. Now you can see this is refreshed. Now it around 5 minutes it took for refreshing these data sets. It depends upon the data size which we are having in the data sets. Now this is the use of the gateways, and then there is option which you can say is a schedule refresh as well, means which we can click on here, and we can schedule actually a daily refresh or monthly or weekly, depending upon our requirement, like that we can do it. So for that we can go back to this schedule, and we can just click on this here, schedule refresh. We can keep your data up to date is on or off. If you just click on, means basically we can refresh the frequency, which we can mention daily or weekly. Let's try to see daily. This is the time zone which is we can change it depending upon what time we need. And then we do have, if there is refresh failure or success, who should be contacted. So data set owner, that means whoever has done this data set will be notified. Or else if you wanted to mention any other email IDs, then we can mention here as well. And then just click on time, we can specify here. Let's say means in the morning, like 6 a.m. every day, I wanted to set up this. Then we can do this, or whatever time we wanted to choose, that we can choose, and just click on apply. Now when we do this, it is schedule is updated. Now let's go back to our workspaces, and it should be shown as the next runtime is 8 January 2022 6 a.m. So this is what we can do with this schedule refresh. Now this is all about gateways. Personal gateways and standard gateways are the two important gateways which, and depending upon our requirements, we should be using it. In this video we are going to see some of the concepts related to the collaboration and sharing. Up till now in this course we have seen many things about data sets, visuals, reports. Then we have seen how to create dashboards as well. However, the last point which is pending, which is about the collaboration and sharing. Whatever reports or whatever dashboards which we are creating, how to share it with others. Because if you are just working as a single developer, the collaboration and sharing is not required. But when it comes to multiple people, multiple teams, then collaboration and sharing is important, and we need to understand what is collaboration and what is sharing. And the last point, which is about the Power BI mobile as well. This topic we will see in next video. However, in this video we will try to understand collaboration, sharing. Now when it comes to sharing, when we have this my workspace is created, we have seen that these are the some of the dashboards or reports which are being created. And if you can see, this sharing option is available here. We can see for this report is available, share is option available here. For this dashboard as well, it is available. Only thing is for data sets, it is not available because we cannot share the data sets as it is something which is not relevant. This is one option to share it, and if you just open one of the report as well from here, means whatever we have created, we can share it from there as well. When we open it, you can see that there is an option which is available here. If you can just click on here, we can get an option of sharing. Right now we have this trial version, so it is not available and we need to upgrade it to use this collaboration and sharing feature. However, when we use this sharing option, when we click on this sharing option, we can get a screen where it will ask for the email IDs or the user IDs for that people who with whom we wanted to share our applications. Now the users or the email IDs may be within our organization or outside our organization as well, so that depends upon our requirement, and that we can do it. Once it is given to them, then it will be available with as a link, means they will get a link. We can provide some access, like whether they can edit that dashboard, or they just can view, they can share it with other peoples as well or not. That settings we can do, means we can just restrict them that you just use it, you cannot share it with any others, you cannot edit it as well. That thing we can mention in that sharing option when we are going to use this feature. So this is one thing which we can do with the sharing option. And when other people share with us, like as for a developer, means whenever anyone shared any applications or any dashboards with us, then it will be appearing here, means that will be shared with me. So this is about sharing. Now, when it comes to collaboration, we need to understand that there are my workspace which is got created, and this is just for using when we are having a single developer, means we are not having many developers, and we are not having a big project. We are not working on any project where it involves like more than one person. That time we can use this my workspace. However, when it comes to working with the multiple team members or multiple projects, then we need to create a workspace. So in that case, we can create workspace. Now this option is also is not available in trial version, but we can do it, and I will just tell you means what does it contents. So basically this workspace will have this all options of which are the people or which are the teams which needs to be given access to that particular workspace. So that workspace will again contain reports, dashboards, and data sets, but to which developers we need to give access. So maybe some of the developers will actually work on that particular reports or dashboards. Some may not work, so they can just view the reports. So these depend upon the access or that type of roles we can specify. So that role may be admin, maybe a developer, or just a view access. So that kind of things which we can specify while creating workspace. So workspace is when it's created, then we can have these options available, and then we can share that workspace with others as well with the help of sharing option. Now the third thing is apps. In apps, so this is something which is an apps which is available here. It is basically useful for the end users. Means whenever we are creating any apps, we can publish it on the on these apps applications, and then that can be used by others or other developers or other people within organization or outside organization can publish their apps in this app section, and from there we can get it. Now you can just click on this get apps, and you can see there are various apps which are created uh, by other people. It can be all apps within organization or outside organization, but organizational apps as well. Means suppose we do have some people who are in our organization, we can get it now. There are template apps as well, which is available. Means we can use it. Means there are different apps we can try to use it. I will show it one app to you in another video how to use this. So these are the different things which we can do, and we can get it. Means once we get it now, once we click on this get it now, we can get it available here in our applications, and that can be possible to use it. Now these are the three things. However, if questions comes, means when to use workspace, when to use app. Basically, when it comes to a single developer, we should use my workspace. When it comes to multiple developers, we can create workspace, we can collaborate that workspace with other teams, other developers. So that can be done with the workspace. And app is something which is available for the end users, means whenever whoever don't want to edit anything, they are going to just to use the applications for their understanding of the data. So that can be done with the app application. So this is something which is collaborating and sharing the results with the help of workspace and apps. Now the last point is Power BI Mobile, so that we will see in next video. In this video, we are going to see about the Power BI Mobile, how to use this Power BI on our Android phone, iPhone or Windows phones. I'm going to show you on this Android OS. Basically, I have opened the Play Store from Android system, and I will just type Power BI here. And once we type the Power BI, you can see it is showing as a Microsoft Power BI business intelligence software here. It shows up. We can just install it here. We can see some of the like other informations like what all the how it looks like and all these things. Just click on this install. Now this is installed and we can just open it from here. Once we have opened it, we need to give our email address, which is we have used to connect to the Power BI Pro system. So that if you have, then we can go ahead. Means we can just click on here, and I will give the my email address. Once the login is successful, you can see means it is ready to set up. We have some information which is provided where we can get means how this is to be used. Now you can see there are various information, so we can just click on let's go. Now you have this notifications coming for use camera with your Power BI data. Like if you can, we can scan QR codes or barcodes, and we can use this as well. There are some other you can see. We have first report Power BI Pro, which is we have created in our Power BI Pro application, and then that is here, showing it here. There are some project templates, test dashboard. It's a similar structure which is having here. You can see the other options like home, favorites, then apps, workspaces. If you can click on these workspaces as well, you can see the similar structure where it is the reports and then PBX file dashboard and these two dashboards. You can see all reports are there. Then these are the dashboards which we can. The thing is we cannot work with the data sets in Power BI Mobile. However, we can use reports and dashboards from here. We do have other options. If you can click on this shared with me and explore our notification, these are the options available here. We do have these apps as well, where whatever the apps we are publishing that will appear here. The favorite things which are available here, and in the home screen we do have all these things. So if you can or try to open this any of the report, let's try to open it and just click on it. You can see options available here. So this is the way it shows up here, and it is also showing up rotate your device to view the reported landscape if you just wanted to show it. So I'm just trying to rotate it. If you do this, you can see how it is looking like this, and you can see in more detail view. We can share this report from here, social media platforms from here. Here we can we can share that as well. You can click on actually on this charts as well, and you can see how it is interacting with each other. You can see means from if you click on any of the sections here, you can see this chart is changing. So this is how it works. It is showing having some activities as well when this report was refreshed. So there are the things which shows up here as well. There is one more option of connecting to server. If you click on that, means we need to give the server address and then its details so that we can connect to this server. So these are the things which are showing up here. If you go to the workspaces again, means you can see this is options available which is here, where in my workspaces we can see this. Let's try to open one of the dashboard here, and you can have this information which is available here. And now if you can just click on this, there are some options which are available here. If you can just open a report, we can click on that means, and we can go in more detail as well on this. So for this we can see this how it looks like. Now when these reports are open, like there is an option which is available here. One if you just click on this, you can see expand to focus mode. this will happen means if you just click on this, it will just be a focused one. And if and then other options which are available, which show sorting, comments, then filters as well, which is important one. We can click on these filters. We can see all the filters which are available here, which is we can specify. Suppose we just wanted to see some category for something, we'll just we wanted to see some senior people, then just we can click on this and we can see this filter is applied automatically here. Now you can see this filter is available here, and you can see this one category on the in this. So if you wanted to change it as well, we can change it and we can go back to filters. So there are what are the filters which are available here. We can do that. We can just click on this. We can just see this particular section as well, and it is highlighted here as well. There is one more option which is available here, which is invite. And when what happens means whenever we click on this, we can give some other people's email address and we can collaborate with each other. But for this, we need a Power BI Pro option. We don't have this option available in the trial version. So that's what I wanted to show in this show you in this video. This is basically, if you know Power BI Pro, how to use it, you can easily use Power BI Mobile, because that is something which is having a similar structure in Power BI Mobile as well. And basically, when we are traveling or we are outside somewhere and we just wanted to see the data or the dashboards on the go, then this Power BI mobile is very useful, and you can get it installed and then we can use it from our phones only. So, and if you wanted to share it with others as well, we can do that as well. So I hope this is helpful for you. If you have any questions or comments, do let me know in comment section. And if you like my video, then please like it and share it with others as well. In this video, we are going to see how to import data from JSON file, or how to connect Power BI to JSON files. Before we try to implement this JSON connection with the Power BI, we will try to understand what is JSON. So if you go to the official website of this JSON, you can see what is JSON. There is some information given about this JSON, and you can learn all these things, and it's not that hard as well. It is very useful, means you can say JSON is a JavaScript object notation, and it is a lightweight data interchange format. One of the data format you can say, and it is easy for humans to read and write, and also it is easy for machines to parse and generate. You can say this is a subset of JavaScript programming language. If you are aware about the JavaScript, it is almost similar. So we can easily relate with the JavaScript. So it is a subset of the JavaScript language, and basically it has two structures, which is a collection of name and value pair. So this is important to understand. It is just a name and value. It is considered as one object, and in one object has a name and value things. So this is important to understand. There are all information given, what is JSON, element, value, object, and everything is given. We can go for each one of this, and it does have some diagrams which shows syntax, how it is there. You can understand that, and this is very easy to learn this as well, and we can use this like at many places as well. Now let's try to see the data file which is available with me. Now this is one file which is available here, where we do have this cells is one more main objects. Everything you can say starts with curly bracket. So start is with the curly bracket, end is also with the curly bracket. You can see, and then this is the first key, and in that it does have this square bracket. So basically we can say that the sales is a one type of a table, and in that table we do have this key and value. When it says key and value, so this key is region. That means you can relate that with the table as a table a column name. Then its value is something which is this one. Then another column name or another key value which is here, which is again having its value. And then transactions, so this is another column name you can say, and it does have this different values different. So we can embed any of this in the JSON, where basically we do have this date and volume again as a two separate key and values. So we do have all these things, and this kind of hierarchy we can maintain in this JSON file, and we will see how this gets imported in our Power BI. Now I do have this Power BI as a fresh project. I'm just open. I don't have anything here. I'm just going to here get data, Go to the more option here. Here there are so many options which are available here. We can see many options available here. If you can just click on this JSON. JSON is one thing which is available here. Just click on this JSON and connect. Now we have to give that file which is there. The query editor opens. Now when we import it, you can see these are the different options which are available. It is automatically converted. Now you can see what are the applied status. So this is the way it is imported, and you can see source is something which is just a list of values where you can see, and this is something which is converted. Means basically the first step when we connect to the JSON file, it will appear like this, and it will be we can convert it into table, but this is automatically done by the tool. Now we can say this is the converted to table like this, but there is just one field which is available as sales. Then sales is expanded, which is having other records like, then again it is expanded, and then you can see actual values which are coming for the sales region and sales volume, and the sales transaction is still in that list mode. So we can see that sales transactions is expanded. Now sales transaction is something which is again a record now, but we can expand it again, and then that it is showing like this. So whatever you can see, sales transactions was like date and volume was the last thing, so that's why it was showing a list for that, and then it was lastly it is expanded. And the last final step which is applied was for this data types, sales transactions is converted to number, and sales volume has also been converted to whole number. So this way this data type has also been changed, and now we can see, means we are ready with the data set. So this is how we import. Now we will try to create some visualizations. So let's just close and apply. Now when once we have applied the changes to the query editor, you can see various fields which are available here. Means you can see if you just expand it, we do have a cell regions, transactions, volume, values, and now we can try to create one of the visuals here. Let's try to add one visual here. I'm just adding it here, and let's try to add transaction volume to the values field, a region maybe at the region field. You can see this is something which is appearing now, and this is how we can connect our data source. This is how this chart is built, and how we can connect to the JSON files. So this way we can do this. There are so many data sources, but this JSON is also one important data source where we can connect to the Power BI, and from there it can be taken. So whenever we wanted to do the JSON connection, we can do in this way. In this video, we are going to see about the REST APIs, means how we can connect to the REST APIs and how we can import the data from REST API. For this, I do have this one star API word website where we have some sample data or sample REST APIs, so where we can get it the APIs from here. The link for this API is given in the video description as well for your information. So this is something which is REST API, and REST. If you wanted to understand what is REST API, so you can Google it. There are a lot of information available about it, and that is something one type of standards for integrating with different applications. You can see this is similar to the JSON what we have seen in the previous video. However, it has some structure. This is something which is showing here, and particularly this APIs can give some information about different things. You can see there are some information which I have given. Let's try to see vehicles here. You can type anything and just request this API data. You can get it below where different of like name of the vehicles, its model, manufacturer. So there are various things you can see it here, and you can try to check it. Now this is the one which is REST APIs where we will try to import it in our Power BI. Now I'm just back in the Power BI. Now here you can just get data, click on get data, and then there are options which is web, or maybe if you can click on here also, you will have option that to select that. In this all option also you can get this option of web. Just click on that and just click on connect. Now the here we are going to give the URL. Basically what are the URL which we have, just have this, just paste it that, and whatever we have given, like let's say we have given vehicles, so that we can give it here. uh, or else if you have, just go to the advanced option as well. So here also you can add it, like if you just wanted to have a vehicles, You can see this below URL is automatically generated and it is added here. So this is how we can do it. There are connection timer as well, means for how many minutes Power BI should try to connect. Like within 1 minute, if the URL is doesn't open, then it will time out. Otherwise, it will not. So this that is an optional, but we can set it that option as well. There are some HTTP request header as well. If you wanted to have specify this is something specific to the URL, means if there are anything required, so that is something which is optional, but that also we can use it. Just click on OK now. Once you click on OK, then you can see this is how it is connected and it is imported. You can see automatically many steps has been already applied. Like if you have this sources like just these things, there is a list. However, then later it is converted to a table, then it is expanded results like this results has been expanded and now it can show records, then again it is expanded. Now you can see finally different options, which is results, name, model, manufacturer, then cost, and finally the data type has been changed for some of the columns. So this is something which is done. And now also there are, you can see there are some list. So this is an option which is available on this. If you just click on here, expand to new rows or extract value, so we can just click this expand to new rows, and you can see means this is again expanded the URLs which are available here. There is also a list record, so we can also do this as well, means you can just click on here and you can say click to expand to new rows, and this is how it looks like now. You can see all the data is expanded and it is showing all these results. So whatever data, I suppose you don't want to have this, then we can just remove this. But this is how we can connect and import our data. So this is the way we can import the data from the REST APIs. And whatever the rest of APIs, like if you wanted to have this other information like people, starships or something which is also available on that particular website, that also we can do. So wherever you can see there are many REST APIs and we can connect this way to the Power BI. I hope you have understood this. If you have any questions or comments, do let me know in comment section. If you like my video, then please like it and share it with others as well. Thank you for watching. In this video, we are going to see about the MySQL database, how we can prepare our MySQL database, how we can install MySQL database on our system, and how we can connect this MySQL database to Power BI. Let's try to understand. First of all, this is the mysql.com website, which is I have just opened, and you can see means there are various options which are available here. I need to download this MySQL database, so I will go to the download section here, and there are so many options which are available. Just go to this MySQL community downloads, just click on that and you will have these options, various options. So just try to click on this MySQL installer for Windows, because we need an installer. Then we do need to select the operating system. So basically when we use Power BI, so we must be working in Microsoft Windows, but that is something which is you can select it here, and based on our Windows version we can select the installer. So let's try to download this. Now it will prompt for login or sign up, but we don't need to do it. Just select this no thanks and just start my download, and it will just download this installer. Once the download is finished, just open it and you will be prompted for installation of this MySQL installer. Once we click on install, the new window gets open and you can select one of this option here, where I will select going to the custom available, and you can just click on this next. And here what we need exactly, this is the MySQL server which we are going to install on our local system. So only we are going to select this MySQL server which is here, and in this we can select the version which is we wanted to have and for which version. So let's try to get this, the latest one. There are various versions which are available, however we can just get it the latest one with the 64-bit or whatever the version you have in the your system. So let's select this, and then we do have these applications as well which we can select. Basically my workbench is one thing which is we need, and we can select one of this because this is something which is we are going to use it. Just select this and we are done with this, and just click on next, and we can select this, and we can just click on this and click on execute. So now this will be downloaded first, and then it will be installed in some time. You can just select the agreement and just click on install. The first thing is completed. Now we can see this both the installation has been finished, and now we can just click on next. We can see that this is ready to download. Just click on this execute option, and now it is again going to download because earlier it has downloaded the installer, and now it is downloading the actual files, and then it will install in some time. Now this is downloaded and you can just install it. Just click on this next, and it is ready to install. Just click on this execute option. Now it is installing. Now you can see the installation is complete. Just click on next, and it is ready to configure. Now just click on next. There are options which are available here. No need to change it. This type of networking or something which is keep it default. There are port which is available here, which is something which is default one. Then select the next option, which is authentication method. So this is something with strong password. So that is something which is we need to select. So this is something which is we can give some password. The user ID will be root, and the password maybe we can give something which is we can give it here, and just click on next. And the service name, if you wanted to change it, or else keep the same. Click on next, and we need to apply the this configurations. Whatever we have updated, now we can just click on execute, and this all these steps will be applied now one by one. All the steps has been finished, and we will just click on finish. So we are ready with this our configuration complete, you can see. And now you can see copy log to clipboard. This is a log of the installation, but this is if required means we can keep it, or you can just say means start my SQL workbench after setup. So we can select that and just click on finish. So this is the home screen which is available. We can, if you wanted to see the documentation, we can browse the documentation, blog or something which is we can do, and we can see this option as well. So this is something which is a default one available. If you can click on this as well, you can see there are some options which are available here. See, this is something for migration, but we don't want to go to that. We can just go to the home screen, and you can see there are option connect to database. So let's try to use this connect to database and start a connection local instance. So wherever we have this local host database created, the port one is there and username is there, and the default schema is not yet set, but we can just click on OK. We need to give the password. So whatever the password which we have given while we were doing the installation, just give that and click on OK. This is the workbench which is open. Now we can see means there are options available here where we can see the schemas as well. Right now there is no schema, but we can create one schema which is available. This is the default schema. We can create a schema here from here, and we can say that Power BI schema, and just click on apply. So right now this is the schema which we are creating. Just click on apply, and we are finishing it. Now we have done, we are with this Power BI, we don't have any data tables available here. For that means we will try to create one of the table here so that we can add some data in that. So for this we can just click on here, and we can click on this icon which is create new table in the active schema. However, if you click on directly, it will not be created in this schema. For that we can just set this schema as default schema, and then we can create new table in this. So now when we click on this, we can say this is country data. Any name we can give it. Other things are we can just specify a column. Now you can see there are no columns available here, so just click on this primary key and not null option, and we can have this column name which is we can say ID, which is an integer. Then we can add another column which is let's say country, and it can be varchar. We can say not null, it is not a primary key, and we can have some cells volume data. So this may be integer, and we can mention this as not null. So this is the way we can create columns here. There are some other options which are primary key, not null, unique, binary, unsigned, zero field generator. So these are selected like this here. Just click on this apply, Now you can see this is the query has been created with the create table in this schema, and the table name is this one, which is ID, country, and sales volume, three columns which needs to be created. So just click on apply now, and this is script has been successfully applied to the database. Just click on finish. Now we can see this table is created. We can see what are the columns which are available: ID, country, and sales volume. Indexes is one primary key for this ID column which is there, no foreign key and no triggers as of now. We can just right click on this table, and we can say select rows. Right now when we say select, we don't see any data. So there is an option to insert a new row, and we can add some values. Let's say means we are adding one value. So let's say we have country and sales volume of 400. We can another ID, we can say USA as 300, and then we can have the other countries like maybe Australia having 100 sales volume, and one more, let's say Germany. This is the way we can create the data, and we can just apply it. And now when we apply it, you can see the insert into commands has been created with this all these values which I have given. Just click on apply, and this is completed. We can see this data when we are selecting, so you can see this is being created. So this is how the table and its data can be added. So this is just for testing purpose. We have created one table, added few rows of data in this table, so that we can get the understanding of the MySQL Server database. Now what we are going to do, we are going to connect this MySQL database and its table to the Power BI, and we will create some visualization that we will see next. In the previous video, we have seen how to set up MySQL Server database on our system, and then we have created one schema and added one table, added some data in that table as well. And now in this video, we are going to see how to connect this Power BI to MySQL Server database, and then how to create visuals on top of it. Now let's try to get some data. Means just try to click on SQL Server here, and we will see how if it is connecting or not. Let's try to see the server SQL Server database. We can give the server name, which is the local host, and we do have the port number, which is 3306, and the database is the schema name which is we have created, which is Power BI schema. So there are two options, which is the connectivity mode, import and direct query. So import is nothing but taking the snapshot of the database. Basically it will not be updated when the database is changed automatically. This is something which is a manual refresh will required. So this is import is one type of data connectivity. The other is direct query, where we can get directly connect to the database, and whenever the data changes at the database end, that will reflected in the Power BI. So that is something which is a direct query. There are some advanced options available here. We can use connection timeout as well. Means whenever we are trying to connect to the database, we can specify some timeout limit as well here. And then we can give some queries as well. If you wanted to just fire some queries to the database, that can be given up here. Now just try to click on this OK. Now we are seeing that this is we can encounter an error while trying to connect. So this is something which is saying error happened while reading the data from the provider, and it is something which is not working. So why it is not working? Let's go back, and we will try to go to this instead of SQL Server, we will try to see MySQL Server database from this. Now in this, we will try to select MySQL Server database and MySQL database, and just try to click on this, and you can see this connector requires one or more additional components to be installed before it can be used. So let's try to see what it says. Click on this learn more. When you click on this learn more, we can see this is opening. So we need a connector between the MySQL database and the Power BI. For that, we need to download this, and just try to download this. This is for Windows application. So we'll just click on this uh, download option, and we will try to install it. Now again, we don't need to sign up or log in. Just start my download. Click on this. Now the download is finished. Just open it. The installer wizard is open, and now you just click on next, and we will see a custom one, which is we can select now. Select all these options which are available, and just click on next, and just click install it. Now the installation of this connector is finished, and we are done. So this is done, and we need to reopen the Power BI desktop application. So let's try to do that. Now I have restarted Power BI now, and let's try to get the data. Now we will select the MySQL database from here. Select MySQL from this list and click on connect. Now when we connect this database, it is asking for the server and database details. So we will specify the same one, which is localhost 3306 is the port number, and then database is Power BI schema, so which we have created. And in advance as well, if you want, we can give this timeout or some SQL statement directly, but just click on OK. Now it will be asking for the credentials. So we do have this database credentials which are available, which is root and the password which we have given while the installation. The level which is localhost again of 3306 port number, and just click on connect. Now once it is connected, you can see this schema which is there, which is we have created now, and you can see the data available for this. So this is schema, and in that we do have this country data table which is created, and we can see this is available. Just select this and we can load it now in our query editor. So we have this query editor in data is loaded, and you can see in visuals we have these columns, country ID and sales volume. Now we can create one of the visuals here. Let's try to add this chart which is available here, and we can just mention in values we will say sales volume, and country we will be specifying in the axis field. This is how we can connect MySQL database to the Power BI. And now in real-time projects as well, we can use MySQL database this way. I hope whatever I have explained here is helpful for you. If you have any questions, please put it in comment section. Thank you for watching.